Section 52 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, James Monroe, President. Inaugurated at Washington, March 4, 1817. Daniel D. Tompkins, Vice President. Heads of the Departments: John Q. Adams, Massachusetts, March 5, 1817, Secretary of State. William H. Crawford, Georgia, March 5, 1817, Secretary of Treasury. Isaac Shelby, Kentucky, March 5, 1817. John C. Calhoun, South Carolina, December 15, 1817, Secretaries of War. Benjamin W. Crowninshield, Massachusetts, continued in office. Smith Thompson, New York, November 30, 1818. Samuel L. Southard, New Jersey, December 9, 1823. Secretaries of the Navy. Return J. Meigs, Ohio, continued in office. John Moline, Ohio, December 9, 1823. Postmasters General. Richard Rush, Pennsylvania, continued in office. William Wirt, Virginia, December 15, 1817. Attorneys General. Speakers of the House of Representatives: Henry Clay, Kentucky, 15th Congress, 1817. Henry Clay, Kentucky, 16th Congress, 1819. John W. Taylor, New York, 16th Congress, 1820. Philip P. Barber, Virginia, 17th Congress, 1821. Henry Clay, Kentucky, 18th Congress, 1823. The elevation of Mr. Monroe to the presidency was an event highly auspicious to the interests of the nation. Besides having been employed for many years in high and responsible stations under the government, he possessed a sound and discriminating judgment and a remarkably calm and quiet temperament. In not a few of the qualities of his mind he resembled Washington, and like that great and good man apparently had the true interests of his country in view in the acts and measures of its administration. He may be said to be fortunate in respect to the time and circumstances of his accession to the presidency. A war of whose justice and expediency a respectable portion of the country had strong doubts, and as to which therefore loud and even angry debate had existed, both in Congress and throughout the country, that war had terminated, and the asperities growing out of different views entertained of it were fast subsiding. Commerce, too, was beginning to revive, and the manufacturers were hoping for more auspicious days. In every department of industry there was the commencement of activity, and although the country had suffered too long and too seriously to regain at once her former prosperity, hopes of better times were indulged, and great confidence was reposed in the wise and prudent counsels of the new president. A review of the principal measures and events during the presidency of Mr. Monroe will require us to notice the following topics: Tour of the President, Admission of Missouri, Provision for Indigent Officers, etc., Re-election of Mr. Monroe, Seminole War, Revision of the Tariff, Visit of Lafayette, Review of Mr. Monroe's Administration, Election of Mr. Adams. Tour of the President. This took place in the summer and autumn following Mr. Monroe's inauguration, and extended through the northern and eastern states of the Union. It was an auspicious measure, and contributed no doubt in a degree to his popularity. He had in view the better discharge of his duty as president in superintending the works of public defense, and most probably the cultivation of friendly feelings with the great mass of the people. These objects were happily accomplished. The works of public defense which he wished personally to inspect or to provide for were the fortifications of the seacoast and inland frontiers, naval docks, and the navy itself. For all these objects Congress had made liberal appropriations, and by personal observation he sought the means of guiding his judgment as to the best mode of promoting the interests thus committed to his care. The President made 2 other visits of a similar kind during his first term, viz., one in the summer of the following year and the other in the summer of 1819. The former was to the Chesapeake Bay and the country lying on its shores. The other was to the southern and southwestern states of the Union. In the course of a few weeks he visited Charleston, Savannah, and Augusta, as also the Cherokee Nation, Nashville, Louisville, and other places. The same national objects commanded his attention as during his other tours, and the same spirit of courtesy and defense was manifested towards him. Admission of Missouri. In another place, we have had occasion to notice the periods at which the several states, formed since the adoption of the federal Constitution, have been admitted into the Union, and Missouri among them. But as in respect to this state there were new and peculiar considerations involved, it is deemed important to speak of them in this place more at large. The proposition to admit Missouri into the Union was considered at the same time with Maine, but although Congress passed the act of admission for both at once, it was conditional in regard to Missouri. A clause in the Constitution of this state requiring the legislature to enact in law to prevent free Negroes and mulattoes from coming to and settling in the state was obnoxious to a majority of the members of Congress. After a long debate in that body, it was decided that Missouri should be admitted on the condition that no laws should be passed by which any free citizens of the United States should be prevented from enjoying the rights to which they were entitled by the Constitution of the United States. There had previously been a long and exciting debate in Congress on the subject of the restriction of slavery in the bill admitting Missouri. The bill for admitting that territory contained a provision prohibiting slavery within the new state, but having passed the House of Representatives, it was arrested in the Senate. Strong sectional parties in reference to this subject appeared not only in Congress but throughout the country. It was deemed imminently a time of danger to the general interests of the nation and the Union itself. The dissolution of the general government seemed to be threatened. That the pernicious system of involuntary servitude should be further extended seemed to be abhorrent to the minds of most of the wise and good. On the other hand, the rights of the slaveholding states were thought by themselves, at least, to be invaded. Accordingly, members of Congress from the non-slaveholding states strenuously advocated the restriction, while members from the slaveholding portion of the country as strenuously opposed it. The long and earnest debates on the subject were concluded only by the parties accepting a compromise, in consequence of which slavery was to be tolerated in Missouri, but forbidden in all that part of Louisiana as ceded by France, lying north of 36 degrees 30 minutes north latitude, except so much as was embraced within the limits of the state. The vote in the House of Representatives was several times given for excluding slavery, but the Senate disagreed and would not yield to the House. When the House yielded at length to the opinion of the Senate, it was by a majority of 4 only in favor of the bill omitting the clause of exclusion, and containing that of the interdiction of slavery elsewhere, as already defined. The compromise happily averted whatever danger there might have been to the union of the states. When Missouri, by a solemn act of her legislation, had accepted the fundamental condition imposed by Congress that she would not authorize the passage of any laws excluding citizens of other states from enjoying the privileges to which they were entitled by the Constitution of the United States, she was declared a member of the Union. This occurred August 10, 1821. Provision for indigent officers and soldiers. In 1818, a law was passed by Congress granting pensions to the surviving officers and soldiers of the Revolutionary War, which included all who had served 9 months in the Continental Army at any period of the war, provided it was at one term of enlistment. Another act of Congress, following at the expiration of 2 years, modified in some degree restricted this law by confining the pension to those who were in destitute circumstances. Still, under this condition, the number who received the bounty, or rather the justice of their country, was very large, not less than 13,000 having experienced the grateful relief. Through the inability of the government, soon after the war, these soldiers who had so largely contributed to the liberties of their country had never been duly compensated. They now received welcome through late remuneration. Re-election of Mr. Monroe. In March 1821, Mr. Monroe entered upon his second term of office, having been re-elected president by nearly a unanimous vote. Mr. Tompkins was also continued in the vice presidency. The following table exhibits the vote of several electoral colleges. State, New Hampshire. Number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for president, 7. James Monroe of Virginia. 1. John Q. Adams of Massachusetts. Votes for vice president, 7. D.D. Tompkins of New York. 1. Richard Rush of Pennsylvania. State, Massachusetts. Number of electors from each state, 15. Votes for president, 15. James Monroe of Virginia. Votes for vice president, 7. For D.D. Tompkins. 8. Richard Stockton of New Jersey. State, Rhode Island. Number of electors from each state, 4. Votes for president, 4. James Monroe. Votes for vice president, 4. D.D. Tompkins. State, Connecticut. Number of electors from each state, 9. Votes for president, 9. James Monroe. Votes for vice president, 9. D.D. Tompkins. State, Vermont. Number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 8, D.D. Tompkins. State, New York. Number of electors from each state, 29. Votes for President, 29, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 29, D.D. Tompkins. State, New Jersey. Number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 8, D.D. Tompkins. State, Pennsylvania. Number of electors from each state, 25. Votes for President, 24, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 24, D.D. Tompkins. State, Delaware. Number of electors from each state, 4. Votes for President, 4, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 4, Daniel Rodney of Delaware. State, Maryland. Number of electors from each state, 11. Votes for President, 11, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 10, D.D. Tompkins. 1, Robert G. Harper of Maryland. State, Virginia. Number of electors from each state, 25. Votes for President, 25, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 25, D.D. Tompkins. State, North Carolina. Number of electors from each state, 15. Votes for President, 15, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 15, D.D. Tompkins. State, South Carolina. Number of electors from each state, 11. Votes for President, 11, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 11, D.D. Tompkins. State, Georgia. Number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 8, D.D. Tompkins. State, Kentucky. Number of electors from each state, 12. Votes for President, 12, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 12, D.D. Tompkins. State, Tennessee. Number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 7, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 7, D.D. Tompkins. State, Ohio. Number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 8, D.D. Tompkins. State, Louisiana. Number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 3, D.D. Tompkins. State, Indiana. Number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 3, D.D. Tompkins. State, Mississippi. Number of electors in each state, 3. Votes for President, 2, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 2, D.D. Tompkins. State, Illinois. Number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 3, D.D. Tompkins. State, Alabama. Number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 3, D.D. Tompkins. State, Maine. Number of electors from each state, 9. Votes for President, 9, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 9, D.D. Tompkins. State, Missouri. Number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3, James Monroe. Votes for Vice President, 3, D.D. Tompkins. Whole number of electors majority, 118. Number of electors total from each state, 235. Total votes, James Monroe, 231. Total votes, John Q. Adams, 1. Total votes, D.D. Tompkins, 218. Total votes, Richard Stockton, 8. Total votes, Robert G. Harper, 1. Total votes, Richard Rush, 1. Total votes, Daniel Rodney, 4. No president since Washington has received so decided an expression of the public will. His popularity seemed to be the result of his moderation in politics, his candid temper, and his wise and useful measures. His administration throughout was the era of good feeling. Seminole War. Within the southern limits of the United States, but mostly in Florida, lived a tribe or confederacy of Indians named Seminoles. They consisted originally of fugitives from the northern tribes resident within the limits of the United States. To these fugitives additions were made from the Creek Indians, numbers of whom were dissatisfied with the provisions of the Treaty of 1814, and Negroes who had absconded from their masters. The resentments enkindled in the breasts of these miserable people are believed to have been fanned by foreign emissaries, of whom the most noted were 2 Englishmen, Alexander Arbuthnot and Robert C. Ambrister. The consequence was that outrages were committed upon the inhabitants of the states on our southern borders, the progress of which it became necessary to arrest. General Gaines, the United States' officer in that quarter, made a demand to deliver up the authors of these outrages, but the Indians refused to comply. In consequence of this refusal, the Indians, who were still on the lands ceded to the United States by the Creeks in 1814, were placed at the disposal of General Gaines to remove them or not as he should see fit. The general availed himself of his discretionary power to take an Indian village called Foul Town near the Florida line. In this undertaking 1 man and 1 woman were killed, and 2 women made prisoners. It was executed by a detachment under Major Twiggs. A few days after, a second detachment, who were on a visit to the town to obtain property, were fired upon, and a skirmish ensued in which there was a loss of several on both sides. Shortly after, a large party of Seminole Indians formed an ambuscade upon the Apalachicola River, attacked one of the American boats, ascending near the shore, and killed, wounded, and took the greater part of the detachment, consisting of 40 men, commanded by Lieutenant R.W. Scott of the 7th Infantry. There were also on board, killed or taken, 7 women, the wives of soldiers. 6 of the detachment only escaped, 4 of whom were wounded. This event led to increased hostilities. Fort Scott, in which General Gaines was about 600 regular soldiers, was confined for a time, was openly attacked by a large force of the enemy. General Andrew Jackson was directed December 26 to take the field. In connection with this, he was authorized, if he deemed the force of General Gaines to be insufficient to carry on the war, to call on the executives of neighboring states for such an additional militia force as he might deem requisite. General Jackson varied from the order addressed to him by sending out a circular to the patriots of West Tennessee, inviting them to the number of 1,000 to take arms with him against the Indians. The general's call was promptly responded to, and the 1,000 volunteers were, in due time, gathered to his standard. In this affair, General Jackson was widely censured for departing from the letter and spirit of his instructions. Although the apology offered was the delay that would have been caused had the governor of Tennessee, who was either at Knoxville or in the Cherokee Nation, been first called upon. The account of his proceedings, which he sent to the Secretary of War, seems to have met with favor by the public authorities at Washington. The troops thus raised were joined by a number of friendly Creeks under General McIntosh. Meanwhile, it appears from the instructions of the President to General Gaines that the war was to be prosecuted in Florida, only in the event of the Indians fleeing into that country, and in that case the Spanish authority was to be respected wherever it was maintained. Jackson, however, did not conform to these instructions, and particularly in regard to the interdiction not to attack a Spanish fort should any Indians take shelter under one, which was also a matter of instruction. He justified his noncompliance in this case on the ground that orders issued to one officer could not be construed as orders to his successor without a special reference to the first, that his orders were general and discretionary, and that the circumstances contemplated by the orders to General Gaines never existed. The Indians were found sheltered within a fort and not merely under the protection of its guns on the outside. On the plan of warfare which the American general deemed it justifiable to act, he not only entered Florida in pursuit of the Indians as they fled thither, but he forcibly seized the Spanish garrison, St. Mark's. While at St. Mark's, information was imparted to General Jackson that the governor of Pensacola was favoring the Indians, upon which, although the executive had given instruction not to attack a Spanish fort, he took up his march for the fort at Pensacola, before which, after 20 days, he appeared prepared to subdue it, at whatever expense it might cost. The fortress was invested on the 25th of May, and, after a bombardment and cannonading for 2 days, the garrison surrendered prisoners of war. The officers of the government, civil and military, were transported to Havana, and a new government established for the province. These matters being settled, General Jackson announced to the Secretary of War that the Seminole War was terminated and returned to his house at Nashville. The conduct of the general in transcending his orders was made a subject of inquiry in the House of Representatives, and a report made disapproving of some parts of it as arbitrary, unjustifiable, and dangerous in principle, and the report was ably supported by Mr. Clay of Kentucky and Mr. Johnson of Virginia, and others, but opposed by many other members. The inquiry disclosed several highly arbitrary acts. Mr. Monroe caused the instructions given on this occasion to be laid before Congress, and he also gave orders immediately for the restoration of the forts and places to the Spanish authorities. General Jackson was also charged with undue severity in the execution of Arbuthnot and Ambrister, the Englishmen before alluded to whom he took in the territory. The former he caused to be hung and the other to be shot. The punishment was summary and without law, but the executive found cause to excuse these acts on the consideration of the peculiar exigency of the case. The great popularity of the military commander was supposed to have furnished a reason for no further proceedings or inquiries into this affair. Revision of the tariff. A law was passed by Congress on the subject of the tariff in May 1824, embracing the revision and alteration of the tariff which had heretofore existed. Except a slight protection to coarse cotton cloths, nothing had been done to encourage the manufacturers of the country. The attention of the people had been for a long time turned toward the subject, and Congress had debated it at different periods, but very little had been effected. Such was the state of things from 1816 to 1824. On the part of many citizens, great zeal had been manifested in favor of manufactures among us. Numbers, especially in the northern and eastern states, owing to the impediments which existed in the prosecution of commerce and navigation by the restrictive measures of the government, as well as by the war, had engaged in the business of manufacturing. By their energy, perseverance, and economy they had attained to a measure of success, but still some public enactments were waiting to give due encouragement to the general interest of manufactures. The well-known favorable opinion of the President, as also the growing interest felt by the people on the subject, produced their effect in calling to it the attention of the national legislature to some practical purpose. At the period above named, Congress imposed higher duties on several articles of import, chiefly of the description of those then manufactured in the United States. On several articles a duty of 5% was laid, in addition to that before imposed, though the act met a very powerful opposition. The debate on the bill occupied the House of Representatives more than 10 weeks, and the bill was passed by a majority of only 5. It was opposed by those who were concerned in commerce on the ground that it would prove detrimental to their particular interests. It was opposed by those who were concerned in agriculture from the consideration that an undue profit was secured by it to the manufacturers. On the part of some, it was a ground of opposition that it would greatly diminish imports, and thus lessen the public revenue. A portion of the national legislature, who were professedly in favor of encouraging manufactures, believed that they were already sufficiently protected. This opposition was principally by members from the southern states, where no manufactures were established, and who believed that additional duties on imports would operate unequally in different parts of the Union. But notwithstanding the strong opposition to the measure, the bill of the House passed the Senate with several alterations, by a vote of 25 to 21. The measure, when put to the test of experiment, proved effectual in affording the desired protection to the articles which it embraced. But the same legislation was wanted in regard to others, perhaps equally important to the comfort, defense, and independence of the country. Visit of Lafayette. The arrival of the Marquis de Lafayette into the United States signalized the year 1824. It was an event of great interest to the people of the country. As the friend, benefactor, and ally of the Americans during the Revolution, he was remembered with lively gratitude after his return to native land, and his subsequent history had been traced by many among us with deep concern, as well as admiration. Nearly half a century had elapsed since he came as a youthful, devoted adventurer to our shores, in the cause of freedom, and age was now stealing over him with its usual effects on the human frame. Before the close of life, he wished once more to revisit the scenes of his early conflicts, and having intimated his intention of coming to this country, the people were prepared to give him a welcome and enthusiastic reception. He landed at New York on the 16th of August, accompanied by his son and M.L. Vassar, his secretary. His entrance into the city was more than a Roman triumphal procession. Splendid as it was more remarkable as the tribute of the concentrated heart of America and its great commercial capital. He was met by one universal burst of grateful enthusiasm. In the course of about a year, he visited each of the 24 states and most of the principal cities of the land, and was everywhere received with the like spirit of enthusiasm and gratitude. He was present on the occasion of laying the cornerstone of the Bunker Hill Monument and assisted, as was most befitting he should, in laying its corner shoe. His presence added greatly to the interest of the occasion, and long will be remembered with what enthusiasm his presence was greeted. When the time arrived, which he had fixed as the termination of his visit, it was thought most fitting that his departure from the country should take place from the capital. A frigate was prepared at that place, and named, in compliment to him, the Brandywine, to transport him to his native country. The few weeks spent upon the invitation of the President as the guest of the nation in the National Palace were appropriated to take leave of these venerable men, who had shared with him both in establishing the independence of the country and in receiving all appropriate honors which the people could bestow. He had previously visited and taken leave of the venerable Adams. He now in succession took leave of other ex-presidents, the illustrious author of the Declaration of Independence, the able supporter and advocate of the federal Constitution, and the soldier of the Revolution who had shed his blood in the same cause with Lafayette. His departure, which was from the seat of government on the 7th of September 1825, was affecting in the highest degree, but it needs not here to be described. Suffice it to say that in passing down the Potomac he landed to pay a farewell visit to the tomb of Washington. Then, proceeding on his way, he made a safe and prosperous voyage to France. General review of Mr. Monroe's administration, his character, etc. As has been already remarked, under the administration of Mr. Monroe there existed a propitious state of things. The wisdom and practical foresight of Mr. Monroe were manifested in the measures of its administration. Profound peace continued through the whole of it, the amicable relations of the country with other nations having been carefully cherished. Of the national debt, not less than 60 millions were paid. The Floridas were not only peaceably acquired, but the western boundaries of our country were so settled as to give it the width of a continent. He effected the repeal of the internal taxes, reduced the military establishment to the smallest compass consistent with safety, and brought the army under an efficient organization. The asperity of party spirit yielding in a great degree, he was enabled to carry most of those measures which he deemed necessary to the public welfare. Progress was made in the suppression of the slave trade, the civilization of the Indians advanced, and the independence of the South American nations recognized. As to the character of President Monroe, there seems to be scarcely a dissenting opinion. His feelings, manners, and principles appeared to be adopted eminently for conciliation. Nearly all united under him and with him in carrying out the public enactments. He was not so great a philosopher as Jefferson, nor so learned as Madison, but he possessed a more practical knowledge, or was more desirous of pursuing that which was useful than of adopting new theories or of supporting his own speculative views in opposition to public opinion. He faithfully strove to defend and promote the great interests of the Republic, but sought not for impracticable good in ways discovered only to his contemplative imagination. Fisher Ames's lively but perhaps too severe remark concerning Mr. Jefferson, that he strains his optics to look beyond the world's circumference, and contemplates invisibility till he thinks nothing else is real, has no application to Mr. Monroe, though the latter was of the same school of politics. To continue the quotation first presented, he, Mr. Monroe, had as much regard for humanity and was as sincere a lover of his kind as Mr. Jefferson, but he followed more truly the beaten path of common sense and adhered more cautiously to the plain maxims sanctioned by experience and shown by past history to be essential to the welfare of society. Election of John Quincy Adams. It being understood that according to the example of his predecessors, Mr. Monroe would retire at the expiration of his second term, the subject of a successor was early introduced to the nation. Several candidates were put in nomination, and the claims of each were duly urged by their respective friends and supporters. The following was the electoral vote according to the official count before the two houses of Congress. State: New Hampshire. Number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8 John Q. Adams of Massachusetts, 7 John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, 1 Andrew Jackson of Tennessee. State: Massachusetts. Number of electors from each state, 15. Votes for President, 15 for John Q. Adams, 15 for John C. Calhoun. State: Rhode Island. Number of electors from each state, 4. Votes for President, 4 John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 3 John C. Calhoun. State: Connecticut, number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8, John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 8, Andrew Jackson. State, Vermont, number of electors from each state, 7. Votes for President, 7, John Q. Adams. Vote for Vice President, 7, John C. Calhoun. State, New York, number of electors from each state, 36. Votes for President, 1, Andrew Jackson. 26, John Q. Adams. 5, William H. Crawford of Georgia. 4, Henry Clay of Kentucky. Votes for Vice President, 29, John C. Calhoun. 7, Nathan Sanford of New York. State, New Jersey, number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 8, John C. Calhoun. State, Pennsylvania, number of electors from each state, 28. Votes for President, 28, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 28, John C. Calhoun. State, Delaware, number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 1, John Q. Adams. 2, William H. Crawford. Votes for Vice President, 1, John C. Calhoun. 2, Henry Clay of Kentucky. State, Maryland, number of electors from each state, 11. Votes for President, 7, Andrew Jackson. 3, John Q. Adams. 1, William H. Crawford. Votes for Vice President, 10, John C. Calhoun. 1, Andrew Jackson. State, Virginia, number of electors from each state, 24. Votes for President, 24, William H. Crawford. Votes for Vice President, 24, Nathaniel Macon of North Carolina. State, North Carolina, number of electors from each state, 15. Votes for President, 15, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 15, John C. Calhoun. State, South Carolina, number of votes from each state, 11. Votes for President, 11, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 11, John C. Calhoun. State, Georgia, number of electors from each state, 9. Votes for President, 9, William H. Crawford. Votes for Vice President, 9, Martin Van Buren of New York. State, Kentucky, number of electors from each state, 14. Votes for President, 14, Henry Clay of Kentucky. Votes for Vice President, 7, John C. Calhoun. 7, Nathan Sanford. State, Tennessee, number of votes for President, 11, Andrew Jackson. Number of votes Vice President, 11, John C. Calhoun. State, Ohio, number of electors from each state, 16. Votes for President, 16, Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 16, Nathan Sanford. State, Louisiana, number of electors from each state, 5. Votes for President, 3, Andrew Jackson. 2, John Q. Adams. Vote for Vice President, 5, John C. Calhoun. State, Indiana, number of electors from each state, 5. Votes for President, 5, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 5, John C. Calhoun. State, Mississippi, number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 3, John C. Calhoun. State, Illinois, number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 2, Andrew Jackson. 1, John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 3, John C. Calhoun. State, Alabama, number of electors from each state, 5. Votes for President, 5, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 5, for John C. Calhoun. State, Maine, number of electors from each state, 9. Votes for President, 9, John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 9, John C. Calhoun. State, Missouri, number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3, Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 3, Andrew Jackson. Whole number of electors majority, 131. Total number of electors from each state, 261. Total votes by candidate. President, Andrew Jackson, 99. John Q. Adams, 84. William H. Crawford, 41. Henry Clay, 37. Total votes Vice President. John C. Calhoun, 182. Nathan Sanford, 30. Nathaniel Macon, 24. Andrew Jackson, 13. Martin Van Buren, 9. Henry Clay, 2. End of section 52. Section 53 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States. John Quincy Adams, President. Inaugurated at Washington, March 4, 1825. John C. Calhoun, Vice President. Heads of the Departments. Henry Clay, Kentucky, March 7, 1825, Secretary of State. Richard Rush, Pennsylvania, March 7, 1825, Secretary of Treasury. James Barber, Virginia, March 7, 1825. Peter B. Porter, New York, May 26, 1828, Secretaries of War. Samuel L. Southard, New Jersey, continued in office, Secretary of the Navy. John Moline, Ohio, continued in office, Postmaster General. William Wirt, Virginia, continued in office, Attorney General. Speakers of the House of Representatives. John W. Taylor, New York, 19th Congress, 1825. Andrew Stevenson, Virginia, 20th Congress, 1827. The policy and views of Mr. Adams were, in the main, conformed to those of his immediate predecessor. As Secretary of State under Mr. Monroe, it is believed that no important measures were adopted without the advice or consent of Mr. Adams. He would, of course, have been apt to continue in the same general line of conduct. His qualifications were of the highest order, he well understood the interests of his country, and was skilled in every art of diplomacy and government. On one point, perhaps, he differed in theory from Mr. Monroe. He expressed less regard for state rights, or allowed more power to the general government according to his construction of the Constitution, than Mr. Monroe did. The latter considered the United States government strictly federal, the former viewed it as rather as a consolidated or national one. In their public measures, however, this difference of opinion did not often lead to the exercise of greater power by one than the other. The Constitution was the guide of both. But one might approve an act of Congress for internal improvements, from which the other would probably have withheld his assent from scruples as to the constitutional authority of the federal government for such enterprises. The administration of Mr. Adams was, however, destined to be confronted by a very formidable opposition. This was from the beginning on the part of numbers. They were determined to dislike his measures, whether right or wrong, as they differed with him in matters of opinion and were dissatisfied with some circumstances attending his election. It was alleged that the latter was brought about by corruption. This state of things constituted a second era of political asperity in the history of our government, which has not subsided to this day. But the Constitution has happily survived the shock, though at the present time it begins to be assailed by the more dangerous spirit of sectional divisions. Another portion of Mr. Adams's political opponents, more honest or honorable than the rest, were willing to judge him by his acts. It is but justice to add that the charge of a bargain between Mr. Adams and Mr. Clay has not been satisfactorily supported. On the contrary, it seems now to be generally admitted that no alliance had been formed between these gentlemen previous to the election which issued in Mr. Adams's accession. The following are the principal topics upon which we propose to dwell in noticing the administration of Mr. Adams, viz. Controversy respecting the Creeks, proposed mission to Panama, internal improvements, 50th anniversary of independence, American system, election of General Jackson. Controversy respecting the removal of the Creeks. At the commencement of Mr. Adams's term of office, a controversy arose between the general government and the state of Georgia respecting the territory occupied by the Creek Indians. There had long been a dispute between these people and the Georgia state government, which claimed the lands on which the Creeks resided. The claim was professedly founded on a compact into which the United States entered with Georgia in 1802 of extinguishing at the national expense the Indian title to these lands and of removing the natives as soon as it could be done peaceably and on reasonable terms. The consideration on the part of Georgia was the relinquishment of her claim to the Mississippi Territory. Georgia was impatient to have the compact fulfilled. The Indians, having grown more attached to their homes, refused to alienate their territory. Between the vehemence of Georgia and the resistance of the Creeks, the general government had a difficult task to perform. As it had been invariably desirous of observing good faith with the Indian tribes, and had treated them with much lenity and kindness, it was fully disposed to do justice to the Creeks, while it was equally desirous to satisfy Georgia. Before the government could extinguish the Indian claim in the manner before agreed upon, i.e., peaceably and on reasonable terms, the governor of Georgia insisted on the removal of the tribe, and threatened to take possession of the territory by force. It was in contemplation, however, on the part of the federal executive to resort to force to prevent these proceedings on the part of Georgia. The danger of a collision at one time appeared to be imminent. The national executive, nevertheless, by his prompt and vigilant measures, passed through the crisis with safety and effected successfully the object in view. A treaty which had been made with a party of the Indians just before Mr. Adams entered upon his office, by which all the Creek lands in Georgia and Alabama were ceded to the United States, and which had been sanctioned by the Senate on the last day of the session, was virtually set aside. Upon a more dispassionate consideration, it had appeared not to have been executed in good faith, and accordingly a new treaty was concluded at Washington, through great effort on the part of the public authorities. This was entered into with the chiefs of the Creek tribe in March 1826. It stipulated for the payment of a large sum to the tribe and to guarantee the lands not expressly ceded by them. Congress sanctioned the treaty and its stipulations, though the members from Georgia expressed their dissent on record. The conduct of Mr. Adams in this difficult and perplexing affair was approved very generally in Congress and throughout the country. Proposed mission to the Congress at Panama. The President, having been invited to send commissioners to the Congress of Panama, which had for its object the cementing of the friendly relations of all the independent states of America, saw fit to accept the invitation. Having nominated Richard C. Anderson and John Sargent as ministers on the part of the United States, and William B. Rochester of New York as secretary, he presented these names to the Senate for confirmation. This step awakened a spirit of animosity against the President, and a long and angry debate ensued. But the nominations were eventually confirmed and the necessary appropriations voted. Measures were soon taken to carry this policy into effect, and directions were sent to Mr. Anderson, who was then in Columbia, to attend the Congress, which was to be convened in the beginning of summer. But he was cut down by a malignant fever before he could reach the place. Mr. Sargent was prevented from going on account of the lateness of the period at which his appointment was made. This failure of representation at the Congress on the part of the United States was, by many, deemed auspicious, as the relations and interests of the country might otherwise have been compromised. But others thought differently, and believed that a conference of the kind might issue in the adoption of a friendly and enlightened policy between the parties. Internal improvements. In 1826, a proposition was made in Congress to expend a sum of money for repairing and extending the Cumberland Road. An act had been passed long before, during Mr. Jefferson's second presidential term, for making a road from Cumberland in the state of Maryland, or near that place, and on the north bank of the Potomac to the river Ohio. Hence the name of the road. After having been commenced, money was appropriated at different periods to finish and repair the road. It was considered of great national advantage and convenience, inasmuch as it furnished a commodious way from the Atlantic slope to the Ohio River and to the great valley of the Mississippi. To the proposition above alluded for an additional sum of money, opposition was made at the present time. The amount asked was $80,000 for repairs and also for its continuance farther west, for it was considered as proper to extend it to a remoter point, as to have made it to the Ohio River. The sum was named in a general appropriation bill. Many were opposed on account of their doubts respecting the authority of Congress to expend money for such objects. Others, however, who were reluctant to vote money for internal improvements on general principles, were in favor of the appropriation in this instance, as it would be of great public utility, and as the road, in order to be used with facility, must be repaired. The vote at this time for an appropriation to repair the Cumberland Road indicated the views of members of Congress on the subject of internal improvements, for it was long discussed and several members went fully into the constitutionality of this and several measures. In the Senate, the votes were 23 in favor and 15 against the appropriation. And in the House of Representatives, they were 92 to 63. And at the same session, Congress authorized the executive to subscribe on the part of the government for shares in the Dismal Swamp Canal, so called within the state of Virginia, to the amount of $60,000, which was a direct recognition of the power of Congress to construct workers for the public convenience. An act was also passed for a survey in Florida, with a view to construct a canal across the peninsula from the Atlantic to the Gulf of Mexico. The 50th anniversary of American independence. This was a day long to be remembered in the annals of the nation. The exultation of feeling throughout the country that we had reached in safety the 50th anniversary of our independence was great. The day was everywhere celebrated with more than the usual demonstrations of joy. But the most striking feature of the occasion was the simultaneous deaths of two ex-presidents of the United States, John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. The coincidence in their departure from life was certainly remarkable, more especially as having occurred at that particular juncture. It would seem to have been a providential dispensation designed to answer some important purpose, perhaps to awaken the great principles of political freedom and equal rights, to the maintenance of which the lives of both were consecrated. They had both, and equally perhaps, acted a most conspicuous part on the theater of the world, and especially in the affairs of American independence. Both had been presidents, both had lived to great age, both were early patriots, and both were distinguished and even honored by their immediate agency in the act of independence. It cannot but seem striking and extraordinary that these two should live to see the 50th year from the date of that act, that they should complete that year, and that then, on the day which had fast linked forever their own fame with their country's glory, the heavens should open to receive them both at once. As their lives themselves were gifts of Providence, who is not willing to recognize in their happy termination as well as in their long continuance proofs that our country and its benefactors are objects of his care? Although they belonged to different schools in politics and were separated for a time by the party distinctions which prevailed soon after the Constitution went into operation, yet they seem to have coalesced very much in views and feelings in the latter portion of their lives. Friendly letters of great interest passed between them which were given to the public at the time, but the coincidences or parallel circumstances attending these distinguished men are not yet exhausted. They belonged to the same profession and had pursued its studies and its practice for unequal lengths of time indeed, but with diligence and effect. Both were learned and able lawyers. They were natives and inhabitants respectively of those two of the colonies, which at the Revolution were the largest and most powerful, and which naturally had a lead in the political affairs of the times. When the colonies became in some degree united by the assembling of the General Congress, they were brought to act together in its deliberations, not indeed at the same time, but both at early periods. Each had already manifested his attachment to the cause of the country, as well as his ability to maintain it by pointed addresses, public speeches, extensive correspondence, and whatever other mode could be adopted for the purpose of exposing the encroachments of the British Parliament and animating the people to manly resistance. Both were not only decided but early friends of independence. While others yet doubted, they were resolved. Where others hesitated, they pressed forward. They were both members of the committee for preparing the Declaration of Independence. They constituted the subcommittee appointed by the other members to make the draft. They left their seats in Congress, being called to other public employments, at periods not remote from each other, although one of them returned to it afterwards for a short time. Neither of them was of the assembly of great men which formed the present Constitution, and neither was at any time member of Congress under its provisions. Both have been public ministers abroad, both vice presidents and both presidents. These coincidences were surprisingly completed, as already mentioned, by their simultaneous deaths, and that on the anniversary of liberty. Introduction of the American System. The phrase American system was given to the policy advocated by many of protecting by impost duties the manufactures of the country against foreign competition. It began to be employed during the administration of Mr. Adams. Additional duties were sought by the friends of manufactures on woolen goods, and a bill for that purpose passed both houses of Congress in the months of April and May 1827. The measure, however, seemed not to be satisfactory to the country at large. The President was in favor of affording protection to domestic manufactures generally, and of woolens particularly, which at this time was the leading question in political economy, so far as the federal government was believed to have authority to interfere. But he was also friendly to extensive enterprises in commerce and navigation, and expressed no opinion in support of the ultra doctrines of the manufacturers. Election of General Jackson. The administration of Mr. Adams encountered strong and determined opposition. The circumstance of his rival General Jackson having had a larger popular vote than himself, and having in Congress only a small majority when elected to office, seemed, in the view of the Democratic party, quite sufficient to justify a more than usual distrust of his administration from its beginning. Mr. Adams was watched with singular vigilance, and every advantage taken to render his acts unpopular. It was early charged against him that a corrupt bargain had been made with Mr. Clay, his Secretary of State. The Panama mission was represented as a measure weak and injudicious, and, moreover, it was charged that his administration was wasteful and extravagant. Of the falsity and injustice of these charges it is now unnecessary to speak. They were a part of an organized system of opposition and designed to prevent the re-election of Mr. Adams and secure that of General Jackson. In this design, the friends of the latter succeeded, the vote of the electors for president affording a victory to his supporters, as gratifying as the defeat of the friends of the former was mortifying. State, Maine, number of electors from each state, 9. Votes for President, 1. Andrew Jackson of Tennessee, 8. John Q. Adams of Massachusetts. Votes for Vice President, 1. John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, 8. Richard Rush of Pennsylvania. State, New Hampshire, number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8. John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 8. Richard Rush. State, Massachusetts, number of electors from each state, 15. Votes for President, 15. John Q. Adams. Vice President, 15. Richard Rush. State, Rhode Island, number of electors from each state, 4. Votes for President, 4. John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 4. Richard Rush. State, Connecticut, number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8. John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 8. Richard Rush. State, Vermont, number of electors from each state, 7. Votes for President, 7. John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 7. Richard Rush. State, New York, number of electors from each state, 36. Votes for President, 20. Andrew Jackson, 16. John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 20. John C. Calhoun, 16. Richard Rush. State, New Jersey, number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8. John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 8. Richard Rush. State, Pennsylvania, number of electors from each state, 28. Votes for President, 28. Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 28. John C. Calhoun. State, Delaware, number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3. John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 3. Richard Rush. State, Maryland, number of electors from each state, 11. Votes for President, 5. Andrew Jackson. 6. John Q. Adams. Votes for Vice President, 5. John C. Calhoun. 6. Richard Rush. State, Virginia, number of electors from each state, 24. Votes for President, 24. Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 24. John C. Calhoun. State, North Carolina, number of electors from each state, 15. Votes for President, 15. Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 15. John C. Calhoun. State, South Carolina, number of electors from each state, 11. Votes for President, 11. Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 11. John C. Calhoun. State, Georgia, number of electors from each state, 9. Votes for President, 9. Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 9. John C. Calhoun. State, Kentucky, number of electors from each state, 14. Votes for President, 14. Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 14. John C. Calhoun. State, Tennessee, number of electors from each state, 11. Votes for President, 11. Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 11. John C. Calhoun. State, Ohio, Number of electors from each state, 16. Votes for President, 16, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 16, John C. Calhoun. State, Louisiana. Number of electors from each state, 5. Votes for President, 5, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 5, John C. Calhoun. State, Mississippi. Number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 3, John C. Calhoun. State, Indiana. Number of electors from each state, 5. Votes for President, 5, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 5, John C. Calhoun. State, Illinois. Number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 3, John C. Calhoun. State, Alabama. Number of electors from each state, 5. Votes for President, 5, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 5, John C. Calhoun. State, Missouri. Number of electors from each state, 3. Votes for President, 3, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 3, John C. Calhoun. Total number of electors, 261. Whole number of electors, majority, 131. Total votes, President, Andrew Jackson, 178. Total votes for President, John Q. Adams, 83. Total votes, Vice President John C. Calhoun, 171. Total votes, Vice President Richard Rush, 83. End of section 53. Section 54 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, Andrew Jackson, President. Inaugurated at Washington, March 4, 1829. John C. Calhoun and Martin Van Buren, Vice Presidents. Heads of the Departments. Martin Van Buren, New York, March 6, 1829. Edward Livingston, Louisiana, January 12, 1832. Louis Mullane, Delaware, May 29, 1833. John Forsyth, Georgia, June 27, 1834. Secretaries of State. Samuel D. Ingham, Pennsylvania, March 6, 1829. Louis Mullane, Delaware, January 13, 1832. William J. Duane, Pennsylvania, May 29, 1833. Roger B. Taney, Maryland, appointed in the recess, negated by the Senate. Levi Woodbury, New Hampshire, January 27, 1834. Secretaries of Treasury. John H. Eaton, Tennessee, March 9, 1829. Lewis Cass, Ohio, December 30, 1831. Secretaries of War. John Branch, North Carolina, March 9, 1829. Levi Woodbury, New Hampshire, December 27, 1831. Mahlon Dickerson, New Jersey, June 30, 1834. Secretaries of the Navy. William T. Berry, Kentucky, March 9, 1829. Amos Kendall, Kentucky, March 15, 1836. Postmasters General. John M. Berrien, Georgia, March 9, 1829. Roger B. Taney, Maryland, December 27, 1831. Benjamin F. Butler, New York, June 24, 1834. Attorneys General. Speakers of the House of Representatives. Andrew Stevenson, Virginia, 21st Congress, 1829. Andrew Stevenson, Virginia, 22nd Congress, 1831. Andrew Stevenson, Virginia, 23rd Congress, 1833. John Bell, Tennessee, 24th Congress, 1834. James K. Polk, Tennessee, 25th Congress, 1835. In his inaugural address, General Jackson exhibited in comprehensive terms his views in regard to the administration of the government. He spoke of the limitations and extent of executive power, the peace and friendship to be cultivated with foreign powers, the respect due to the rights of the separate states, the solicitude to be exercised in the management of the public revenue, the equal fostering care of the general government in respect to agriculture, commerce, and manufactures, the necessity of reform and the correction of certain abuses, the attention to be given to internal improvement and the diffusion of knowledge, the policy to be observed towards the Indian tribes within our borders, and other similar topics. He expressed also the diffidence he felt on assuming the high and responsible station to which he had been elevated, and the reverence with which he regarded the examples of public virtue left us by his illustrious predecessors, hoping at the same time to receive instruction and aid from the coordinate branches of the government, and the indulgence and support of his fellow citizens in general. It was a brief and terse address, and manifested the characteristic decision and fearlessness of the man. A sketch of the more prominent measures and events of General Jackson's administration will require us to notice the following topics, viz. Condition of the country, Georgia and the Cherokees, public lands, National Bank, internal improvements, Indian hostilities, discontents in South Carolina, re-election of Andrew Jackson, removal of deposites, death of Lafayette, Deposit Act, Seminole War, Treasury Circular, election of Mr. Van Buren, character of Jackson's administration. Condition of the country. A high degree of prosperity was enjoyed in the United States at this era. The administration of General Jackson's predecessor had been crowned with signal success. Circumstances, however, connected with the election of Mr. Adams were seized upon as a ground of attack, and in the eye of many, all that he afterwards did as the executive of the nation was unnaturally colored or distorted. But the results showed that his administration had been conducted with wisdom, integrity, and vigor. During the whole course of it, uninterrupted peace had been enjoyed, our commercial relations had been gradually extended, and in many instances the claims of American citizens upon foreign governments had been prosecuted with success. At home, the marks of an able administration were exhibited in the increased activity imparted to the legitimate powers of the federal government for the development of the resources of the country, and the increase of its wealth and respectability. Georgia and the Cherokees. The President, in his message on the 8th of December, 1829, had presented at considerable length his views in regard to the disposal of the Indian tribes within the limits of the United States. He recommended their removal beyond the boundary of the different states, but without compulsion to such territory west of the Mississippi as Congress might set apart for their use. In this, he wished to avoid the difficulties arising from the treaties between the United States and these Indians, and the opposing claims of the states within whose limits the Indians resided. This was one of the most embarrassing subjects which demanded the attention of the new administration. It was especially applicable to the relation which the Cherokees, a powerful tribe within the limits of Georgia, sustained to the general government. Treaties had been made with this tribe from time to time ever since the adoption of the federal Constitution. In these treaties, the protection of the United States was promised them, and the territory they inhabited was acknowledged to be theirs. But the government had also acknowledged the limits of Georgia, and had agreed to extinguish the Indian title whenever it could be peaceably effected. Georgia, in her anxiety to secure the Indian territory, had passed laws from time to time with reference to that object, claiming exclusive civil and criminal jurisdiction over the Indians. In this state of things, the new administration came in, and the views of the President coinciding with those of the state of Georgia, a change was made in her mode of procedure. She was allowed, with the approbation of the general government, to extend her laws over the Cherokees, and to consider the treaties of the United States with them, guaranteeing their territory, as unconstitutional and void. In conformity to the President's proposal of removing the Indians, as already alluded to, a bill was submitted to both houses of Congress in February 1830, authorizing the President to set apart such portion as he should deem necessary of the public territory west of the Mississippi to be divided into districts for the permanent residence of the immigrating Indians. The bill underwent a thorough and spirited debate and was finally passed by both houses by a small majority. The laws of Georgia had come into direct conflict with those of the United States, but this bill seemed to release the President from the duty of enforcing the acts of the latter and observing the faith of treaties, as it was also in agreement with his determination not to regard either, in reference to a sovereign state. Encouraged by the acts of the government and the views of the President, Georgia proceeded to assert entire sovereignty over the Indians within its limits, issued writs of the state courts against the residents in the Indian territories, and tried the Cherokees before the tribunals of the state. At length, even the missionaries of the American Board residing and laboring among them were arrested, tried, condemned, and imprisoned for refusing to obtain a permit from the government of Georgia to reside within the territory or to take an oath of allegiance to the state. And to consummate their high-handed proceedings, the decision of the Supreme Judicial Tribunal of the United States, pronouncing the acts of Georgia legislature null and void, being unconstitutional, was resisted by the state. What might have ensued from this condition of affairs had the general government undertaken to enforce the decision of the Supreme Court of the nation, as it would have been its imperious duty, it is needless to say. The missionaries relieved Georgia from the dreaded calamity by informing the governor that they had instructed their council to prosecute the case no further. Soon after this, the missionaries were set at liberty. Notwithstanding all the stringent measures of Georgia, the Cherokees were determined to remain in the land of their fathers. But at length in 1835 a few of their chiefs were induced to sign a treaty for the sale of their lands and a removal west of the Mississippi. Although this treaty was opposed by a majority of the Cherokees and the terms afterwards decided upon at Washington rejected, yet as the state of Georgia was determined in its hostility, and they could expect no protection according to the new doctrine from the general government, they finally decided upon a removal. But it was not until the close of the year 1838 that the task of emigration was completed. Public lands. Questions pertaining to the public lands were earnestly debated at this period. These lands form an immense domain and lie on both sides of the Mississippi, though much the larger portion lies on the west of that river. Applying the Georgia doctrine in reference to the sovereignty of the state over all land within its limits, some of the new states, formed out of the public domain, set up a claim to the property in the soil of all lands not owned by individuals as an element of sovereignty. The mode of disposing of these lands was complained of in other states, and attempts were made to throw doubt on the validity of the title of the general government to that portion within the limits of state. A resolution of Mr. Foote of Connecticut on this subject gave rise to animated discussion in the Senate on the 29th of December, 1829. In the course of debate, Mr. Hayne of South Carolina introduced the subject of state rights and contended that the several states within which the public lands were situated should have the entire control and jurisdiction over them. Mr. Webster of Massachusetts replied to Mr. Hayne in one of the most eloquent and effective speeches ever delivered in Congress, and contended that on subjects fully committed to the government by the Constitution its powers were absolute, exclusive, and unlimited, that no state, nor even a number of states, might justly interfere in such cases, and that the public lands not expressly ceded to a particular state were solely and absolutely at the disposal of the United States' government. This speech destroyed for a time the hopes of the advocates of the novel doctrine of nullification. Yet the views of Mr. Hayne respecting state rights and powers continued to be entertained by a large portion of the people of the Southern states. No particular law resulted from this able and prolonged discussion. National Bank. In anticipation of a request for the renewal of the charter of the United States' Bank, the President, in his message to Congress, had expressed opinions adverse to that measure. But the standing committees of the Senate and House, to which that portion of his message referred, made reports in opposition to the President's views. The friends of the administration formed a majority in both committees, and it was readily perceived how little harmony of action there was likely to be on that subject between the President and the party which had brought him into power. About 4 years anterior to the expiration of the existing charter, that is, in December 1832, a memorial was presented to Congress from the President and Directors of the United States' Bank for a renewal of its charter. This memorial was referred to a select committee which, on the 13th of March following, reported in its favor, recommending only some limitations to the power of issuing notes and holding real property. Also the payment of a bonus of $1,500,000. After long debates and various amendments, a bill for this purpose was carried in the Senate by a vote of 28 to 20, and in the House by a vote of 107 to 85. But, being on the 4th of July sent to the President, it was returned to the Senate on the 10th of July with an absolute veto, which, not being opposed by 2/3, decided the fate of the bank. Internal improvements. The policy of the government from an early period, though not from the beginning, had favored works of internal improvement, so that it seemed to be settled as a feature of each successive administration, from Mr. Jefferson to the present period. From General Jackson's own votes, while he was a member of the Senate, it might reasonably be inferred that the same policy would be coincident with his views as President. But such was found not to be the fact. The question of internal improvements by the general government was earnestly discussed at the first session of the 21st Congress, and a bill was passed in the House by a vote of 102 to 35, in the Senate by 24 to 18, authorizing a subscription to the stock of the Maysville and Lexington Road Company in Kentucky. The bill thus passed by so large a majority was sent to the President for his approval. After retaining it 8 days, he returned it to the House on the 27th of May, 1830, with his objections. The reading of this veto message produced much excitement in Congress. Many of the friends of the President from Pennsylvania and from the Western states had confidently looked for his approbation of the bill. Their surprise and disappointment were equally great, the question being taken upon the passage of the bill, notwithstanding the objections of the President. The vote stood, yeas 96, nays 94. 2/3 of the House not agreeing to pass the bill, it was rejected, though a majority of the House refused to sustain the objections of the President. Indian hostilities. The year 1832 was distinguished by a series of Indian hostilities, commonly known as Black Hawk's War, from the name of the celebrated Indian chief, who was the leader of the Sac and Fox Indians in these hostilities. These tribes, together with the Winnebagoes, had for a considerable time manifested a restless disposition, and appeared evidently disposed to commence hostilities as opportunity might offer. They had joined the British in the War of 1812 and inflicted much injury on the Americans. Encouraged by the friendship of the British, as well as incited by their own warlike propensities, the Sacs and Foxes claimed the right of occupying a part of the country upon Rock River, even after it had been sold to the citizens of the United States, and the latter had made settlements upon it. In attempting to assert this right, frequent collisions ensued, and as no persuasions on the part of the agents of the government could induce them to be quiet and confine themselves to their own country on the west of the Mississippi, measures were taken to compel them to desist from their aggressions. As early as 1831, a considerable detachment of the army and also of the militia of Illinois was called into the field, upon which the Indians agreed to confine themselves within their own proper limits. In a short time, however, this arrangement was violated by a party of these Indians in an outrage committed upon a band of friendly Menominees in the very vicinity of Fort Crawford. 25 persons were wantonly killed and many wounded while encamped in the village of Prairie du Chien, under the protection of our flag. It was felt by the government that this aggression could not be passed over without the infliction of a due chastisement, as all was at stake in regard to the friendly Indians and the frontier settlements in that quarter. Accordingly, the department ordered General Atkinson on the 7th of March, 1832, to ascend the Mississippi with the disposable regular troops at Jefferson Barracks, and to strengthen the frontiers. Orders were also given for the reoccupation of Chicago. In the prosecution of his instructions, General Atkinson proceeded to the Indian country, where, after various skirmishes and several more serious engagements, the Sacs and Foxes, under the direction of Black Hawk, fled beyond the Mississippi. On the 28th and 29th of July, General Atkinson crossed with his army to the north side of the Wisconsin at Helena in pursuit of the enemy. After a most difficult and forced march over steep mountains and through deep ravines, on the 5th day of March the enemy was announced by one of the scouts. A suitable disposition was made of the American forces with a view to prevent the escape of any of the foe, and the firing commenced as the different portions of the army came in contact with him. The battle lasted upwards of 3 hours. About 50 of his women and children were taken prisoners, and many were killed in the battle. When the Indians were driven to the bank of the Mississippi, some hundreds of the men, women, and children plunged into the river and hoped by diving to escape the bullets. Very few, however, escaped. The American sharpshooter is nearly infallible in his aim. Black Hawk, in the midst of the battle, escaped and went up the river. The savages, after this defeat, became convinced of the impossibility of contending with success against the American arms. No further serious resistance was offered on their part, and the war soon closed by the capture of Black Hawk, who was delivered up to the American commander by 2 Winnebagoes on the 27th of August. He was well treated and much noticed in the United States. Discontent in South Carolina. The year 1832 was distinguished also by discontents in the southern portion of the country, particularly in South Carolina, arising from the tariff of 1828. That tariff had been slightly modified by an act of Congress in the summer of 1832, but the small and partial reduction of duties thus secured did not diminish but rather served to increase the opposition to the American system then so called. By this system was meant the policy of high duties on imports for the protection of domestic manufactures. In South Carolina, it was resolved a few months after the passage of the law of July 1832 by the legislature that the present law and that of 1828 were infractions of the Constitution, or exceeded the power given to the federal government by that compact and were, therefore, null and void, and that the execution of these acts within the state was to be prevented even by force if necessary, and the requisite measures were taken to enforce this resolution. An issue was thus brought on between the state and federal government that imperiously demanded attention. The very existence of the government depended on the decision of the President. South Carolina had set at defiance the supreme authority of the Union and declared that no umpire should be admitted to decide between the contending parties. In such an exigency, the President felt that there was no room for hesitation. Difficulty must be met not only to save the Union from dismemberment or the loss of one of its constituent parts, but to protect those citizens of South Carolina who still adhered to the Union from the horrors of civil discord. The President, with his personal courage and indomitable will, as also clothed with the irresistible power of the Union, determined to throw himself into the breach, and to enforce the revenue acts with an entire disregard to the pretended rights of sovereignty which were assumed by the state of South Carolina. To carry the determination of the government into effect, all the disposable military force was ordered to assemble at Charleston, and a sloop of war was sent to that port to protect the federal officers in case of necessity in the execution of their duties. On the 10th of December, the proclamation of the President was issued, plainly and forcibly stating the nature of the American government and the supremacy of their federal authorities in all matters entrusted to their care. At the same time, in this document, he exhorted the citizens of South Carolina not to persist in a course which must bring upon their state the force of the Confederacy and expose the Union to the hazard of a dissolution. The proclamation of General Jackson was a noble production. It was hailed with delight throughout the country, as well as by his political opponents as by his friends. Perhaps no document has emanated from the executive department of the government which has been more generally approved, both in regard to the style in which it was written and the doctrines asserted and maintained since the farewell address of the first president. It contains no speculative opinions, no new theories. It speaks the facts of history in the language of the Constitution and in the spirit which we, of a later generation, may suppose animated its framers. The President on this momentous occasion was nobly supported by the leaders of the opposition party in Congress, with Mr. Webster at their head. The force of public opinion was irresistible. South Carolina was compelled to shrink before it. No resistance was actually made to the enforcement of the laws they had nullified, and consequently no coercive measures were necessary on the part of the general government to maintain its authority. The objectionable laws were somewhat modified in the session of 1833 by what was termed the Compromise Act, proposed by Mr. Clay, and South Carolina, though she had steadfastly adhered to her theories, has been contented not to reduce them to practice. Re-election of General Jackson. In the autumn of 1832, the electors of the country were again convened in their respective places of residence for the choice of a president. The two principal candidates were General Jackson and Henry Clay. The friends of Mr. Calhoun in South Carolina, where the tariff question had already produced a bitter feeling of hostility to the government, remained almost entirely aloof from the contest. The anti-Masonic party in the northern states, which had been recently formed, supported William Wirt of Maryland. The opponents of General Jackson were strongly opposed to his re-election and made great exertions to defeat it, but the returns from the electoral colleges exhibited a large majority in his favor. The following is the official result of the electoral vote. State: Maine. Number of electors: 10. Votes for President: 10. Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President: 10. Martin Van Buren of New York. State: New Hampshire. Number of electors: 7. Votes for President: 7. Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President: 7. Martin Van Buren. State: Massachusetts. Number of electors: 14. Votes for President: 14. Henry Clay of Kentucky. Votes for Vice President: 14. John Sargent of Pennsylvania. State: Rhode Island. Number of electors: 4. Votes for President: 4. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President: 4. John Sargent. State: Connecticut. Number of electors: 8. Votes for President: 8. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President: 8. John Sargent. State: Vermont. Number of electors: 7. Votes for President: 7. William Wirt of Maryland. Votes for Vice President, 7, Amos Elmaker of Pennsylvania. State, New York. Number of electors, 42. Votes for President, Andrew Jackson, 42. Votes for Vice President, Martin Van Buren, 42. State, New Jersey. Number of electors, 8. Votes for President, 8, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 8, Martin Van Buren. State, Pennsylvania. Number of electors, 30. Votes for President, 30, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 30, William Wilkins of Pennsylvania. State, Delaware. Number of electors, 3. Votes for President, 3, Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 3, John Sargent. State, Virginia. Number of electors from each state, 23. Votes for President, 23, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 23, Martin Van Buren. State, North Carolina. Number of electors, 15. Votes for President, 15, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 15, Martin Van Buren. State, South Carolina. Number of electors, 11. Votes for President, 11, John Floyd of Virginia. Votes for Vice President, 11, Henry Lee of Massachusetts. State, Georgia. Number of electors, 11. Votes for President, 11, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 11, Martin Van Buren. State, Kentucky. Number of electors, 15. Votes for President, 15, Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 15, John Sargent. State, Tennessee. Number of electors, 15. Votes for President, 15, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 15, Martin Van Buren. State, Ohio. Number of electors, 21. Votes for President, 21, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 21, Martin Van Buren. State, Louisiana. Number of electors, 5. Votes for President, 5, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 5, Martin Van Buren. State, Mississippi. Number of electors, 4. Votes for President, 4, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 4, Martin Van Buren. State, Indiana. Number of electors, 9. Votes for President, 9, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 9, Martin Van Buren. State, Illinois. Number of electors, 5. Votes for President, 5, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 5, Martin Van Buren. State, Alabama. Number of electors, 7. Votes for President, 7, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 7, Martin Van Buren. State, Missouri. Number of electors, 4. Votes for President, 4, Andrew Jackson. Votes for Vice President, 4, Martin Van Buren. Whole number of electors majority, 145. Number of electors from each state total, 288. Total by candidate. Andrew Jackson, 219. Henry Clay, 49. John Floyd, 11. William Wirt, 7. Total votes Vice President candidates. 189, Martin Van Buren. 49, John Sargent. 30, William Wilkins. 11, Henry Lee. 7, Amos Elmaker. Removal of the deposits. The law of 1816, which created the United States' Bank, required that the public moneys should be deposited in that bank, subject to be removed only by the Secretary of the Treasury, and requiring him in that case to present his reasons for removing them to Congress. Congress had already refused to authorize the removal of the deposits, and the President was now resolved to effect it on his own responsibility. The new Secretary of the Treasury, William J. Duane, for there had been some recent changes in the cabinet, refusing to act in this matter and resigning his office, the Attorney General, Roger B. Taney, was appointed in his place. Mr. Taney immediately issued the necessary orders for the removal of the deposits from the United States' Bank, a measure which resulted from the President's determination to break off all connection between the government and the bank. At the coming session of Congress, 2nd of December 1833, one of the first acts of the Senate was the adoption of a resolution by a vote of 26 to 20, declaring that the President in his late executive proceedings in relation to the public revenue had assumed upon himself authority and power not conferred by the Constitution and laws, but in derogation of both. This resolution remained on the journal until January 15, 1837, when it was formally expunged by order of the Senate. The act of the President and the measures taken by the United States Bank occasioned much embarrassment throughout the mercantile community during the years 1834 and 1835. Committees appointed by the merchants, mechanics, and tradesmen of the principal commercial cities solicited the President to replace the government deposits in the United States Bank, but he resisted every solicitation. Many petitions were sent to Congress on the same subject. The Senate favorably received them, but the House saw fit to sustain the President in this measure. Death of Lafayette. This illustrious man and benefactor of America died at his residence, Lagrange, in France, on the 20th of May, 1834. This event was announced to Congress on the 21st of June in a message from the President. The character, services, and sacrifices of Lafayette as an apostle of liberty and lover of mankind were spoken of in appropriate terms of commendation in the President's communication. A joint select committee of both houses reported a series of resolutions, among which one went to request the President to address a letter of condolence to the survivors and his family, and another to appoint John Quincy Adams to deliver at the next session of Congress an oration on the life and character of the illustrious man. In due time, Mr. Adams pronounced his eulogy, in which the character and actions of Lafayette were drawn in a masterly manner. Deposit Act. The Deposit or Distribution Act was passed by Congress in 1835. The President had given it his reluctant approval, with the apprehension of evil consequences flowing from it. In a message to the subsequent Congress, he speaks of it as merely an act for the deposit of the surplus moneys of the United States in the state treasuries for safekeeping until wanted for the service of the general government. But that it had been spoken of as a gift would be so considered and might be so used. The manifestation of the President's feelings in regards to this act and its disadvantages was not calculated to relieve the minds of some as to what he might attempt in order to defeat its execution, or to prevent a future similar measure. This apprehension was subsequently strengthened by certain circumstances, which, however, need here no specific mention. There was at least an apparent effort to obtain control over the government funds, so as to divert them from the channel directed by the act of Congress. Seminole War. The Seminole Indians of Florida near the close of the year 1835 commenced hostilities against the settlements of the whites in their neighborhood. To this they were incited by the attempt of the government to remove the Indians to lands west of the Mississippi in accordance with the Treaty of Payne's Landing, executed in 1832. That treaty, however, the Indians denied to be justly binding upon them, and they naturally felt a strong reluctance to quit their homes forever. Micanopy, the king of the Seminoles, was opposed to the removal, and Osceola, their most noted warrior, said he wished to rest in the land of his fathers, and his children to sleep by his side. Osceola was cruelly put in irons by General Thompson, the government agent, who was displeased by the pretensions of the chieftain and by his remonstrances against the governmental proceedings. He, however, obtained his liberty at length by disassembling his displeasure, and gave his confirmation to the treaty of removal. The whites were thus lulled into security, and while they were expecting the delivery of the cattle and horses of the Indians, according to the treaty, the latter were already commencing the work of devastation and death. At this time, Major Dade was dispatched from Fort Brooke at the head of Tampa Bay with upwards of 100 men to the assistance of General Clinch, stationed at Fort Drane in the interior of Florida. The latter was supposed to be in imminent danger. Dade had proceeded only about half the distance when he was suddenly attacked by the enemy, and he and all except 4 of his men were killed, and those 4, terribly mangled, afterwards died of their wounds. At the time of this massacre, Osceola, with a small band of warriors, was lurking in the vicinity of Fort King, about 65 miles southwest from St. Augustine. Here, General Thompson and a few friends were dining at a store near the fort, when Osceola and his band surprised them by a sudden discharge of musketry, and 5 out of the 9 were killed. The general was one of the slain, his body having been pierced by 15 bullets. The Indian chief and his party then rushed in, scalped the dead, and retreated before they could be fired upon from the fort. There were other engagements about this time between the Americans and the savages, and subsequently, upon the junction of several of the Creek towns and tribes with the Seminoles in the war, murders and devastations became frequent. The Indians obtained possession of many of the southern mail routes in Georgia and Alabama, Attacked steamboats, destroyed stages, burned a number of towns, and compelled thousands of the whites who had settled in their territory to abandon their homes. A strong force, however, of Confederate whites and friendly Indians having been sent against them, and several of the hostile chiefs having been captured, the Creeks submitted, and during the summer of 1836, several thousands of them were transported west of the Mississippi. In October of the same year, Governor Call took command of the American forces in Florida and marched into the interior with nearly 2,000 men. At the Wahoo Swamp, not far from Dade's battleground, 550 of his troops attacked a large number of the enemy, who, after a fierce contest of nearly half an hour, were dispersed, with the loss of 20 warriors left dead on the field. In a second engagement, the Americans lost 9 men killed and 16 wounded. The combats of the whites and Indians in Florida at this period seem to have been attended with much loss of life on both sides. Treasury Circular. An important circular in relation to the funds which should be received in payment for the public lands was issued from the Treasury Department on the 11th of July, 1836. The purport of the circular was to instruct the receivers of the public money after the 15th day of August next ensuing to receive in payment of the public lands nothing except gold and silver, and in the proper places, Virginia land scrip, in accordance with the directions of the existing laws. In order to secure the faithful execution of the requirements of the circular, all receivers were strictly prohibited from accepting, for land sold, any draft, certificate, or other evidence of money or deposit, though for specie, unless signed by the Treasurer of the United States in conformity to the Act of April 25, 1820. At the next following session of Congress, the President in his message was pleased to represent the specie circular as having produced many salutary consequences, contrary to the views of a large portion of the citizens of the United States, who believe that the embarrassment and disturbance of the currency so severely felt were, in a great measure, owing to the operation of that circular. Character of General Jackson's administration. It is hardly to be anticipated, perhaps, that a full and impartial estimate of General Jackson's administration can be formed during the present generation. There were many strong points in it, and these are apt to call forth strong correspondent feelings, whether of approbation or dislike. Men differ, and may honestly differ, in regard to the propriety of his conduct and the wisdom of his measures. That he was honest as a ruler will not be at all doubted. That he was self-willed and determined to have his own way will scarcely less admit of a question. Still, it is not too much to hope that the services he rendered to his country, connected though they be with the stern and high-handed measures adopted by his indomitable will, may be cherished with gratitude and respect. As a statesman, he had clear views and in some instances a sort of prophetic foresight. When he had once determined upon a particular course where any important principle was involved, he could not be made to swerve from what he conceived to be just and right. As the element of fear seemed not to be in him, he never shrunk from the discharge of any public duty, and was always ready to avow any act of his administration, as in the instance of removal of the public deposits through his secretary, and unshrinkingly to abide the consequences. Election of Martin Van Buren. General Jackson, in his last annual message, signified his intention at the expiration of his term to retire to private life. At the Democratic Convention for nominating a successor, Mr. Van Buren received a decided majority. The votes of the electoral colleges, counted February 8, 1837, showed the following results. State: Maine. Number of electors, 10. Votes for President, 10. Martin Van Buren of New York. Votes for Vice President, 10. R.M. Johnson of Kentucky. State: New Hampshire. Number of electors, 7. Votes for President, 7. Martin Van Buren. Votes for Vice President, 7. R.M. Johnson. State: Massachusetts. Number of electors, 14. Votes for President, 14. Daniel Webster of Massachusetts. Vote for Vice President, 14. Francis Granger of New York. State: Rhode Island. Number of electors, 4. Votes for President, 4. Martin Van Buren. Votes for Vice President, 4. R.M. Johnson of Kentucky. State: Connecticut. Number of electors, 8. Votes for President, 8. Martin Van Buren. Votes for Vice President, 8. R.M. Johnson. State: Vermont. Number of electors, 7. Votes for President, 7. William H. Harrison of Ohio. Votes for Vice President, 7. Francis Granger. State, New York, number of electors 42, votes for president 42, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 42, R.M. Johnson. State, New Jersey, number of electors 8, votes for president 8, William H. Harrison, votes for vice president 8, Francis Granger. State, Pennsylvania, number of electors 30, votes for president 30, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 30, R.M. Johnson. State, Delaware, number of electors 3, votes for president 3, William H. Harrison, votes for vice president 3, Francis Granger. State, Maryland, number of electors 10, votes for president 10, William H. Harrison, votes for vice president 10, John Tyler of Virginia. State, Virginia, number of electors 23, votes for president 23, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 23, William Smith of Alabama. State, North Carolina, number of electors 15, votes for president 15, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 15, R.M. Johnson. State, South Carolina, number of electors 11, votes for president 11, W.P. Mangum of North Carolina, votes for vice president 11, John Tyler of Virginia. State, Georgia, number of electors 11, votes for president 11, Hugh L. White of Tennessee, votes for vice president 11, John Tyler of Virginia. State, Kentucky, number of electors 15, votes for president 15, William H. Harrison, votes for vice president 15, Francis Granger. State, Tennessee, number of electors 15, votes for president 15, Hugh L. White, votes for vice president 15, John Tyler. State, Ohio, number of electors 21, votes for president 21, William H. Harrison, votes for vice president 21, Francis Granger. State, Louisiana, number of electors 5, votes for president 5, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 5, R.M. Johnson. State, Mississippi, number of electors 4, votes for president 4, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 4, R.M. Johnson. State, Indiana, number of electors 9, votes for president 9, William H. Harrison, votes for vice president 9, Francis Granger. State, Illinois, number of electors 5, votes for president 5, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 5, R.M. Johnson. State, Alabama, number of electors 7, votes for president 7, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 7, R.M. Johnson. State, Missouri, number of electors 4, votes for president 4, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 4, R.M. Johnson. State, Arkansas, number of electors 3, votes for president 3, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 3, R.M. Johnson. State, Michigan, number of electors 3, votes for president 3, Martin Van Buren, votes for vice president 3, R.M. Johnson. Total number of electors from each state 294. Whole number of electors majority 148. Total votes president Martin Van Buren 170. Total number of votes William H. Harrison 73. Total votes Hugh L. White 26. Total votes Daniel Webster 14. Total votes W.P. Mangum 11. Total votes Vice President by candidate R.M. Johnson 147. Francis Granger 77. John Tyler 47. William Smith 23. End of section 54. Section 55 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, Martin Van Buren, President. Inaugurated at Washington, March 4, 1837. Richard M. Johnson, Vice President. Heads of the Departments. John Forsyth, Georgia, continued in office, Secretary of State. Levi Woodbury, New Hampshire, continued in office, Secretary of Treasury. Joel R. Poinsett, South Carolina, March 7, 1837, Secretary of War. Mahlon Dickerson, New Jersey, continued in office. James K. Paulding, New York, June 30, 1838, Secretaries of the Navy. Amos Kendall, Kentucky, continued in office. John M. Niles, Connecticut, May 25, 1840, Postmasters General. Benjamin F. Butler, New York, continued in office. Felix Grundy, Tennessee, September 1, 1838, Attorneys General. Speakers of the House of Representatives. James K. Polk, Tennessee, 26th Congress, 1837. R. M. T. Hunter, Virginia, 27th Congress, 1839. Prior to the elevation of Mr. Van Buren to the presidency, he had been long in public life and had been honored with several offices in his native state and under the general government. His talents, learning, and experience, though not greater than those of many others of his countrymen, were generally allowed to be adequate to his station. He had not, indeed, like all his predecessors, been connected more or less with the scenes of the Revolution, for he was born in the concluding year of the war. But in the swiftly revolving years it was evident that the time must soon come when others than the men of 76 would be called to the helm of government. New men, and those not of the Anglo-American stock, must participate, as agreeable to the will of our mixed community, in guiding the ship of state which the fathers launched forth on the sea of experiment. Such was the case in respect to Mr. Van Buren, and such must it be hereafter, so far as regards men of anti-revolutionary birth. Whether our future presidents will continue to be guided by the spirit and example of the sages and heroes of the Revolution remains to be seen. In developing the administration of Mr. Van Buren, the following topics will be noticed. Measures respecting banks, Treasury Circular, continuance of Florida War, internal improvements, public expenses, difficulties in Maine, border troubles, changes of public opinion, character of the administration, election of William H. Harrison. Measures respecting banks, etc. The embarrassments in trade consequent on the discontinuance of the Bank of the United States issued in a great and disastrous diminution of the revenue. In this state of things, the administration found it necessary to resort to large loans. The people, as was to be expected, soon began to suffer in their private enterprises, and the country throughout wore a gloomy aspect in respect to its pecuniary affairs and general prosperity. This condition of things arose to a great height in the year 1837 and continued for some time afterwards. Overtrading, or the unusual amount of importations, was one cause to which this unprosperous state of the country was imputed. But it was also attributed to the discontinuance of the National Bank and to the repeated attempts of the administration to destroy its influence. Several petitions from different commercial towns and cities with very numerous subscribers were presented to the President requesting an early session of Congress. The President delayed for some time to act on the petitions, but the distress increasing and other petitions being addressed to him, he issued a proclamation for convening the National Legislature in the month of September. In his message, the President proposed what his opponents termed the sub-treasury scheme. He held out very little hope of relief to the people from the government. His opinion was that the government could do little more than take care of itself, that the class or classes of the community who had suffered could alone supply a remedy by a more prudent and limited course of enterprise and trade. These and similar suggestions seemed little calculated to satisfy a large portion of the people, especially as the government had destroyed one important means of benefit and facility to the merchants, and through them to all the other classes of citizens. Following the suggestions of Mr. Van Buren, Congress passed an act authorizing the issue of Treasury notes to the amount of $10 millions for the immediate wants of the government. This was no other than a loan except in name. The notes were made negotiable and thus became in fact merely paper money, with no better credit, for there was no greater capital or certainty of payment than there had been in the National Bank. The like amount of Treasury notes was authorized in 1838 and again in 1839, but a part of former issues had been redeemed. The sub-treasury scheme which the president had proposed in his message did not succeed at that time. The measure was opposed not only by the adverse political party, but by his Democratic friends who were concerned in banks, and it was at that period very unpopular. This portion of the Democratic Party separated from the administration and were known as conservatives. They eventually fell into the ranks of the old opposition, or as it was and is still termed, the Whig Party. The subject of the sub-treasury was postponed. At the opening of the session of Congress and the following December, as may be remarked in anticipation, Mr. Van Buren again pressed the measure which now seemed to be his favorite. But, though carried in the Senate, it was defeated in the House. In a spirit of perseverance, he was enabled to effect the object through his political friends at the next session, when, on the 4th of July, 1840, the bill received his signature. The extra session of Congress seemed to satisfy neither party. The friends of the administration viewed the causes of the depression of business and the consequent distress to be overreaction in business, arising from exclusive issues of bank paper and other facilities for the acquirement and enlargement of credit, the contraction of a large foreign debt, investment in unproductive lands, and vast internal improvements, and they naturally wished the separation of the government from the banks, in which project they were for the present disappointed. The opponents of the administration traced the causes of the pecuniary difficulties of the country to the veto of the National Bank, the removal of the deposites, with the earnest injunction of the Secretary of the Treasury upon the banks to enlarge their accommodations, the gold bill and the demand of gold for the foreign indemnities, the imperfect execution of the deposit law, and the Treasury order of July 1836, and they naturally desired some modification or counteraction of these measures by legislative interference. Disappointment was felt among the mass of the people that the government had taken care of itself while their plans must be impeded and the labors of industry go unrewarded. Issue of the Treasury Circular. This was a communication from the Secretary of the Treasury to the several collectors and receivers of the public money containing instructions in respect to the safekeeping of the same. The instructions were as follows. Congress having adjourned without making any additional provisions for the security and safekeeping of the public money, it is obvious that, in the present state of the laws and of the banks, an unusual responsibility devolves upon those who collect the revenues of the general government. The President expects that exertions corresponding to the occasion will cheerfully be made by every officer, and that no effort will be spared to have all the laws, as well as the regulations and instructions of the Treasury Department, scrupulously enforced. Accuracy in your accounts, punctuality in your returns, promptness in your deposits and payments, and entire forbearance to use any part of the public funds for private purposes will, it is hoped, characterize the whole class of collecting offices hereafter. In the present condition of things, if any departure should unfortunately occur, it will be much regretted, and, however unpleasant the task, an exemplary and severe notice of the irregularity will become necessary in order to secure the great public interest involved in this subject. The duty on the part of public officers to abstain from the employment of the public moneys for private advantage is so apparent that no excuse whatever for it can be deemed admissible. Continuance of the war in Florida. The war in Florida continued to be prosecuted during the administration of President Van Buren. Large sums of money were expended in maintaining it. $3.5 millions had been appropriated on its account during the years 1836 and 1837 under General Jackson, and at the extra session in October 1837, $1,600,000 were appropriated, and in 1838 the expenses for supporting the war in that quarter against the Indians amounted to as large a sum as in either of the two preceding years. When the difficulty arose with these Indians, President Jackson supposed that it would be soon terminated, and no one at the time had any reason to suppose it would continue for years and have cost the government 8 or 10 millions. Other measures than those of force would probably have terminated the difficulty at an early period. It would certainly have saved many valuable lives now lost to the country and been far more satisfactory to the friends of humanity throughout the Union. Internal improvements. During Mr. Van Buren's administration, large sums were appropriated for internal improvements, although the President was generally opposed to the policy. The expenditures were, however, for purposes which the advocates of state rights, for the most part, believed to be legitimate, such as repairs on the Cumberland Road and its continuance through the states of Indiana and Illinois, for lighthouses, lifeboats, buoys, and monuments in behalf of the interests of navigation. In reference to these objects, there was always far more agreement among the different parties in Congress than in reference to anything that seemed less essential to the nation's benefit. Public expenses. The expenses of the government had been increasing to a considerable extent from year to year, During the year 1837 and 1838, they amounted to nearly 32 millions each. The number of public agents was greatly multiplied, and the compensation for their services was, in many cases, greatly increased. The federal officers into whose hands moneys were placed frequently appropriated them for improper purposes, and thus loss ensued. Extra services were often charged through some pretext, and thus the compensation allowed by law was largely exceeded. The public printing for Congress and for the departments under the executive occasioned a large and frequently a needless expenditure, as it was found in many cases that the work could have been performed at a far cheaper rate. Such was a tendency of high party feeling towards an abuse of government patronage. Difficulties in the state of Maine. The northeastern boundary had long been a source of difficulty between the United States and England. The question had seemed on the eve of a decision by arms between the British authorities in New Brunswick and the state of Maine. Armed bands had been sent out on both sides to the territory in dispute. General Scott had been sent to the scene of contention by the President, and the affair, through the General's exertions, was, for the time, quieted yet not settled. The danger attending this state of things induced Mr. Van Buren on the 26th of February, 1839, to communicate to Congress a message on this subject which resulted in an act of Congress giving the President additional power for the defense of the country in certain cases against invasion, or any attempt on the part of Great Britain to exercise exclusive jurisdiction over the disputed territory. He was authorized in this event to accept the services of any number of volunteers not exceeding 50,000. The sum of 10 millions was appropriated for the President to employ in executing the provisions of this act. At the same time, an appropriation was made for the sending of a special minister to England, should it be expedient in the opinion of the President. The border troubles on the northern frontier. The Canada Rebellion, so called, which broke out during the years 1837 and 1838, strongly enlisted the sympathies of many of the Americans, especially in the northern parts of the states of New York and Vermont. They viewed it as the sacred cause of liberty and human rights. The consequence was that they assumed the name of patriots and formed secret associations, which they called hunters' lodges, with the object of rendering assistance to the insurgents in their efforts to establish independence in Canada. In the prosecution of this well-meant but illegal interference in the concerns of a foreign power, a daring party of adventurers took possession of Navy Island, a small spot of ground containing about 350 acres, and situated in the Niagara River about 2 miles above the falls, and lying within the jurisdiction of Upper Canada. It was fortified so strongly by the adventurers as to resist an attack upon it by Sir James Head, the commander of the British forces. The President of the United States and the Governor of the State of New York both issued proclamations enjoining upon the inhabitants of the frontier to observe a strict neutrality. Notwithstanding these injunctions, arms and ammunition were procured either by purchase or by stealth and kept for the use of the insurgents. The party upon Navy Island fired upon the opposite shore of Canada, and boats were destroyed by the force of their shot. The persons who were in possession of the island amounted to 700, were fully supplied with provisions, and had collected 20 pieces of cannon. These measures on the part of the Americans produced great excitement among the provincial authorities in Canada. A small steamboat called the Caroline was hired by the insurgents to ply between Navy Island and Schlosser on the American shore in order to furnish the islanders with the means of carrying on the war. It began to run on the morning of the 29th of December, and during the evening of that day, a detachment of 150 armed men from the Canada side, in 5 boats, with muffled oars, proceeded to Schlosser, drove the men who were on board the Caroline ashore, cut her loose from her fastenings to the wharf, and setting the boat on fire, let her float over the falls. In this enterprise a man by the name of Durfee was killed, and it is said that 1 or 2 more were left in the steamboat when she went over the cataract. The Americans, in their turn, were greatly excited, and the threatened serious consequences to the peace existing between our government and that of Great Britain were, with difficulty, averted. The President, however, by proclamation and other measures, succeeded at length in checking the belligerent movements of our people on the frontier. Changes of opinion among the people. Although the President, during his visit to his native state in the summer of 1839, for the first time since his inauguration, was everywhere greeted with enthusiasm by his political friends, and with great personal respect by his opponents, yet it was evident that the political horizon wore a different aspect from what it formerly had done. The derangement of the currency and prostration of trade, attributed by many to the maladministration of government, had caused great political changes. Of the representatives in the 26th Congress, there were 119 Democrats and 118 Whigs, leaving out of view 5 representatives from New Jersey, whose seats were contested. After several fierce debates, the Democratic members from this state were admitted. Mr. Van Buren in 1840, being a candidate for re-election, failed to carry the suffrages of the people. The great political changes, from causes already intimated as shown in the state elections, gave at the outset but little hope of his success. Character of the administration. Mr. Van Buren's administration, which closed on the 3rd of March, 1841, was an exciting one, and its character, even at this day, cannot in all respects be properly estimated. The verdict of posterity will be given with more justice than that of the present generation, in respect to its real benefit to the country. The great event of his administration, as has been remarked, by which it will hereafter be known and designated, is the divorce of bank and state and the fiscal affairs of the federal government, and the return after half a century of deviation to the original design of the Constitution. The caution, however, which history must necessarily observe on this subject is well exhibited in the following remarks. The full results of the peculiar and experimental policy of President Jackson and President Van Buren respecting banks and the currency in their influence on the condition of the country, for good or for evil, for succeeding years, cannot be correctly estimated. The immediate consequences were a general disturbance of the trade and monetary affairs of the nation, and an unprecedented check to the accustomed pursuits of a people so enterprising in their spirit and so desirous of improving their condition as are the citizens of the United States. The sub-treasury scheme also gave alarm to the friends of the Constitution generally, and to men of settled Republican sentiments who perceived in it a deviation from the essential elements of liberty recognized in the Constitution, and a weakness of the responsibility of public agents who should always be controlled by the authority of law. They knew that power was corrupting, that it was necessary to impose checks on those who were clothed with political authority, and to make them constantly amenable to their constituents. The developments and effects of this fearful experiment must be left for narration to a distant day. The only just hope of the perpetuity and future purity of the Republic rest on the intelligence and virtue of the people, and on their wisdom in the choice of men for places of public trust, who, like Washington, shall make the Constitution their guide, and under the controlling influence of its doctrines and requisitions, shall seek to preserve the integrity of the Union and the rights and welfare of individuals. Canvass for the presidency. Unusual efforts had been put forth in the election of Mr. Van Buren's successor. Never before had greater activity been manifested by the leading political parties of the nation. The country had been convulsed with a strife for many months. The whole political press had exerted its utmost influences on the one side or the other, and that, in many instances, in the most unscrupulous manner. Considerations of great interest and importance were urged by the respective parties. Much truth was uttered and widely disseminated, but more falsehood and detraction. Popular meetings in numbers, character, and enthusiasm, never before assembled on the American soil for this or any other purpose, were held towards the conclusion of the political contest in every state and in almost every county. The most distinguished men in the nation addressed thousands and tens of thousands by night and by day. Said an eminent statesman on one occasion, "If, on the occurrence of our presidential elections in future, our contest must be so severe, so early begun, and so long continued, human nature will fail. The energies of man are not equal to the conflict." The question, which had been actually determined before, was officially decided on the 10th of February, 1841, when the ceremony of counting and announcing the votes of the electoral colleges for president and vice president took place. The result was as follows. State, Maine, number of electors, 10. Votes for President, 10, W.H. Harrison of Ohio. Votes for Vice President, 10, John Tyler of Virginia. State, New Hampshire, number of electors, 7. Votes for President, 7, Martin Van Buren of New York. Votes for Vice President, 7, R.M. Johnson of Kentucky. State, Massachusetts, number of electors, 14. Votes for President, 14, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 14, John Tyler. State, Rhode Island, number of electors, 4. Votes for President, 4, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 4, John Tyler. State, Connecticut, number of electors, 8. Votes for President, 8, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 8, John Tyler. State, Vermont, number of electors, 7. Votes for President, 7, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 7, John Tyler. State, New York, number of electors, 42. Votes for President, 42, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 42, John Tyler. State, New Jersey. Number of electors, 8. Votes for President, 8, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 8, John Tyler. State, Pennsylvania. Number of electors, 30. Votes for President, 30, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 30, John Tyler. State, Delaware. Number of electors, 3. Votes for President, 3, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 3, John Tyler. State, Maryland. Number of electors, 10. Votes for President, 10, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 10, John Tyler. State, Virginia. Number of electors, 23. Votes for President, 23, Martin Van Buren. Votes for Vice President, 22, R.M. Johnson. 1, James K. Polk of Tennessee. State, North Carolina. Number of electors, 15. Votes for President, 15, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 15, John Tyler. State, South Carolina. Number of electors, 11. Votes for President, 11, Martin Van Buren. Votes for Vice President, L.W. Tazewell of Virginia. State, Georgia. Number of electors, 11. Votes for President, 11, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 11, John Tyler. State, Kentucky. Number of electors, 15. Votes for President, 15, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 15, John Tyler. State, Tennessee. Number of electors, 15. Votes for President, 15, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 15, John Tyler. State, Ohio. Number of electors, 21. Votes for President, 21, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 21, John Tyler. State, Louisiana. Number of electors, 5. Votes for President, 5, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 5, John Tyler. State, Mississippi. Number of electors, 4. Votes for President, 4, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 4, John Tyler. State, Indiana. Number of electors, 9. Votes for President, 9, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 9, John Tyler. State, Illinois. Number of electors, 5. Vote for President, 5, Martin Van Buren. Votes for Vice President, 5, R.M. Johnson. State, Alabama. Number of electors, 7. Votes for President, 7, Martin Van Buren. Votes for Vice President, 7, R.M. Johnson. State, Missouri. Number of electors, 4. Votes for President, 4, Martin Van Buren. Votes for Vice President, 4, R.M. Johnson. States, Arkansas. Number of electors, 3. Votes for President, 3, Martin Van Buren. Votes for Vice President, 3, R.M. Johnson. State, Michigan. Number of electors, 3. Votes for President, 3, W.H. Harrison. Votes for Vice President, 3, John Tyler. Total number of electors from each state, 294. Whole number of electors, majority, 148. Total votes for presidential candidates. W.H. Harrison, 234. Martin Van Buren, 60. Total vote Vice President candidate. John Tyler, 234. R.M. Johnson, 48. L.W. Tazewell, 11. James K. Polk, 1. End of section 55. Section 56 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, William Henry Harrison, President. Inaugurated at Washington, March 4, 1841. John Tyler, Vice President. Heads of the Departments. Daniel Webster, Massachusetts, March 5, 1841, Secretary of State. Thomas Ewing, Ohio, March 5, 1841, Secretary of Treasury. John Bell, Tennessee, March 5, 1841, Secretary of War. George E. Badger, North Carolina, March 5, 1841, Secretary of the Navy. Francis Granger, New York, March 6, 1841, Postmaster General. J.J. Crittenden, Kentucky, March 5, 1841, Attorney General. Speakers of the House of Representatives: John White, Kentucky, 28th Congress, 1841. John W. Jones, Virginia, 29th Congress, 1843. The unwonted efforts put forth on the presidential canvass had prepared a majority of the people for an unusual exultation of feeling on the accession of General Harrison, but in the providence of God that exultation was destined to be transitory. Just 1 month from the day of his inauguration, after a brief sickness, he died. The nation, it may well be believed, was surprised by this most unexpected calamity. It was difficult to conceive that the recent august spectacle of his introduction into the highest office in the gift of his countrymen should be so nearly associated with his funeral honors. The loss seemed severe in proportion to the expectations that had been indulged. A suitable commemoration of the distressing event was observed throughout the United States by public bodies, and especially by Christian worshipping assemblies. Political opponents in many instances were not slow to render homage to the memory of the deceased president. There had been time for no particular development of principles or course of policy on the part of the administration. The cabinet had been formed and things were proceeding prosperously, and the future was full of promises when this bereavement came to quench the hopes of millions. This brief notice of a brief administration may be closed by an extract from the circular issued by the members of the cabinet immediately after the president's decease, and which alludes to his dying as well as his living example. The people of the United States, overwhelmed like ourselves by an event so unexpected and so melancholy, will derive consolation from knowing that his death was calm and resigned, as his life had been patriotic, useful, and distinguished, and that the last utterance of his lips expressed a firm desire for the perpetuity of the Constitution and the preservation of its true principles. In death, as in life, the happiness of his country was uppermost in his thoughts. Upon the demise of General Harrison, Mr. Tyler, the Vice President, in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution as they were construed by himself and were acquiesced in by the nation, became President of the United States. End of section 56. Section 57 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, John Tyler, President. Assumed the government April 4, 1841. The cabinet of General Harrison continued in office under Mr. Tyler till September, when they all resigned, excepting Mr. Webster, who remained till the 8th of May, 1843, when the Department of State was temporarily filled by the Attorney General, Hugh S. Legare. Heads of the Departments: Abel P. Upshur, Virginia, January 2, 1844. John C. Calhoun, South Carolina, March 6, 1844. Secretaries of State: Walter Forward, Pennsylvania, September 13, 1841. John C. Spencer, New York, March 3, 1843. George M. Bibb, Kentucky, June 15, 1844. Secretaries of Treasury: John C. Spencer, New York, December 20, 1841. James M. Porter, Pennsylvania, March 8, 1843. William Wilkins, Pennsylvania, February 15, 1844. Secretaries of War: Abel P. Upshur, Virginia, September 13, 1841. David Henshaw, Massachusetts, July 24, 1843. Thomas W. Gilmer, Virginia, February 15, 1844. John Y. Mason, Virginia, March 14, 1844. Secretaries of the Navy: Charles A. Wickliffe, Kentucky, September 13, 1841. Postmaster General. Hugh S. Legare, South Carolina, September 13, 1841. John Nelson, Maryland, January 2, 1844. John Y. Mason, Virginia, March 5, 1845. Attorneys General. The bereavement which the nation had experienced seemed to demand from it a solemn recognition of the divine providence in the sad event. Accordingly, Mr. Tyler very properly appointed a day of public humiliation, fasting, and prayer to be observed throughout the land in token of its sense of the divine judgment, and as a means of securing the continuance of the divine favor. This was well received, and the day was religiously observed throughout our widely extended country. In the room of an inaugural address, President Tyler made an official declaration in a published document of the principles and general course of policy which he intended should mark his administration. These, as summarily expressed, were generally satisfactory to his political friends. The principal measures and events of President Tyler's administration will be noticed in the following order: extra session of Congress, relations with Great Britain, settlement of the northeast boundary, difficulties in Rhode Island, modification of the tariff, treaties, annexation of Texas, character of Mr. Tyler's administration, celebration of Bunker's Hill Monument, presidential canvass. Extra session of Congress. A few days before his death, General Harrison had issued his proclamation for an extra session of Congress to be held on the 31st of May, 1841, principally on account of the condition of the revenue and finances of the country. These were suffering in consequence of the character of the events that had taken place. The revenue was insufficient to support the government, and the currency of the country was greatly disordered. Congress assembled in conformity to the proclamation and engaged in the grave and urgent business to which their attention had been called. Several important acts were passed at this session, among which were the establishment of a uniform system of bankruptcy, a measure which seemed imperiously required for the relief of more than 500,000 of debtors, who otherwise had no prospect of paying their debts, a bill providing for the distribution of the net proceeds of the public lands among the states according to their respective population on the federal representative scale, also the repeal of the sub-treasury law which had been adopted towards the close of Mr. Van Buren's administration, and an act imposing duties of 20% on the value of all articles of import not expressly accepted therein. Congress at this time passed a bill having in view the establishment of a national bank, which, however, Mr. Tyler saw fit to veto, notwithstanding, in his first message, he had recommended a bank of some kind. The bill, which the President set aside chiefly, as he alleged, from his doubts as to its accordance with the Constitution, contained in the view of its framers a compromise sufficient to overcome his constitutional objections to a bank. But having in his veto message shadowed forth a fiscal agent, such as was believed he might approve, a bill in agreement therewith was framed and adopted, yet this also he vetoed, and there not being a constitutional majority in its favor, it was lost. This was a result in both cases sufficiently mortifying to the political party which had raised him to power. To the friends of a national bank the disappointment was extreme. Great excitement prevailed, and all of Mr. Tyler's cabinet, except Mr. Webster, resigned. Relations with Great Britain. A communication was made to the American government on the part of that of Great Britain, as announced by the President in his message of the 6th of December, 1841, respecting the destruction of the steamboat Caroline. That affair, it was alleged, was undertaken by orders from the authorities of the British government. Under this sanction, the release of Alexander McLeod, a British subject who had been indicted for the murder of an American citizen on that occasion, was demanded by the English authorities. It happened, however, favorably for the peace of the two countries that McLeod had previously been tried in the state of New York and acquitted. The excitement and anxiety among all parties had been intense during the trial, and the result was awaited with no little foreboding on the part of the peaceably disposed. It was now only left that the affair of the Caroline should in some way be adjusted by negotiation. Settlement of the northeastern boundary. The important event of defining and agreeing upon the northeastern boundary of the United States took place in 1842. The treaty made with England on this subject was ratified by the Senate on the 20th of August of that year. The proper boundary between the United States and the British possessions in that quarter had long been a matter of serious controversy and difficulty. The claims of either country conflicted with those of the other. Bitter feelings were engendered among the inhabitants dwelling on the borders, and disturbances not unfrequently took place between them, so that the peaceful relations of the two powers were, to some extent, constantly endangered. It was fortunate for the country that Mr. Webster was still a member of the cabinet, and brought the weight of his character and official station to bear upon this question. It was also fortunate for England that she sent so conciliating and able a negotiator as Lord Ashburton to treat on the subject. In the spirit of kindness and compromise, the matter was discussed and at length settled between them, the President at the same time cooperating in endeavors to the same effect. that the states of Maine and Massachusetts, who were interested in the division to be made between the countries, might be satisfied, their respective legislatures appointed several gentlemen as commissioners on the occasion. The treaty was duly ratified on the part of both powers in the latter part of 1842, with a public proclamation of the same by the President, and thus ended a harassing controversy of 50 years' standing. Difficulties in Rhode Island. From a state of things which existed in Rhode Island at this time, 1842, the most serious consequences were feared in respect to that Commonwealth, if not to the Union at large. In attempts to set aside the ancient charter of the state, the mode of adopting a new constitution became a matter of controversy among the people. A portion of them proceeded, in a matter unauthorized by the laws of the state, in erecting the fabric of the government. This portion of the citizens, called the suffrage party, actually formed and adopted a constitution of their own, made choice of Thomas W. Dorr as governor, and elected a legislature. This was aside from the government which was already existing in the state, that being administered regularly at the same time, and another portion of the citizens called the Law and Order party upholding it. A conflict as to authority necessarily ensued between the two parties. The Law and Order party had chosen their governor Samuel W. King at the appointed period, and both parties met to transact the business usually attended to at the meeting of legislative bodies. The legally organized party then took active measures to put down what was denominated the rebellion. Great commotion ensued and several arrests were made. Dorr left the state, but soon returning, his followers assembled under arms, and a bloody struggle appeared inevitable. The insurgents, however, dispersed on the appearance of the government forces, and Dorr, to avoid arrest, fled from the state. In June, however, the insurgents again made their appearance under arms and were joined by Dorr. The whole state was now placed under martial law, and a large body of armed men was sent against the insurgents, who dispersed without any effectual resistance. Dorr again fled, but returning after a few months, was arrested, tried for treason, convicted, and sentenced to be imprisoned during life. In the meantime, a constitution for the state had been adopted, according to the prescribed forms of law. In June 1845, Dorr was released, although he had refused to accept a pardon on condition of taking the oath of allegiance to the state government. Modification of the tariff. A well-regulated tariff was believed by many to be the only measure by which the financial disorders and stagnation in business, so characteristic of the times, could be remedied. Accordingly, before the adjournment of the second session of the 27th Congress, August 31, 1842, a bill modifying in some important particulars the existing tariff passed both houses of Congress and received the signature of the President. The first bill introduced and passed was vetoed by Mr. Tyler, and for a time the friends of the measure indulged in painful apprehensions as to the final issue. An unwonted hostility had been manifested on the part of a powerful party to any modification of the law on this subject, and every step of its progress had been most earnestly and bitterly contested. But the imperious necessity of the measure, the wants of the national treasury, and the suffering condition of the various branches of industry induced Congress to yield to the prejudices of the executive. Accordingly, such alterations were made in the bill vetoed as comported with the President's views, and it was returned with his signature. Celebration of the Bunkers Hill Monument. In June 1843 was celebrated with great pomp and appropriate ceremonies the completion of the Bunkers Hill Monument. This great public work had met with numerous delays, but having at length received its topmost stone, the 17th of June, the anniversary of the battle, was assigned to celebrate the event. The President and several members of his cabinet honored the celebration. A multitude of all classes and from various parts of the country were present. An oration was pronounced by Mr. Webster on the occasion. The pageant was grand and imposing and calculated to exalt in the hearts of assembled thousands the virtues and patriotism of the men who had, in bygone years, moistened the soil on which the monument stands with their richest blood. A sad event, however, followed fast upon the festivities of the day. This was the sudden decease of Mr. Legare, the recently appointed Secretary of State. He had followed the President to witness the celebration, but sudden sickness fell upon him, and he died at his lodgings in Boston on the morning after the celebration. Treaties. The treaty with Great Britain fixing a boundary line between the United States and Canada has already been elsewhere mentioned. But in addition to that subject, the treaty at that time formed also stipulated that each nation should maintain on the coast of Africa a naval force of vessels sufficient to carry, in all, not less than 80 guns, to be independent of each other, but to act in concert for the suppression of the slave trade. By another article of the treaty, it was stipulated that fugitives from justice found in either country should be delivered up by the two governments, respectively, upon complaint and upon what should be deemed sufficient evidence to sustain the charge. A treaty between the United States and the Chinese Empire was ratified by a unanimous vote of the Senate during the second session of the 28th Congress. The treaty was concluded by Caleb Cushing and Taizing on the 3rd of July, 1844. It placed our relations with China on a new footing and under auspices highly favorable to the commerce and other interests of this country. Some months previous to this time, a treaty had been negotiated with Texas respecting the annexation of that republic as a territory to the United States. The enunciation of such a treaty was made to Congress in April 1844 by a special message from the President and excited much surprise throughout the country and awakened great anxiety in the minds of those who were opposed to the measure. They viewed it as involving an extension of slavery and a probable war with Mexico, as she still laid claim to Texas as a portion of her rightful domain. The Senate, however, rejected the treaty and thus frustrated Mr. Tyler's designs at that period. Joint resolution for the annexation of Texas. The rejection of the treaty with Texas before mentioned seemed not to discourage the President from attempting the annexation of that country to the United States, in violation, as many believed, of the Constitution. According to his wishes, and it is supposed at his suggestion, a joint resolution for annexation was introduced into Congress and passed the House of Representatives January 23, 1845, by a vote of 118 to 101. In the Senate, the resolution underwent several important amendments, particularly one by Mr. Walker, involving the alternative of negotiation at the option of the President, which, having been concurred in by the House, received the sanction of the executive, and thus the way was prepared for the annexation of the country in question. As these measures in regard to the admission of Texas were adopted at the close of the session of Congress, it was expected that Mr. Tyler would leave it to his successor to consummate the wishes of Congress, and it was also understood that Mr. Polk had determined to negotiate a treaty with Texas under the alternative offered by Mr. Walker's amendment. President Tyler, however, determined to forestall the action of his successor, and hence dispatched an express to communicate to Texas that he had decided to invite Texas into the Union under the provisions of the resolutions as they passed the House of Representatives, without the exercise of farther treaty-making power. Character of Mr. Tyler's administration. Of the character of Mr. Tyler's administration and his personal relations thereto, it is yet too early to speak. His independent course in vetoing the bank bills and other measures greatly exasperated the party who had elevated him to office, and he was denounced as a traitor, while his equally independent course in opposing General Jackson in his measures against the United States' bank, and also his alliance with the Whigs during Mr. Van Buren's administration, denied him the confidence of the Democrats. He himself said, "I appeal from the vituperation of the present day to the pen of impartial history, in the full confidence that neither my motives nor my acts will bear the interpretation which has, for sinister purposes, been placed upon them." As an executive of the people's will, he exhibited all the necessary vigor of a chief magistrate. Nor is it to be denied, says one of his political opponents, that the foreign relations of the United States were ably managed during his presidential term, and that he generally surrounded himself with able counselors in his cabinet. Presidential canvass. Mr. Tyler's presidential term expired on the 4th of March, 1845, and he was not re-elected, nor indeed was he a candidate for re-election, except for a short period. The candidates of the two great political parties were now Henry Clay of Kentucky and James K. Polk of Tennessee. These had been nominated by the respective conventions of the parties, which had assembled in the city of Baltimore, one on the 1st and the other on the 17th of May, 1844. The strife and the efforts of the adherents of the respective candidates were eager and persevering. The issue for some time appeared to be doubtful, but the close of the canvass showed that the Democratic nominee had been elected. The following table exhibits the result of the official count in the presence of both Houses of Congress, February 12th. State: Maine, number of electors 9. Votes for President 9, James K. Polk, Tennessee. Votes for Vice President 9, G.O.M. Dallas of Pennsylvania. State: New Hampshire, number of electors 6. Votes for President 6, James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President 6, G.O.M. Dallas. State: Massachusetts, number of electors 12. Votes for President 12, Henry Clay of Kentucky. Votes for Vice President 12, T. Frelinghuysen of New Jersey. State, Rhode Island. Number of electors, 4. Votes for President, 4. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 4. T. Frelinghuysen. State, Connecticut. Number of electors, 6. Votes for President, 6. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 6. T. Frelinghuysen. State, Vermont. Number of electors from each state, 6. Votes for President, 6. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 6. T. Frelinghuysen. State, New York. Number of electors, 36. Votes for President, 36. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 36. G.O.M. Dallas. State, New Jersey. Number of electors, 7. Votes for President, 7. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 7. T. Frelinghuysen. State, Pennsylvania. Number of electors, 26. Votes for President, 26. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 26. G.O.M. Dallas. State, Delaware. Number of electors, 3. Votes for President, 3. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 3. T. Frelinghuysen. State, Maryland. Number of electors from each state, 8. Votes for President, 8. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 8. T. Frelinghuysen. State, Virginia. Number of electors, 17. Votes for President, 17. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 17. G.O.M. Dallas. State, North Carolina. Number of electors, 11. Votes for President, 11. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 11. T. Frelinghuysen. State, South Carolina. Number of electors, 9. Total votes President, 9. James K. Polk. Total votes Vice President, 9. G.O.M. Dallas. State, Georgia. Number of electors, 10. Votes for President, 10. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 10. G.O.M. Dallas. State, Kentucky. Number of electors, 12. Votes for President, 12. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 12. T. Frelinghuysen. State, Tennessee. Number of electors, 13. Votes for President, 13. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 13. T. Frelinghuysen. State, Ohio. Number of electors, 23. Votes for President, 23. Henry Clay. Votes for Vice President, 23. T. Frelinghuysen. State, Louisiana. Number of electors, 6. Votes for President, 6. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 6. G.O.M. Dallas. State, Mississippi. Number of electors, 6. Votes for President, 6. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 6. G.O.M. Dallas. State, Indiana. Number of electors, 12. Votes for President, 12. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 12. G.O.M. Dallas. State, Illinois. Number of electors, 9. Votes for President, 9. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 9. G.O.M. Dallas. State, Alabama. Number of electors, 9. Votes for President, 9. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 9. G.O.M. Dallas. State, Missouri. Number of electors, 7. Votes for President, 7. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 7. G.O.M. Dallas. State, Arkansas. Number of electors, 3. Votes for President, 3. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 3. G.O.M. Dallas. State, Michigan. Number of electors, 5. Votes for President, 5. James K. Polk. Votes for Vice President, 5. G.O.M. Dallas. Total number of electors from each state, 275. Whole number of electors majority, 138. Total votes by candidate, President James K. Polk, 170. Henry Clay, 105. Total votes Vice President by candidate, 170. G.O.M. Dallas, 105. T. Frelinghuysen. End of section 57. Section 58 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, James K. Polk, President, Part 1. Inaugurated at Washington, March 4, 1845. George M. Dallas, Vice President. Heads of the Departments. James Buchanan, Pennsylvania, March 5, 1845, Secretary of State. Robert J. Walker, Mississippi, March 5, 1845, Secretary of Treasury. William L. Marcy, New York, March 5, 1845, Secretary of War. George Bancroft, Massachusetts, March 10, 1845. John Y. Mason, Virginia, September 9, 1856, Secretaries of the Navy. Cave Johnson, Tennessee, March 5, 1845, Postmaster General. John Y. Mason, Virginia, March 5, 1845. Nathan Clifford, Maine, December 23, 1846. Isaac Touchet, Connecticut, June 21, 1848, Attorneys General. Speakers of the House of Representatives. John W. Davis, Indiana, 29th Congress, 1845. Robert C. Winthrop, Massachusetts, 30th Congress, 1847. The election of Mr. Polk to the presidency was not very strongly anticipated by the Democratic Party, for besides the great popularity of his rival, Mr. Clay, he had received the nomination of the Baltimore Convention, held in May of the previous year, not as the first choice of that body, but because of its inability to harmonize on another candidate. Before the meeting of the convention, Mr. Van Buren was expected to be the prominent candidate, but his avowed opposition to the annexation of Texas, added to other sources of dissatisfaction, induced the convention to abandon him and to select a candidate in the person of James K. Polk, whose political views were supposed to be more in accordance with those of the Democratic Party, especially at the South. During the first 7 ballotings of the convention, Mr. Polk did not receive a single vote. On the 8th balloting, but 44, while on the 9th he received every vote of the convention, amounting to 266 in number. On the occurrence of the election, despite the efforts which were made in favor of the Whig candidate, he was elected by a strong majority. On the occasion of his induction into office, Mr. Polk, following usage, delivered an address explanatory of the principles which would guide him in the administration of the government. These were so nearly identical with those expressed by his predecessors that we deem it unnecessary to detail them. It may be stated, however, that he expressed himself opposed to a national bank, to a tariff for protection only, but was strongly in favor of the annexation of Texas and was satisfied of our clear and unquestionable title to Oregon. In official action, he pledged himself to administer the government for the whole people, irrespective of the party by which he was elected. The events and measures which signalized the administration of Mr. Polk were: decease of General Jackson, admission of Texas, division of Oregon, Mexican War, siege of Fort Brown, battle of Palo Alto, Battle of Resaca de la Palma, Fall of Monterey, Battle of Buena Vista, Capture of Veracruz, Cerro Gordo, Progress of the Army, Occupation of Mexico, Treaty, California and its Gold, Election of General Taylor. Decease of General Jackson. A short time previous to the termination of his presidential career, General Jackson was attacked with a severe hemorrhage of the lungs. He recovered, however, sufficiently to be present at the inauguration of his successor. On his arrival at the Hermitage, he was weak and infirm, but relaxation from arduous duties, added to the attention of friends, at length restored him to comparative health. His lungs, however, were from this time feeble, if not positively diseased. But for several months prior to his decease, his health became visibly worse. He was constantly cheered, however, by the visits of his old and attached personal friends, and the consolations of religion were a never-failing solace to his heart. General Jackson continued to grow more feeble until the 8th day of June, 1845. Early in the morning of that day he swooned, and for some time was supposed to be dead. On reviving from the swoon, he became conscious that the spark of life was nearly extinguished, and expecting to die before another sun would set, he sent for his family and connections to come and receive his dying benediction. His remarks, it is said, were full of affection and Christian resignation. His mind retained its vigor to the last, and his dying moments, even more than his earlier years, exhibited its highest intellectual light. His death took place on the evening of the 8th of June in the 79th year of his age. By his request, Dr. Edgar of the Presbyterian Church preached his funeral sermon. General Jackson was doubtless no ordinary man. For many years he occupied a prominent place in the affairs of his country. Whatever may have been thought of the wisdom or constitutionality of some of his measures, all united in awarding to him the merit of honesty and a true desire to promote the welfare of the nation. That he was ardent, sometimes rash, and withal precipitate in his measures, and then determined, may be admitted without any meditated wrong to his reputation. But when death laid him in the grave, political differences were forgotten, and political opponents united in paying a high and well-merited tribute to his memory. Admission of Texas. We have already had occasion to refer to the joint resolution of Congress, page 721, of the 23rd of January, 1845, for the annexation of Texas to the United States. The conditions prescribed by that resolution were subsequently accepted by Texas, and, in his first annual message to Congress, Mr. Polk informed that body that nothing remained to consummate that annexation but the passage of an act by Congress, admitting her into the Union upon an equal footing with the original states. To such a strange and summary process of admitting states, there were loud and strong remonstrances. The unconstitutionality of the measure was urged, but more the probable increased disturbance of our relations with Mexico, which still claimed the jurisdiction, whether justly or not, over a considerable part of the territory. Besides, it was contended that the direct effect would be to extend the oppressions and curses of slavery. Neither argument nor remonstrance, however, served to induce the President or his supporters to pause. They pretended to foresee great and signal blessings as the necessary result of thus extending the free institutions of the United States. And, accordingly, it was, upon the recommendation of the President, resolved by Congress to admit Texas upon equal footing with the original states, and the grant was made to her, which had not before been made since the adoption of the federal Constitution, to allow her 2 representatives, while her population was insufficient to entitle her to 1. Except under the specific provision of the Constitution that each state shall have at least 1 representative. In consequence of these measures in relation to Texas by the American government, and at an early stage of them, the Mexican minister demanded his passports, and at a subsequent date the American minister, Mr. Slidell, was refused a reception and recognition as such by the Mexican government. Thus, as had been predicted by the opposers of annexation, a serious misunderstanding which already existed between the United States and Mexico in relation to the conduct of the latter, touching other matters, was rendered still more serious and was rapidly tending, it was plainly perceptible, to open hostilities between the 2 powers. While such was the position of our relations with Mexico, the horizon becoming daily more obscure, and clouds portentous of evil were rising higher and higher. A single act of the President precipitated the war which many had predicted, but which all saw reason to deplore. This was an order issued to General Taylor to break up his encampment at Corpus Christi, and passing the Nueces to concentrate his forces on the left bank of the Rio del Norte. Division of Oregon. Prior to the introduction of Mr. Polk into office, several attempts had been made by the governments of the United States and Great Britain to settle, by negotiations, questions in dispute between them as to the proprietorship and occupation of Oregon, all of which had failed. These negotiations were conducted at London in the years 1818, 1824, and 1826. The first 2 under the administration of Mr. Monroe, the last under that of Mr. Adams. The negotiations of 1818 having failed to accomplish its object, it was agreed, October 20th of that year, that to the citizens of each nation the harbors, bays, etc., should be open for 10 years. The negotiations of 1824 left this agreement untouched, as did those of 1826. But August 6, 1827, it was further agreed that it should be competent for either party, after October 20th, 1828, to annul this convention by giving to the other 12 months' notice. Subsequently, negotiations were resumed. In 1844, the British plenipotentiaries offered to divide the Oregon Territory by the 49th parallel of latitude, leaving the navigation of Columbia River free to both nations. This proposition was immediately rejected by the American minister, whereupon he was invited by the British minister to make a proposition in return. At this stage of the negotiation, Mr. Polk took the presidential chair, and anxious to settle the question, he made the same offer which had been made by the British minister, accepting the free navigation of the Columbia River. This proposition being unacceptable, further negotiations terminated. On the meeting of Congress in December 1845, the President recommended that the notice required by the Convention of August 1827 should be given to Great Britain, which, at the expiration of a year, would bring the question to an issue. The subject, thus brought to the notice of Congress, excited the highest possible interest. The friends of the executive and perhaps others were strongly in favor of giving the required notice, while serious apprehensions were entertained by many that the practical effect of such a measure would be a war between the two nations. At length, the question was settled by the adoption of a resolution in accordance with the executive recommendation. In the House, the vote on the resolution was 142 to 46. In the Senate, 42 to 10. The official notice thus directed was given by the President to Her Majesty Queen Victoria on the 28th of April, 1846. Before the delivery of this notice, however, the British minister at Washington had received instructions to submit to the American government a new and further proposition for a partition of the territory in dispute. In a special and confidential communication to the Senate on the 10th of June, the President informed Congress that such a proposition had been made and requested their advice. At the same time, he reiterated the views expressed in his annual message that no compromise which the United States ought to accept could be effected, that our title to the whole of Oregon was maintained by irrefragable arguments, and that the claim could not be abandoned without a sacrifice of both national honor and interest. Such was the tenor of the President's communication, but he solicited advice. In a resolution adopted 38 to 12, the Senate advised the President to accept the proposal of the British government, which he accordingly did. And on the 16th of June, a convention or treaty settling boundaries, etc., in relation to Oregon was communicated by the President to the Senate, by the latter of which it was ratified, 41 to 14. The amicable settlement of such a question, which had long subsisted between the two governments, which had employed time after time, and for a series of years, some of the most distinguished statesmen on both sides the water, which had given birth to warm and excited feelings, and to warm and contentious words, which had become more embarrassing the longer negotiations were continued, and which it was agreed on both sides was fast ripening into open rupture and collision. The amicable settlement of such a question was a subject worthy of congratulation in both hemispheres. If the terms of the treaty were not so favorable to the American nation as might have been obtained, they were such as the friends of peace and good understanding were willing to accept, and as it was admitted that the treaty was consummated through the wisdom and firmness of the Senate, that body received, as it was entitled to receive, the thanks of the nation. Mexican War. In compliance with the order of the President already noticed, page 729, General Taylor arrived with the Army of Occupation on the 28th of March before Matamoros. On the same day, the Mexican General Ampudia warned General Taylor to withdraw his forces beyond the Nueces, which notification was repeated by General Arista on the 24th of April, who at that date superseded Ampudia. On the same day, a rumor prevailed that the enemy were crossing the river above and below the American camp. To ascertain the truth of this rumor, Captain Kerr, with a squadron of dragoons, was directed to reconnoiter between the camp and the mouth of the river, while another squadron, consisting of 63 dragoons under Captain Thornton, was sent above for the same object. The former returned without having seen or heard of a hostile corps, but the party under Captain Thornton was suddenly surrounded by a large body of Mexican infantry and cavalry, made prisoners and taken to Matamoros. Captain Thornton himself effected an escape by an extraordinary leap of his horse, which, however, subsequently fell with and injured him. In endeavoring to return to the camp, he was taken a few miles from it and joined his men as a prisoner at Matamoros. This was the first actual fight of the war, and was the occasion of great exultation on the part of the Mexicans. Siege of Fort Brown. While these events were transpiring, intelligence was received by General Taylor that Point Isabel, the harbor on the Texas coast nearest the mouth of the Rio Grande, and where all his military stores were deposited, was about being assailed, and that all communication with that important post might soon be interrupted. This intelligence decided General Taylor at once to take up his line of march for the point, and to open a communication between that and Fort Brown. Arrangements were accordingly made. Fort Brown was so nearly completed that under a competent garrison it might prudently be left. Major Jacob Brown, after whom the fort was named, was put in command of it, and the 7th Regiment of Infantry and 2 companies of artillery were assigned as the garrison. These arrangements having been completed, General Taylor, with the main body of the army, commenced his march towards Point Isabel. It was a hazardous but necessary movement. Of the number, position, and plans of the enemy he was profoundly ignorant. The Mexican General Arista mistook this movement of General Taylor towards Point Isabel for a precipitate retreat, and immediately dispatched a courier extraordinary to Mexico, announcing the fact. In the opinion of some, he was better informed, but wished for ulterior purposes to create such an impression among the Mexican soldiers and the Mexican government. But whatever might have been his ignorance, he soon had an opportunity to inform himself of the real object of the movement, and therefore set about endeavoring to destroy Fort Brown. For 2 days following the departure of the army, Fort Brown remained unmolested, but on the third morning the Mexicans opened upon it with a battery of 7 guns, killing Sergeant Weigard, but otherwise effecting no material injury. On leaving the fort, General Taylor had instructed Major Brown, in case the Mexicans surrounded it, to give him information by firing the 18-pounders at stated intervals. The contingency having occurred, the critical condition of the fort was thus communicated to General Taylor, who made instant preparations to return to its relief. Meanwhile, the bombardment was renewed, during which Major Brown was mortally wounded and was succeeded in command by Captain Hawkins. On the 7th and 8th, the bombardment was continued, but about 2 o'clock it ceased, when was heard in the direction of Point Isabel a heavy cannonading. It was the presage of relief, as Captain Hawkins inferred from it that, in whatever contest General Taylor was engaged, he was urging his return, and so it proved. Towards the close of the day, intelligence was received that the Americans had met the enemy and had driven them back towards Matamoros. Battle of Palo Alto. General Taylor had heard the signal guns at Fort Brown, and on the evening of the 7th left Point Isabel with a force of about 2,100 men, with a large train of provisions and military stores. At the distance of 7 miles he encamped, resuming his march early on the morning of the 8th. In their progress they at length reached a broad prairie, bounded by Palo Alto, a thick grove of dwarfish trees. On either side of the American army were ponds of water, and beyond them chaparral. Upon this prairie a large body of Mexicans were drawn up in battle array. No time was lost in the requisite preparations on the part of the Americans, and soon a cannonading was commenced on either side, which for 2 hours rent the air with its thunders. In the firing of the Mexicans there was little precision, their missiles almost invariably passing over the American lines, while the discharges from the American guns marked their courses with carnage and death. At the expiration of 2 hours, the Mexican batteries began to slacken and at length ceased altogether. They were unable longer to withstand the terrible and destructive fire of Ringgold's, Churchill's, Duncan's, and Ridgely's guns, and began to fall back for the purpose of forming a new line of battle under cover of the smoke. The Americans also formed a new line. At the expiration of an hour, the action was renewed by our artillery, which was even more destructive than before. As night was now drawing on, the Mexicans, bent on one last and most vigorous effort, poured in upon Ringgold's battery a literal tempest of balls. Captain Page fell mortally wounded, a cannonball having carried away the whole of his lower jaw, and the brave Ringgold nearly at the same time had both legs shot away by a cannonball which passed through his horse. On the 11th he died at Point Isabel. With great spirit and determination did Arista and his army maintain the contest, but it was in vain. They were at length driven from the field in hopeless disorder. Night put an end to the contest, and the wearied and exhausted victors sank upon the field, where they chanced to be, glad to find the opportunity to rest from toils so severe. The force of General Taylor did not exceed 2,300. That of Arista consisted of 6,000 infantry with 7 pieces of artillery and 800 cavalry. The loss of the Americans was but 4 men killed, 3 officers, and 37 wounded. 200 Mexicans were killed, 400 wounded. Some estimate their loss in killed, wounded, and missing little short of 1,000. Resaca de la Palma. At 2 o'clock on the following day the American army moved from the field of victory at Palo Alto towards Fort Brown. Towards evening, what was their surprise when, on approaching a ravine called Resaca de la Palma, or the dry river of Palma, they discovered the Mexican army occupying this exceedingly well-selected spot and drawn up in battle array. A vigorous action immediately ensued. The Mexican artillery became engaged with Ridgely's battery, as the latter moved up the ravine. Generals La Vega and Requena superintended the former, and the effect of the firing soon began to be severely felt along the American lines. To dislodge them became indispensable to the safety of the Americans. The execution of this duty was assigned to Captain May, whose celebrated charge now took place. "I will do it," said May, and turning to his troops, he rose in his stirrups, pointed to the guns before them, now pouring forth their terrific explosions, and exclaimed, "Remember your regiment! Men, follow!" He struck his charger and bounded on before them, while a deafening cheer answered his call, and immediately the whole were dashing towards the cannons' mouths. May outstripped them, fortunately. Wonderfully did he escape, and wonderful was it that so many of his squadron escaped, exposed as they were to a fire which swept fearfully along the very line they were pursuing. Some, indeed, there met an untimely fate. 7 men, among whom were the brave and noble-hearted Injee and Sackett. Terrific as was the scene, May and his followers pressed on. As they approached the battery at a single bound, May's horse cleared it. The horses of a few others were equal to the leap, and their impetus carried them beyond the guns. Wheeling again, they drove the gunners off, and Captain Graham and Lieutenants Pleasanton and Winship, with others, coming up, were masters of the battery. General La Vega was made prisoner. The American infantry now charged the Mexican line. For a time the latter fought desperately and sustained themselves with stubborn bravery. But at length, yielding to necessity, they precipitately fled from the field. In this battle, only the outlines of which we give, the Americans captured 8 pieces of artillery, several standards, large military stores, and several hundred prisoners. The loss of the Americans in both these actions was 3 officers and 40 men killed. Besides the officers already named was Lieutenant Cochrane. 13 officers and 100 men were wounded. The Mexican loss was 154 officers and men killed, 205 wounded, missing 156. General Taylor, following the battle, continued his march to Fort Brown, and on the 18th took possession of Matamoros, the Mexican settlement opposite. Fall of Monterey. Following the occupation of Matamoros, preparations were made by order of the government for an advance into the interior of Mexico. During these preparations, which occupied the space of 3 months, several Mexican villages, Reynosa, Rivilla, and Camargo, were taken possession of. This last place, situated about 180 miles above the mouth of the Rio Grande, was selected as a depot of supplies. And to this point, the several divisions of General Taylor's army were at length concentrated. The first of these divisions, 2,080, was commanded by General Twiggs, the second, 1,780, by General Worth, the third, 2,810, by General Butler. On the 19th of September, these several divisions reached a place called Walnut Springs, distant from Monterey 3 miles. The capture of this city was now the immediate object in view. It was a strongly fortified place, with a competent garrison under command of General Ampuida. On the evening of the 19th, a reconnaissance of the fortifications was made, and on the following day the attack was commenced by the division of General Worth. On the 21st, the attack was renewed, and 2 fortified heights were taken, the guns of one of which was turned upon the bishop's palace, which had been rendered exceedingly strong. On the 22nd, other heights above the bishop's palace were carried, and, soon after, the palace itself. As these fortifications in a measure commanded the city, the enemy on the night of the 22nd evacuated all his defenses in the lower part. On the morning of the 23rd, the streets of the upper part of the city became the scene of action. Here the battle raged. All that day the firing was kept up. The American troops proceeded from house to house, from square to square, the Mexicans resisting them at every step. The carnage was frightful. Early on the 24th, Ampuida prepared to evacuate the town. A suspension of hostilities was, therefore, arranged till 12 o'clock, during which, at the request of Ampuida, General Taylor had an interview with him, which resulted in a capitulation, placing the town and materials of war, with certain exceptions, in the possession of the American general. The city was found to be of great strength. There were mounted 42 pieces of cannon. The Mexican force consisted of 7,000 troops of the line and 2,000 or 3,000 irregulars. The American force was 425 officers and 6,220 men. The artillery was 1 10-inch mortar, 2 24-pound howitzers, and 4 light field batteries of 4 guns each. The American loss was 12 officers and 108 men killed, 31 officers and 337 men wounded. The loss of the Mexicans was still more considerable. An armistice was allowed by General Taylor of 8 weeks, subject to be revoked by either government. On receiving intelligence of the armistice and its conditions, the American government, it is said, directed its termination. The Mexican army was permitted to retire and marched out with the honors of war. End of section 58. Section 59 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, James K. Polk, President, Part 2. Victory at Buena Vista. For some months following the occupation of Monterey, General Taylor was variously employed, during which time, with what he had already achieved, the conquest of the provinces of New Mexico, New Leon, Coahuila, and Tamaulipas in the Mexican Republic had been effected. As an advance still farther into the interior of Mexico was ordered by the government, General Worth, with his division, had some time previously been sent forward to take the pass at Saltillo, 50 miles west of Monterey. To this point, leaving a force of 1,500 men to garrison Monterey, General Taylor directed his course on the 31st of January, and on the 2nd of February reached Saltillo. His effective force at this time was about 5,000. On the 4th of February he advanced upon Agua Nueva, a strong position on the road leading from Saltillo to San Luis, at which place intelligence was received on the 21st that Santa Anna, the Mexican general-in-chief, with an army exceeding 20,000 men, was on the advance. Finding his present position at Agua Nueva less favorable for a conflict with a force so overwhelming, he fell back upon Buena Vista, a strong mountain pass 11 miles nearer Saltillo. Of the 5,000 troops of which his army was composed, less than 500 were regulars, while, on the other hand, the army of Santa Anna consisted of the flower of the Mexican nation. The odds were fearful, being more than 4 to 1. At length, on the 22nd of February, the Mexican army bore down upon General Taylor, whose troops, now formed in order of battle, calmly awaited the approach of the Mexican host. Halting his army at some little distance, Santa Anna sent a summons to General Taylor to surrender, to which the hero of Palo Alto very politely but laconically replied, "I beg leave to say that I decline acceding to your request." Still, the enemy forbore for a time an attack, evidently waiting the arrival of his rear columns. But on the morning of the 23rd, the conflict between the armies began. A full description of the battle would occupy pages. Few engagements were ever entered upon when the forces were so unequal in numbers. That victory should declare for Taylor and his 5,000 troops is the wonder and admiration of all military men. But while all due praise is accorded to the infantry and the few cavalry engaged, the most effectual work was accomplished by the artillery. The American artillery cannot probably be excelled. At one moment, a most critical and anxious moment it was, when it seemed nearly impossible but that the Mexican army should overpower, if by no other means by the force of numbers, Captain Bragg was ordered to take a particular position with his battery, the Mexican line being but a few yards from the muzzle of his pieces. The first discharge of the canister caused the enemy, probably advancing as they were, to pause and hesitate, while the second and third discharge drove them back in disorder and, in the words of General Taylor, saved the day. That night, it was a night intensely cold. The American soldiers were compelled to bivouac without fires, expecting that the morning would renew the conflict. During the night, the wounded were removed to Saltillo. The following day, prisoners were exchanged, the dead were collected and buried, and it may be added that the Mexican wounded, left upon the field by Santa Anna, were sent to Saltillo and comfortably provided for. The loss of the Americans during the action was killed 267, wounded 456, missing 23. The Mexican loss in killed and wounded was supposed to amount to 2,000, 500 of whom were left upon the field of battle. Our loss, says General Taylor in his official dispatch, had been especially severe in officers, 28 having been killed upon the field. We have to lament the death of Captain George Lincoln, Assistant Adjutant General, serving in the staff of General Wool, a young officer of high bearing and approved gallantry, who fell early in action. No loss falls more heavily upon the army in the field than that of Colonels Hardin and McKee and Lieutenant Colonel Clay. Possessing in a remarkable degree the confidence of their commands, and the last two having enjoyed the advantage of a military education, I had looked particularly to them for support in case we met the enemy. I need not say that their zeal in engaging the enemy and the cool and steadfast courage with which they maintained their positions during the day fully realized my hopes, and caused me to feel yet more sensibly their untimely loss. The annals of American warfare probably do not furnish a more remarkable victory than this of Buena Vista, whether we consider the inequality of the forces engaged, the character of the forces, being nearly all volunteers on the American side, and regular troops on the other, or the decisive nature of the victory itself. Most remarkable were the coolness and gallantry displayed. But it must be remembered that the coolness and gallantry were, in no slight degree, the result of those qualities which so eminently distinguished the commanding general himself. Capture of Vera Cruz. Events connected with the prosecution of the war will require us in the next place to speak of transactions in another quarter of that agitated and long distracted country. Some 200 miles southeasterly of the capital on the Gulf of Mexico is situated the city of Vera Cruz, a place of considerable mercantile importance, and nearly opposite to which is a small island on which stands the castle of San Juan de Ulloa, a fortress long celebrated for its impregnable strength. The reduction of this fortress and the capture of this most important maritime town belonging to Mexico had for some time engaged the attention of the American government. For a time, the well-known strength of the fortress and the danger arising from the vomito of garrisoning that and the city, in case of their reduction, strongly operated against the enterprise. But their importance to the final and more speedy termination of the war at length decided the President and his advisers to hazard the expedition. It being impracticable to withdraw General Taylor from the theater of his signal victories, the enterprise was entrusted to the long-tried and accomplished General Scott. In obedience to his orders, General Scott left Washington on the 24th of November on this great and doubtful enterprise. On the 1st of January he reached the Rio Grande. The troops destined for this expedition, among whom was a considerable portion of the army under General Taylor, were directed to rendezvous at Lesbos, an island about 125 miles northwest of Vera Cruz. From this point the army was transported to the west of the island of Sacrificio. The landing of the troops having been effected without direct opposition, although the guns and castles of the city kept up a constant firing with round shot and 13-inch shells, the several divisions of the army took their respective positions for the purpose of investment and siege. Soon after the commencement of the siege, a norther prevailed which rendered it impossible to land heavy ordnance. On the 17th, a pause occurred in the storm, and 10 mortars, 4 24-pound guns, and some howitzers were landed. On the night of the 18th, the trenches were opened, and, engineers with sappers and miners leading the way, the army gradually closed in nearer the city. On the 22nd of March, 7 of the 10-inch mortars being in battery and other works in progress, General Scott summoned the governor of Vera Cruz to surrender the city. This he refused. On the return of the flag, the mortar battery, at a distance of 800 yards from the city, opened its fire and continued to fire during the day and night. On the 24th, the batteries were reinforced with 24-pounders and Poxon guns. On the 25th, all the batteries were in awful activity. Terrible was the scene. The darkness of the night was illuminated with blazing shells circling through the air. The roar of artillery and the heavy fall of descending shot were heard throughout the streets of the besieged city. The roofs of buildings were on fire. The domes of churches reverberated with fearful explosions. The sea was reddened with the broadsides of ships. The castle of San Juan returned from its heavy batteries the fire, the light, the smoke, the noise of battle. Such was a sublime and awfully terrible scene as beheld from the trenches of the army from the 22nd to the 25th of March. Early on the morning of the 26th, General Landers, on whom the command had been devolved by General Morales, made overtures of surrender. Late on the night of the 27th, the articles of capitulation were signed and exchanged. On the 29th, the official dispatch of General Scott announced that the flag of the United States floated over the walls of Vera Cruz and the castle of San Juan de Ulloa. The regular siege of the city had continued from the day of investment, the 12th of March, to the day the articles of capitulation were signed, the 27th, making a period of 15 days in which active, continuous, vigorous operations were carried on. During this time, our army had thrown 3,000 10-inch shells, 200 howitzer shells, 1,000 Poxion shot, and 2,500 round shot, weighing in the whole about 500,000 pounds. Most effective and most terrible was the disaster and destruction they caused within the walls of the city, whose ruins and whose mourning attested both the energy and the sadness of war. The surrender of the city almost necessarily led to the surrender of the castle. By the terms of capitulation, 5,000 prisoners were surrounded on parole and nearly 500 pieces of fine artillery were taken. The number of killed and wounded on the American side was comparatively small. The principal officers killed were Captains Albertus and Vinton. The destruction of life fell heavily upon the Mexicans and especially upon the citizens of Vera Cruz, many of whose females and children found their death from shells falling and bursting in the city. This, however painful it was unavoidable, inasmuch as many, who had ample time to leave the city before the bombardment commenced, failed to take advantage of that opportunity. The fall of Vera Cruz and its neighboring fortress was a result of cool and determined bravery, but more perhaps of scientific skill and wise calculation. The castle had long been considered impregnable, and by many its reduction was deemed little short of presumption. Cerro Gordo. The victories of Palo Alto, Monterey, and Buena Vista under General Taylor followed as they were by the capture of Vera Cruz and the fall of that Mexican Gibraltar, San Juan de Ulloa, although terribly disastrous to the Mexicans, had not served to conquer them. Nothing short of the loss of their capital, it was apparent, could subdue them, and the occupation of that now became the one great and controlling object of the commander-in-chief. Preparations were accordingly made to march upon the city of Mexico by the way of Jalapa, Perote, and Puebla, a distance of about 300 miles. On the 12th of April, the American army had reached the neighborhood of Cerro Gordo, a mountain pass 60 miles from Vera Cruz. Here Santa Anna had collected about 15,000 men and had made every possible preparation to resist the progress of the Americans. He had fortified several eminences, formidable by nature, but now still more formidable by the batteries which he had planted. Perceiving that a front attack of these works would be hazardous in the extreme, General Scott directed a road to be opened around Cerro Gordo, which would enable the army to ascend the mountain and gain the rear of the Mexican works. This was a masterly movement, the work of indescribable toil, but when accomplished it was apparent to the Mexicans that their fate was sealed. The consequence was that one position after another was obliged to yield until at length but one remained, the fortress of Cerro Gordo, the highest and most formidable. The storming of this was entrusted to Colonel Harney, supported from various points by Twiggs, Shields, and Pillow. It was a desperate enterprise, but at length it was accomplished. Sergeant Henry had the honor of hauling down the national standard of Mexico. Of the gallant conduct of Colonel Harney, General Scott was an immediate witness. When all was effected, approaching the colonel, between whom and himself there had been some coolness, he thus addressed him: "Colonel Harney, I cannot adequately express my admiration of your gallant achievement, but as the proper time, I shall take great pleasure in thanking you in proper terms." The result of the victory was 3,000 prisoners, 43 pieces of brass artillery manufactured at Seville, 5,000 stands of arms, and the 5 generals Penson, Herrero, La Vega, Noriega, and Obando. Meanwhile, the Mexican commander-in-chief addressed himself to his own personal safety. In company with Generals Canalizo and Almonte and some 6,000 men, he made his escape. But he was so hotly pursued that he was obliged to leave his carriage and mount a mule which was attached to it. Nor was there time to unharness the animal, but he was detached by summarily cutting the harness. The carriage was of course abandoned, and in it or near it was found Santa Anna's cork leg, which in the haste of the moment had fallen off, and to restore which there was now no time. And still more, his dinner which had been prepared was discovered in his carriage uneaten, and which, after the pursuit was ended, served as a grateful repast to the several hungry and weary American officers. Progress of the army. Baffled in his attempt to arrest the march of the American army, Santa Anna had no other course but to retreat, as we have related. The way was now open to the American troops, who advanced upon Perote, which having garrisoned, they proceeded to the ancient city of Puebla, in the Spanish tongue, Puebla de los Angelos, the City of Angels. Here for several weeks the army rested, waiting for reinforcements, the troops being deemed entirely inadequate for so formidable an undertaking as that of marching on the capital. At length the anticipated force, having allowed preparations, were made to advance. On the 6th of August, 1847, the army consisted as follows: Scott's force at Puebla, 7,000. Cadwallader's Brigade, 1,400. Pillow's Brigade, 1,800. Pierce's Corps Brigade, 2,409. Garrison at Puebla under Colonel Childs, 1,400. Total arrived at Puebla, 14,009. Deduct from this the garrison at Puebla including sick, 3,261. Total marched from Puebla, 10,748. The army was arranged in 4 divisions, with a cavalry brigade. This brigade was under the command of Colonel Harney. General Worth commanded the 1st Division, General Twiggs the 2nd, General Pillow the 3rd, and General Quitman the 4th. At length, on the 7th of August, the 2nd Division under General Twiggs commenced its march, following on the 8th, 9th, and 10th by the other divisions. No opposing foe impeded their progress. On the 17th, the army was concentrated at San Agustin, about 10 miles south of Mexico, on the Acapulco road leading to the city. From this point, the Americans were destined to meet with the most formidable resistance. Every possible preparation had been made by Santa Anna to prevent their access to and occupation of the city. On the 20th, the drama opened, and on that day, several distinct and severe engagements occurred between the Mexicans and the several divisions of the American army, the principal of which were the battles of Contreras and Churubusco. In these engagements, 32,000 Mexicans were engaged and were defeated and even routed. 3,000 prisoners were made, including 8 generals and 205 other officers. 4,000 of all ranks were killed and wounded. 37 field pieces captured, besides large stores of ammunition. An easy access to the city now presented itself, and, but for a single circumstance, the victorious Americans would doubtless have occupied it that same evening or early on the ensuing morning. Some time previously, the President of the United States, desirous of ending the war, had deputed a commissioner, Nicholas P. Trist, Esquire, to proceed from Washington to Mexico, there, if possible, to effect a treaty with that government. The present was deemed a fit moment ere the victors entered the city, and in order to avoid a forcible entry, to propose an adjustment of difficulties. Accordingly, the commander-in-chief decided to pause and await the action of its councils. On the 21st, an armistice was agreed upon. This was followed by consultations between Mr. Trist and Mexican commissioners in relation to the terms of peace. These, however, failed, and infractions of the armistice having occurred, the conflict was resumed. On the 8th, the 2 armies were engaged in a severe action at Molinos del Rey. In this action, Santa Anna commanded in person. It continued 2 hours and was attended with great loss on both sides, but resulted in the triumph of the American arms. There remained yet one formidable obstacle to the entrance of the city. This was the fortress of Chapultepec, a natural and isolated mount of great elevation, strongly fortified at its base and on its acclivities and heights. On the morning of the 12th, the bombardment and cannonade of this fortress was commenced and was continued on the 13th. The Mexicans resisted with stubborn obstinacy, and at length yielded only by dire necessity. The officer who had the honor of striking the Mexican flag from the walls and planting the American standard was Major Seymour of the New England Regiment, soon after he had succeeded the gallant Colonel Ransom, who fell while leading his troops up the heights of Chapultepec. Such was their position on the night of the 13th. On the following day, the victorious army entered the ancient and still proud, but now subjugated city of the Aztecs, a place celebrated for its wealth and magnificence, for its public squares and public palaces, its churches and other beautiful structures from the very discovery of the country. At the capture of Mexico, the effective force of General Scott did not exceed 6,000. Treaty. The occupation of Mexico by the American army essentially terminated the war. A few other engagements between detachments of the armies occurred at subsequent dates, but the fate of the capital crushed the hopes and paralyzed the efforts of the Mexicans. In this posture of affairs, Mr. Trist renewed his proposal for a treaty between the 2 republics. At length, this desirable object was effected, and a treaty of peace, friendship, and settlement was signed at Guadalupe, Hidalgo. On its being submitted to the Senate of the United States by the President, a long and exciting debate ensued, but at length, after important amendments, it was ratified by a constitutional majority. To facilitate its ratification by the Mexican government and to explain the modifications which it had undergone, The Honorable Mr. Sevier and Honorable Nathan Clifford were dispatched to Mexico. On their arrival at the city of Cariato on the 25th of May, they found that the House of Deputies had already been sanctioned the treaty, and on that day it was adopted by the Mexican Senate by a vote of 33 to 5. By this treaty, Upper California and New Mexico were ceded to the United States, the latter paying to the former $15 million in 4 annual installments, and assuming such debts as were due by Mexico to American citizens, not exceeding $3 millions and a quarter. California and its gold. The territories of New Mexico and Upper California were known at the time of their cession to be sufficiently large for a great empire, but by many they were considered of comparatively little value to the United States, excepting the Bay of San Francisco on the Pacific as a place of harbor for our ships. But since their acquisition, California has become, from its mineral wealth, especially its gold, an object of great interest and attraction. The whole civilized world has been astonished by the reports which have been put in circulation respecting its golden treasures, and thousands upon thousands have set forth for this western El Dorado. California is separated into 2 divisions by a range of mountains called the Sierra Nevada or Snowy Mountains, which stretches along the coast at the general distance of 150 miles from it. West of this range are the valleys of San Joaquin and the Sacramento, which are watered by rivers of the same name. They rise at opposite ends of these valleys and at length meet and enter the Bay of Francisco together. The greatest point of interest in this newly acquired territory is the Valley of the Sacramento, which is distinguished by its gold deposits, or placers as they are called. The recent discovery of the existence of gold in this region was accidental. In enlarging the raceway of a water wheel connected with a sawmill just erected by a Mr. Marshall for Captain Sutter, by letting in a strong current of water, a considerable quantity of earth was carried to the foot of the race. Not long after, Mr. Marshall discovered some glittering particles in this earth, which on further inspection proved to be virgin gold. Further explorations ensued, and deposits have been found to exist in various portions of this valley for several hundred miles. Election of General Taylor. The administration of Mr. Polk was signalized by many interesting and important events, yet it cannot be said to have been popular even with the party to which he owed his elevation. Towards the close of his term, few, if any, seriously advocated his re-election. At a Democratic convention held in Baltimore, May 21, 1848, Lewis Cass of Michigan was nominated for the presidency and General W.O. Butler of Kentucky for the vice presidency. The candidates proposed by a Whig convention held at Philadelphia June 7th were General Zachary Taylor of Louisiana and Millard Fillmore of New York. Subsequently, a Free Soil Convention assembled at Utica and nominated Martin Van Buren. The votes of the several electoral colleges resulted as follows. State, Maine, number of electors 9. Votes for President 9, Lewis Cass of Michigan. Votes for Vice President 9, William O. Butler of Kentucky. State, New Hampshire, number of electors 6. Votes for President 6, Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President 6, William O. Butler. State, Massachusetts, number of electors 12. Votes for President 12, Zachary Taylor of Louisiana. Votes for Vice President 12, Millard Fillmore of New York. State, Rhode Island, number of electors 4. Votes for President 4, Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President 4, Millard Fillmore. State, Connecticut, number of electors 6. Votes for President 6, Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President 6, Millard Fillmore. State, Vermont, number of electors 6. Votes for President 6, Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President 6, Millard Fillmore. State, New York, number of electors 36. Votes for President 36, Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President 36, Millard Fillmore. State, New Jersey, number of electors 7. Votes for President 7, Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President 7, Millard Fillmore. State, Pennsylvania, number of electors 26. Votes for President 26, Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President 26, Millard Fillmore. State, Delaware, number of electors 3. Votes for President 3, Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President, 3. Millard Fillmore. State, Maryland. Number of electors, 8. Votes for President, 8. Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President, 8. Millard Fillmore. State, Virginia. Number of electors, 17. Votes for President, 17. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 17. William O. Butler. State, North Carolina. Number of electors, 11. Votes for President, 11. Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President, 11. Millard Fillmore. State, South Carolina. Number of electors, 9. Votes for President, 9. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 9. William O. Butler. State, Georgia. Number of electors, 10. Votes for President, 10. Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President, 10. Millard Fillmore. State, Kentucky. Number of electors, 12. Votes for President, 12. Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President, 12. Millard Fillmore. State, Tennessee. Number of electors, 13. Votes for President, 13. Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President, 13. Millard Fillmore. State, Ohio. Number of electors, 23. Votes for President, 23. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 23. William O. Butler. State, Louisiana. Number of electors, 6. Votes for President, 6. Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President, 6. Millard Fillmore. State, Mississippi. Number of electors, 6. Votes for President, 6. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 6. William O. Butler. State, Mississippi. Number of electors, 6. Votes for President, 6. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 6. William O. Butler. State, Indiana. Number of electors, 12. Votes for President, 12. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 12. William O. Butler. State, Illinois. Number of electors, 9. Votes for President, 9. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 9. William O. Butler. State, Alabama. Number of electors, 9. Votes for President, 9. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 9. William O. Butler. State, Missouri. Number of electors, 7. Votes for President, 7. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 7. William O. Butler. State, Arkansas. Number of electors, 3. Votes for President, 3. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 3. William O. Butler. State, Michigan. Number of electors, 5. Votes for President, 5. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 5. William O. Butler. State, Florida. Number of electors, 3. Votes for President, 3. Zachary Taylor. Votes for Vice President, 3. Millard Fillmore. State, Texas. Number of electors, 4. Votes for President, 4. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 4. William O. Butler. State, Iowa. Number of electors, 4. Votes for President, 4. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 4. William O. Butler. State, Wisconsin. Number of electors, 4. Votes for President, 4. Lewis Cass. Votes for Vice President, 4. William O. Butler. Total number of electors, 290. Whole number of electors majority, 146. Total votes, President, Zachary Taylor, 163. Lewis Cass, 127. Total votes, Vice President, 163. Millard Fillmore, 127. William O. Butler. End of section 59.
Section 60 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, Zachary Taylor, President. Inaugurated at Washington, March 5, 1849. Millard Fillmore, Vice President. Heads of the Departments: John M. Clayton, Delaware, March 6, 1849, Secretary of State. William M. Meredith, Pennsylvania, March 6, 1849, Secretary of Treasury. Thomas Ewing, Ohio, March 6, 1849, Secretary of Home Department. George W. Crawford, Georgia, March 6, 1849, Secretary of War. William B. Preston, Virginia, March 6, 1849, Secretary of the Navy. Jacob Colomar, Vermont, March 6, 1849, Postmaster General. Reverdy Johnson, Maryland, March 6, 1849, Attorney General. It was an occasion of great rejoicing on Monday, the 5th of March, when the hero of Buena Vista stood on that spot at the eastern portico of the national Capitol, where had stood Jefferson, Madison, and others, and baring his head, took the oath prescribed to support the Constitution, which was administered to him by Chief Justice Taney. The inaugural address of General Taylor, like all his official communications to government while in the field, was brief, shorter than any similar address by any other president, except Mr. Madison's. To a majority of the people it proved quite satisfactory, and even in England was pronounced an eloquent production. Previous to his election, General Taylor had declined all pledges, excepting the assurance to the nation that he would never be the president of a party, but should endeavor, if elected, to bring back the government to the spirit of the Constitution, as understood and administered by Washington. Other pledges than this he now declined, standing as he did before God and the nation, but this pledge he was ready to renew. "In the discharge of these duties," said he, "my guide will be the Constitution, which I this day swear to preserve, protect, and defend. For the interpretation of that instrument I shall look to the decisions of the judicial tribunals established by its authority, and to the practice of the government under the earliest presidents who had so large a share in its formation. Chosen by the body of the people, under the assurance that my administration would be devoted to the welfare of the whole country and not to the support of any particular section or merely local interests, I, this day, renew the declarations I have heretofore made, and proclaim my fixed determination to maintain, to the extent of my ability, the government in its original purity, and to adopt, as the basis of my public policy, those great republican doctrines which constitute the strength of our national existence." The ceremonies of the inauguration being over, General Taylor entered upon the duties of his office, respected for his private worth and public services, with many supplications, on the part of the pious and the patriotic, that his official course might, in its issues, prove as beneficial to his country as was Washington's, which he had presented to himself as the model of his administration. End of section 60.
Section 61 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacy M. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. British America. General Remarks. British America embraces not far from 1/4 of the North American continent. The whole area amounts to about 4 millions of square miles. The Arctic Ocean bounds it on the north, and the Atlantic on the east. The southern boundary is the St. Lawrence, and the extended chain of lakes as far westward as the Lake of the Woods, whence the dividing line between the British possessions and the United States follows the 49th parallel of latitude westward to the Strait of Fuca, and thence along its channel southwest to the Pacific Ocean. On the west, British America is bounded in part by the ocean, and in part by the line of the 141st degree of west longitude. The greater portion of this immense region is a waste, uninhabited, the home of wild beasts, and the seat of eternal snow and ice. It possesses little value, except the skins and furs which are taken from the animals that rove there. The settlements are few, even in those parts that have been reduced into provinces, and these embrace but an inconsiderable portion of the whole region. It has not been thought important to establish regular governments in all the provinces, so called. Such governments are established only in the Canadas, Nova Scotia and Cape Breton, New Brunswick, Prince Edward's Island, and Newfoundland. The Canadas consist of Upper and Lower, or Canada West and Canada East, and embrace the principal amount of the population and productive resources of that whole northern world. Canada East is a country of some considerable extent, measuring about 200,000 square miles, but mostly hilly and rocky, and unproductive, except on the borders of the St. Lawrence. Canada West contains an area of 150,000 square miles. If its western boundary, as is generally considered, extends no farther than to the heads of the streams, which fall into Lake Superior, the climate of Canada West, or Upper Canada, is less severe than that of Lower Canada. It has also some quite productive soil. End of section 61.
Section 62 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. Canada. Contents: Discovery, Settlement, Capture of Quebec, Death of Champlain, Religious Enterprises, War made by the Iroquois, Accessions to the colony, Progress of the colony, Attempts of the English to conquer Canada, Condition of Canada in 1721 and 1722, General prosperity of the colony, Refusal to join in the War of American Independence, Consequences of American independence to Canada, Territorial divisions and Constitution, Dissensions after the close of the War of 1812, Disturbances and insurrections. Discovery. Jacques Cartier of Saint-Malo in France is the acknowledged discoverer of Canada. He was a distinguished mariner and was solicited by the French to conduct a voyage to Newfoundland. This he undertook with two small vessels of only 20 tons burden each. On the 10th of May, 1534, he saw the shores of that island, and steering to the south along the coast, landed at a harbor which he named St. Catherine's. Thence, proceeding westward and northward, he entered the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the mouth of the river of the same name. But the unfavorableness of the weather and the lateness of the season induced him to return to France. He, however, first took possession of the country in the name of his king. During the following year, he was invested with the command of 3 ships of larger size and well equipped with all sorts of supplies, and making a second voyage to Newfoundland, he entered the Gulf on the day of St. Lawrence. Hence, it is supposed, is the name of the Gulf and of the river. This voyage was not completed till he reached in a pinnacle and 2 boats the present site of Montreal on the St. Lawrence River. This was then the principal Indian settlement, named Hochelaga, where the natives received him with great kindness. He took formal possession of the country in the name of his sovereign, and returned home in the spring of the following year, 1536. Voyages of discovery were made successively by Roberval, Pontgrave, and Champlain, down to the beginning of the 17th century, but of these no particular notice need be given. Settlements. The important city of Quebec was founded by Champlain in 1608. On the 13th of July of that year, he fixed on a most commanding promontory on the north side of the river St. Lawrence for the site of his settlement. The choice of such a spot for, quote, the capital of a great transatlantic empire does him immortal honor, unquote. Here he remained through the winter, but as soon as the season admitted, he resumed his voyage up the river. At a distance of 25 leagues above Quebec, he met a band belonging to the celebrated nation of the Algonquins, whom he agreed to join in their wars against the Iroquois. In this step, he committed a fatal error. It was the means of bringing upon the French settlements. In Canada, all the calamities of savage warfare for nearly 100 years. He was, however, successful at that time in an engagement with the Iroquois. A few years after the settlement of Quebec, viz. In 1611, Montreal was founded. Champlain, who had in the meantime returned to France once and again, visited America that year, arriving at a place of rendezvous appointed for another warlike expedition. Not finding the Indians, he employed his time in selecting a spot for a new settlement, higher up the river than Quebec. Carefully examining the region, he fixed upon a ground in the vicinity of an eminence which he called Mount Royal, and it would seem from the prosperity which has since attended the place under the name of Montreal that his choice has been amply justified. After sowing grain on a cleared spot of some extent, he enclosed it with a wooden wall. Champlain explored the river Ottawa and many other parts of the country, while he remained in it. In consequence of expeditions from France at various times, a few other settlements were formed, but the colony, though bearing the imposing name of New France, was in a condition of extreme weakness, and seemed to be viewed with indifference, both by the mother country and England. Capture of Quebec. The growth of this place was very inconsiderable for many years, but it early became a mark for the assaults of an enemy. Hostilities having commenced with England, two French subjects, David and Louis Kirke, entering the service of the country, equipped a squadron which sailed to the mouth of the St. Lawrence, captured several vessels, and intercepted the communication between the mother country and the colony. In July 1629, Sir David Kirke summoned Quebec, a summons which was followed by a surrender of the place, the invaded party being promised honorable conditions and allowed to depart with their arms, clothes, and baggage. The request of a ship to convey them directly home was not granted, but they were promised a commodious passage by way of England. In consequence of the adjustment of difficulties between the two countries, the place was at length restored, and Canada with Cape Breton and Acadia was confirmed to France. The final treaty, however, was not signed till the 29th March 1632. Death of Champlain. Champlain, as the founder of the most important places in New France, was for a long time the life and soul of the colony. His energy, scientific accomplishments, and popularity seemed to be most intimately connected with the prosperity and even existence of the colony. In 1633, he was appointed governor and sailed with a squadron carrying all necessary supplies to Canada, where, on his arrival, he found most of his former colonists. A greater prosperity now attended the affairs of New France. Means were employed for maintaining harmony among the inhabitants, and methods devised for introducing into the colony only persons of an exceptionable character. But the end of his enterprising career was now come. He perished in the year 1636, having been drowned in the lake which bears his name. His death was, of course, a severe misfortune to Canada, and the loss could not well be repaired. Marquis de Montmagny was appointed his successor, and appeared to have commanded the general respect of the native inhabitants. But the colony was in a critical condition, and he could act only on the defensive in the hostilities in which they were disposed from time to time to engage. Owing to the policy of the court at home of continuing no governor in power longer than 3 years, Montmagny was displaced at the end of that time by the appointment of another governor. This system, however, was ill suited to a settlement like that of Canada, where an intimate local knowledge and a peculiar mixture of firmness and address were necessary to deal with tumultuary tribes whom they were too feeble to subdue. Eliabust, his successor, is said to have been a man of probity, but he indifferently possessed the energy required in so difficult a situation. The Iroquois now became peculiarly turbulent, and as will soon be seen, brought dreadful calamities on the whites. Religious enterprises. Catholic missionaries had not merely formed establishments at Quebec and Montreal, but had also penetrated into the domains of the savages. These religionists certainly gave full proof of sincerity in their work, as they renounced all the comforts of civilized life and exposed themselves to every species of hardship and danger. The religious, quote, establishments did little for the immediate improvement of the colony, yet as points of possession occupied by persons whose avocations were professedly holy and useful, they laid the foundation on which arose the superstructure of those morals and habits that still and will long characterize the Gallo Canadians. Unquote. As to the effect of the Catholic missions on the native tribes, it is to be observed. They undoubtedly reclaimed their votaries from many savage habits and trained them up to some degree of order and industry. The tribe found to be the most docile and susceptible of improvement was that of the Hurons, and their great numbers presented a wide field for religious effort. More than 3,000 of them are recorded to have received baptism at one time, though only a portion of the number probably retained even the profession of Christianity. The general effect produced was in a degree favorable and softened somewhat the aspect of this wild region. The main object was to unite the Indians in villages. Of these, several were formed, the principal of which were Sillery, or St. Joseph, and St. Mary. War made by the Iroquois. In 1648, the Iroquois, as already intimated, were resolved on renewing the war. For what cause, if for any, does not now appear. Their movements were rapid and fatal. The village of Sillery was occupied by 400 families and was accordingly a tempting object to the savages. In a time of profound peace, and while the missionary was celebrating the most solemn ordinaries of religion, the shriek was suddenly heard. "We are murdered!" The enemy had commenced an indiscriminate massacre, without distinction of sex or age. The women fled for safety into the depths of the forest, but the infants whom they carried in their arms betrayed them by their crying, and mother and suckling were alike butchered. The assailants at length fell upon the priest, and after each in succession had struck him a blow, they threw him into the flames. By this onset the Hurons were wholly routed. Their country, which had for some time reposed in peace and security, became a scene of devastation and blood. Fleeing for refuge in every direction, a few subsequently united with their invaders, but the greater number sought safety among the Chippewas of Lake Superior. A small remnant of about 300 were able to secure the protection of the French at Quebec. Here they were viewed only as objects of charity, and, though as such, Considerable exertions were put forth in their behalf, yet the whole number could not be accommodated. Numbers were exposed to cold and hunger until a station could be formed for them, which was named Sillery, after their former chief settlement. In consequence of the successes of the Iroquois, the French were chiefly confined to the three forts of Quebec, Three Rivers, and Montreal. For a number of years, a sad state of things existed in the colony. The French had been compelled to accept of humiliating terms of peace, and even by these means only partially secured the boon. The Iroquois continually extended their dominion, conquering one tribe of their fellow savages after another, and even insulting the French in their fortified posts. The latter, from fear or weakness, were compelled to witness the destruction of their allies. They were themselves, in a great measure, safe in their fortresses, for these the enemy had no adequate skill to besiege. Accessions to the colony. It had been represented to Louis XIV, who had lately ascended the throne, that his government was exposing the French name to contempt through neglect of his fine American province and tame subjection to Indian ravages. He was sufficiently bent upon aggrandizement not willingly to incur such a reproach, and accordingly troops were dispatched from France, and the French power was at once considerably augmented in the province. The Marquis de Tracy was sent out at this time, 1665, in the joint character of Viceroy and Lieutenant General. Besides the soldiers, a considerable number of settlers, including artisans, with horses and cattle, were conveyed with him to Canada. He was able to overcome and repress the savages, and increase the fortifications and defenses of the country. The population was more than doubled by means of the immigration. Progress of the colony. After Marquis de Tracy, the government was administered successively by Marquis de Coslay, Count Frontenac, Marquis de la Barre, Denonville, and Count Frontenac. The second time, down to the year 1698. Under the first named governor, the French power was gradually extended to the interior of Canada and the upper parts of the river St. Lawrence. A settlement of Hurons was established on the island of Michilimackinac, a situation very favorable to the fur trade, and a site for a fort was selected at Cataraqui on Lake Ontario, a position of importance for trade and defense. Count Frontenac, immediately upon his accession, caused the fort to be completed. He conducted the affairs of the colony with spirit and energy during a period of 10 years, but he was too independent in his administration to suit a jealous court at home. His successor, Marquis de la Barre, not fulfilling the expectations of the government, was soon recalled, and the Marquis Denonville appointed in his room. The measures of this governor were not at all well advised. His treachery to the natives brought him into difficulty. He obtained only an empty victory over them, and toward the conclusion of his administration, the very existence of the colony was threatened. At this period, 1689, Frontenac was recalled to the government. It was hoped that his experience would teach him to avoid the errors of his former administration, while his decision, energy, and fascinating manners were deemed of vital importance to the welfare of the settlement. Frontenac, anxious to justify to the world the choice made of him the second time to administer the affairs of Canada, determined at once on several bold projects. As his own country and England were now at war, and as England relied much on the aid of her provinces of the south, he resolved on attacking the latter. Accordingly, he fitted out 3 expeditions, one against New York, a second against New Hampshire, and a third against the province of Maine. The fatal attack upon Corlear or Schenectady, detailed in another part of this work, was the result of the first expedition. The burning of Salmon Falls on the borders of New Hampshire proceeded from the second expedition. The third destroyed the settlement of Casco in Maine. The atrocities of the French and their savage allies soon aroused the northern colonies, New York and New England, to take vengeance on the foe. The English determined to strike a blow which might at once deprive him of all his possessions. 2 expeditions were prepared, one by sea from Boston against Quebec, the other by land from New York against Montreal. The first was commanded by Sir William Phips, a native of New England, of humble birth, who had raised himself by his talents to a high station. Both expeditions failed as to their ultimate object, but Sir William captured all the French posts in Acadia and Newfoundland, with several on the St. Lawrence, and it is not without reason supposed that Quebec itself would have fallen had not the English commander too hastily considered the enterprise as hopeless. He made a very considerable effort, but did not persevere. The French, Golden says, returned fervent thanks to Providence for having, by special interposition, deprived their enemies of common sense. Montreal was saved only after a most strenuous resistance. The French, under the administration of Frontenac, sustained themselves and generally held their own against the attacks of the English and the Indians. Peace at length having taken place between France and England, negotiations were entered into for closing the provincial war and exchanging prisoners. But before the negotiations were concluded, Frontenac died. This event occurred on the 29th day of November, 1698, and may be said to have constituted an era in the Canadian history, as by his energy and talents he had retrieved the affairs of the settlement and raised it into a powerful and flourishing state. De Callière, the successor of Frontenac, finally effected the negotiations in 1700. Attempts by the English to conquer Canada. The first serious attempt to bring the French province of Canada under the English sway and its failure have already been chronicled. Other efforts were subsequently put forth with this object in view, as soon as the parent countries had again taken up arms on account of the Spanish succession. Canada, in this instance, was left to her own resources, as Louis XIV had been entirely unsuccessful in his European wars and could afford her no aid. She was at this time also able to repel her invaders, or was providentially delivered from their attack. De Vaudreuil, who was then governor, in contemplation of a formidable attack, sought to dissipate it by an offensive movement. He sent out a detachment of 200 men, which, after a long march, succeeded in storming and destroying Haverhill, a frontier village, though while returning they fell into an ambuscade. 30 of their number were killed, but having beaten off their assailants, the remainder reached Montreal in safety. In 1709, the English left New York for Canada with a force of 2,000 men, joined by an equal number of savages. But after they had erected a chain of posts from New York and had occupied in great force Lakes George and Champlain, circumstances occurred which defeated the project. The savages, who were the Iroquois, failed them from prudential considerations, and a pestilential disease happening among the English troops, the enterprise was abandoned after their canoes and forts were burned to ashes. The succeeding year, the English prepared a new and greater armament. General Nicholson arrived at Boston with a considerable squadron, and fresh forces were expected, which, with those already in the country, were to be employed in two joint expeditions, by sea against Quebec and by land against Montreal. But it happened, to the signal relief of the French, that the squadron was wrecked near the mouth of the St. Lawrence, a circumstance which prevented also the land forces that were already on the march from proceeding farther. The Treaty of Utrecht, which took place on the 30th of March 1713, put an end for many years to their armaments for the reduction of Canada. The long interval proved to be a season of prosperity to this French domain in the New World. Condition of Canada in 1721 and 1722. This was the time when Charlevoix visited the colony, who gave a description of its state as he saw it. Quebec was estimated to contain about 7,000 inhabitants. Both the lower and the upper town were partially built, but none of the extensive suburbs appear to have existed. The society, composed in a great measure of military officers and noblesse, was extremely agreeable, and nowhere was the French language spoken in greater purity. Under this gay exterior, however, was concealed a very general poverty. The only employment suited to their taste was the fur trade. This, connected as it was with habits of roving and adventure, had great attractions for the people, and little fortunes were thereby occasionally made. But these were soon dissipated in the haste to enjoy a pleasure in display. The absence of gold and silver, then considered almost the only objects as giving luster to a colony, had always caused New France to be viewed as of less importance than it was in reality. The coasts of the St. Lawrence, for some extent below Quebec, were already laid out in seigneuries and tolerably cultivated. At a place 7 leagues from the capital, many of the farmers were found in easy circumstances and more wealthy than their landlords. The latter were in possession of grants which they had neither capital nor industry to improve, and they were therefore obliged to let them out at small quitrents. The island and city of Montreal presented to the eye objects of deep interest. The population was considerable, as both the upper and lower towns were already built, and the suburb had been commenced. Montreal was rendered comparatively secure against the savages by the vicinity of two neighboring villages which were inhabited by friendly Indians. General prosperity of the colony. Canada enjoyed a long period of tranquility under the administrations of de Vaudreuil and Bournois, Galissonière, Jonquière, Langueux, and Duquesne, and his successors. During this interval, the French appeared to have entirely overcome that deeply seated enmity so long cherished by the great Indian tribes. Their pliant and courteous manners, their frequent intermarriages, and in some instances actual adoption of the habits of savage life, rendered them better fitted than the English to secure the confidence of the American savage. Instead of having to treat them as British allies, they could usually employ them, when occasion required, for their own military service. An equally favorable change took place in respect to the fur trade, which had been considerably diverted to the English market. A more liberal system appears to have been adopted, and a large annual fair opened at Montreal became the general center of the traffic. Canada transferred to the English. In an early portion of the volume, we have given an account of the French and Indian War, during which an expedition against Quebec under Wolfe was attempted. This was in 1759. That expedition resulted, as is well known, in the death of that distinguished military hero and the capitulation of the city. A single incident only will be here alluded to touching the fall of this victorious general. On receiving his mortal wound, he said, quote, "Support me, let not my brave soldiers see me drop." Unquote. About a year following the surrender of Quebec, the whole of Canada was transferred to the Dominion of Great Britain, by which it has ever since been held as one of her dependencies. Refusal to join in the War of American Independence. In the revolt of the United Colonies against the government of the mother country, the Canadians were pressingly invited to join and assist the former. They, however, never swerved from their allegiance. With a view to conciliate the Canadians, the Quebec Act, passed in 1774, changed the English civil law, which had been at first introduced, for the ancient system. The French language was also directed to be employed in law courts, and other changes were made for the purpose of gratifying the people. The most important privilege of all, that of a national representation, was, however, not granted. Consequence of the American independence to Canada. The issue of the War of Independence in the colonies, though unfavorable or at least mortifying to the mother country, was attended with some advantages to Canada. A large body of loyalists who had sought refuge in her territories during the war received liberal grants of land in the upper provinces, as also farming utensils, building materials, and subsistence for 2 years. A great extent of country was thus put under cultivation, and flourishing towns, as those of Kingston and Toronto, arose from the policy which was adopted in regard to these settlers. Thus was laid the foundation of that prosperity which has since so eminently distinguished the upper province. Territorial division and the constitution. A steady advancement and growth of the country caused the population to feel more and more their importance, and they were little contented in the absence of a representative government. The wish for such a government was at times strongly expressed. In 1790, Mr. Pitt determined to comply with the desires of the people on this subject, but as a preliminary, it was resolved to divide Canada into two governments, upper and lower. The constitution granted proved to be on a basis nearly resembling that of the British Constitution. The first House of Assembly was opened in 1792, but for several years their proceedings were of no special importance. In 1797, General Prescott was called to administer the government, when complaints began to be made respecting the grant of lands. The board constituted for that purpose had appropriated extensive tracts to themselves, and thereby had impeded the work of general settlement. He was succeeded, however, in 1800 by Sir Robert S. Milnes as lieutenant governor. A few years afterwards, a decision of the Chief Justice of Montreal declared slavery inconsistent with the laws of the country, and the small number of slaves then living there received a grant of freedom. Dissensions after the close of the War of 1812. The contests in which Canada was involved with the United States during the War of the later with England from 1812 to 1815, an account of which the reader will find in a prior part of the volume, had scarcely closed before the country was disturbed by internal dissensions, particularly the lower province. They arose chiefly from the jealousies which existed between the different branches of the government. Indeed, as early as 1807, the Assembly seriously complained of an undue influence exercised by the executive and judicial officers. The difficulties continued through successive administrations, with partial suspensions under compliant or conciliatory governors, until the government came into the hands of Sir Francis Burton, who, by yielding all the points in dispute, succeeded in conciliating the Assembly. The principal subject of dispute had been the public revenue and its appropriation. But the conciliation was not lasting. Every concession to the Assembly gave rise to new demands, and the right was now claimed of an uncontrolled disposal of the entire revenue. Lord Delahuse, who resumed office in 1826, resisted the demand, and the dissensions were of course renewed. Their violence was indeed much increased. On the meeting of the Assembly in 1827, Mr. Papineau was chosen Speaker, an appointment which, on account of his violent opposition to the measures of government, Lord Delahuse refused to sanction. But the Assembly being in no mood to recede from its position, the consequence was that no session was held in the winter of 1827 to 28. Discontent had now risen to an alarming height, and in the later year a petition was presented to the king, signed by 87,000 inhabitants, complaining of the conduct of successive governors. The subject was brought before Parliament, and a committee reported the expediency of a thorough and effectual redress, admitting generally that the grievances complained of were well founded. Sincere attempts appear to have been made to carry out the provisions of the report, or measures of reform which had been promised. But in the course of the colonial government, the claims of the Crown and those of the Assembly on certain points proved to be conflicting. The breach which was hoped to be closed now became wider than ever. The Assembly began to specify conditions on which certain salaries should be paid to the colonial officers, and as a fundamental reform, next demanded that the Legislative Council, hitherto appointed by the Crown, should be abolished, and a new one, like that of the American Senate, substituted in its place, composed of members elected by the people. A petition to this effect was transmitted to the king early in 1833, signed by Papineau. The British ministry, however, scouted at once such a proposal and hinted the possibility of summary measures on the part of Parliament in order to compose the internal dissensions of the colonies. This was an imprudent intimation. Both the refusal and the innuendo but added fuel to the flame. The Assembly refused to pass any bill of supply whatever for the year 1834, and in a more resolute manner than heretofore insisted on an elective legislative council. The next governor who was sent out, the Earl of Gosford, professed conciliatory views, but his real object was otherwise, as was accidentally discovered. The real instructions with which he was charged were common to him and to the governor of the upper province, but the latter had made public a part of those instructions, apparently without the knowledge of Lord Gosford's intentions. The rage of popular leaders now knew no bounds. They complained not only of the disappointments they had experienced, but of the deception which had been practiced upon them. The Assembly, as before, withheld the supplies and made no provision for the public services. disturbances, and insurrection. A crisis had now arrived. Ministers determined no longer to postpone measures for counteracting the proceedings of the popular party and placing the executive government in a state of regular action. The death of the king, meanwhile, the necessity of a dissolution of the parliament, and the unwillingness to begin the government of a young and popular queen by a scheme of coercion, caused a delay in the execution of the designs of government. The expedient of advancing the amount required for the public service by way of loan from the British revenue was substituted by ministers, in the prospect of being ultimately reimbursed from the provincial fund. The ball, however, was set in motion, and such was the momentum that it could not be stopped at once. Meetings were held in the counties of Montreal and Richelieu, in which it was affirmed that the votes of the Commons, declaring the elective legislative council and the direct responsibility of the executive to the Assembly inexpedient, had put an end to all hopes of justice. A general convention was proposed to consider what further means were advisable, and a recommendation was made to discontinue the consumption of British manufactures and of all articles paying taxes. This state of things put the government on the alert. Preparations were made to have in readiness for the public service an additional regiment from Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. A proclamation also was issued, warning the people against all attempts to seduce them from their allegiance. Meetings of the Friends of the government were held in Montreal and Quebec, condemning the House of Assembly, declaring attachment to the British connection, and deprecating disorganization and revolution. Notwithstanding all the attempts of the governor to effect a compromise, an agreement in respect to the topics in dispute could not be brought about. A recourse to arms appears now to have been determined upon by the popular leaders, with the avowed object of effecting an entire separation from the parent state. The effort made to arouse the spirit of independence were considerable, though more secret than formerly, until an association was formed under the title of the Sons of Liberty, who even paraded the streets of Montreal in a hostile and threatening manner. Other measures of defiance in different parts of the country were resorted to, having in view still more directly the ultimate object of resistance and independence. The recent appointments of the two councils, designed as an elevation, in part of the people's complaints, were declared wholly unsatisfactory, while the introduction of an armed force into the province was stigmatized as a new and outrageous grievance. The government could not overlook these incipient steps of an insurrection. Additional military force was called into requisition. Loyal volunteer associations were formed as an offset to those of the other party, and the Catholic clergy was zealous in their endeavors to preserve the peace. A scene of violence occurred in the streets, November 6, 1837, between the two parties, in which the Loyalists proved to be the stronger body. That event, as might be expected, increased the ferment, so that the government, as the most effectual course to put a stop to the aggressive movement of the people, arrested in Montreal a number of the most conspicuous leaders, with the exception of Papineau, who had disappeared. A part of these, however, were subsequently rescued. A fight ensued between the militia employed on this occasion, who amounted only to 30, and a body of 300 well armed men protected by a high fence. The former, of course, was overcome. In adopting the prompt measures which were now deemed necessary by the government, strong detachments under Colonels Gore and Wetherell were sent to the village of Saint Denis and Saint Charles on the Sorel to rout the armed bodies of insurgents assembled in those places under Papineau, Brown, and Nelson. Gore was repulsed, but Wetherell, on the 26th of November, attacking a force of 1,000 men, came off victorious, having killed and wounded nearly 300 of the enemy. This later affair decided the fate of the contest in that quarter. Terror seized the minds of the peasantry, and they began to consider themselves betrayed by their leaders. A few days subsequently, Nielsen, one of the commanders of the insurgent forces, was taken in a barn, conveyed into Montreal, and thrown into prison. Papineau, however, could not be discovered. In other portions of the province, where the insurrection had been still more formidable, the government forces were successful. At Saint Eustache and the village of Saint Benoit, the most bloody scenes were enacted, and there seems to have been at the latter place, after the regular battle, a wanton and barbarous destruction of human life on the part of the enraged royalists. At the close of the year 1837, the whole lower province was reduced to a state of tranquility. In the meantime, Upper Canada had become the theater of interesting events. A party had arisen, influenced by inhabitants who had emigrated from the United States, who, advancing from step to step in discontent, at length scarcely made any secret of their desire to separate from the mother country and join the American Union. In 1834, this party, for the first time, obtained a majority in the Assembly, and after making or finding causes of disagreement with the governor of the province, Sir Francis had, at length, stopped the supplies, after the example of the lower province. Sir Francis then reserved all their money bills for Her Majesty's decision, and rejected application for the payment of their incidental expenses. To settle the difficulties, if possible, he made an appeal to the people by a new election. This resulted favorably to the constitutional side and restored tranquility till the time of the outbreak in the lower province. That occasion was seized by Mackenzie, one of the chief leaders, at the head of 500 men, to put his plans in operation and attempt a separation of the province from Great Britain. His design of taking Toronto by surprise was, however, defeated. Upon the manifestation of force on the part of the loyal inhabitants, he retired. His followers were easily dispersed, and a number of them taken prisoners. A large body of the militia had assembled for the defense of the government, but they were given to understand that they might now return to their homes. Only such a portion was retained under Colonel Nab as was wanted to bring Duncombe, another leader, to terms, which was effected. Mackenzie, fleeing to Buffalo, created an interest in favor of the Patriots among a portion of the American people, who on the northern frontier had been accustomed to sympathize in their attempts at independence. Bodies of men with their leaders from the American side took possession of Navy Island, situated in the Niagara Channel, between Grand Island and the British shore. This they fortified with cannon and designed as a seat of offensive operations. But Mr. Van Buren, the American president at that time, interposed his authority at once to arrest these hostile proceedings so far as his countrymen were concerned, and sent General Scott to the scene of action that a strict neutrality might be enforced. It was during this period that the small steamer named Caroline, as has been already related in the present work, was burned by the British. This attack had nearly proved fatal to the peace of the country. It did not, however, arrest the vigorous measures adopted by General Scott to fulfill the objects of his mission. The force now collected against the insurgents became so far formidable that they evacuated the island on the 14th of January 1838. The spirit of insurrection was now laid, but much remained to be done to effect a satisfactory adjustment of the difficulties between the government and the disaffected. The great reputation of Lord Durham, who was appointed governor in May 1838, it was hoped would render his action favorable to such an object. But he was soon called upon to decide upon a delicate and difficult question, viz., the treatment of the prisoners taken in the rebellion. Upon a confession of guilt, he sentenced them to be deported to Bermuda and to be kept there in strict surveillance. Should they ever return to Canada without leave of the governor, they were to suffer the penalty of death. The same was awarded to Papineau and others implicated in the late insurrection, but who had fled the country. This procedure created not a little excitement in the home government. It being deemed an usurpation of power not belonging to the governor general of a province. A grant of indemnity, however, was passed in his case, but Lord Durham was not of a temperament to brook this interposition, and he soon threw up his administration and left for England on the 1st of November. No sooner had he departed than fresh troubles arose. The spirit of disaffection was rife, and hopes were inspired through the aid which American sympathizers might afford. Communications were secretly kept up with the latter, but miserable success attended the operations of the insurgents. Dr. Robert Nelson, at the head of 4,000 men, failed completely to make an impression, and, threatened by the government forces at his quarters at Naperville, he and his company dispersed without firing a shot. In Upper Canada, Sir Francis had already resigned. His successor, Sir George Arthur, soon found himself involved in difficult circumstances. Bands of lawless individuals, to the number of several hundreds, on several occasions crossed from the American side, but war in general effectually repulsed with little loss to the British. The captives taken were treated with a severity which had not before been exercised towards the misguided and unfortunate class of people. They were generous in their sympathy, but they had violated the laws of civilized communities and were liable to a just retribution. A considerable number of the most conspicuous were immediately shot, and the rest condemned to severe or ignominious punishments. The Canadian rebellion was closed by these occurrences. The whole history of their efforts showed that the Canada people were unprepared at that period for an undertaking of such vast magnitude and imminent peril. In 1840, by an act of the Imperial Parliament, Upper and Lower Canada were united into one, under the name of the Province of Canada. Some changes were made in the form of the government, but only a few of the causes of grievance have been removed, and the great body of the people are still abridged to a considerable degree in respect to the choice of their rulers or the free enactment of the laws of the state. Still more recently, the province has been thrown into great excitement by an attempt to pay from the public exchequer the losses sustained by those who took part in the Canadian Rebellion. What the result of these stormy times will be, the future only can disclose. End of section 62. Read by Eugene Hardoff.
Section 63 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. British America, Nova Scotia. Limits. Nova Scotia is a large peninsula on the southeastern part of British America, united to the continent by a narrow isthmus between Chignecto Bay and the Gulf of St. Lawrence. It is 388 miles in length from northeast to southwest, and contains an area of 16,000 square miles. It is a rough, mountainous country, barren on the seaboard, but very fertile in some of the interior parts. Settlement. De Monts, a French gentleman sailing from France with a view to settlement in this part of America, touched in the first instance at Nova Scotia on the 16th of May, 1604, but no settlement was effected until the year after, and that was at Port Royal, now Annapolis. The whole country, including New Brunswick, was then known by the name of Acadia. The settlement above spoken of was soon after, in 1614, broken up by Argall, an English captain engaged in the Virginia settlement. The whole region was viewed with indifference on the part of the English because it did not contain gold and silver. They, however, made an attempt under Sir William Alexander to occupy it some years after Argall's success against Port Royal, but were obliged to desist from finding it in possession of the French. In 1628 and 1629 the English succeeded in taking Nova Scotia and Canada, but by the terms of a treaty in 1632 the whole country was restored to France. Conquest by the English. A period of several years was passed in the infelicities of a deadly feud between the rival chiefs who held possession of the country. But amidst their contentions, an expedition was sent against Nova Scotia in 1654 by Cromwell, who had then declared war against France, and the result was the reduction of the warring parties and the submission of the whole country to the English authority. This was but a temporary acquisition. By the peace of 1667 Nova Scotia was again ceded to the French. In the course of a few subsequent years Nova Scotia was twice invaded and taken by the English from the colony of Massachusetts, the first time under Sir William Phips, and the second time by a body of 500 men from Boston. Acadia was now held by the British until the Treaty of Ryswick in 1697, when it again reverted to France. Permanent annexation to the British Crown. There was a speedy return of the war between France and England, and the reduction of Nova Scotia was again left to New England. The first expedition under Colonel Church, and a subsequent one 3 years after, effected little for the object in view. The determination of the New Englanders, however, could not be shaken. After 2 years spent in preparing, they assembled a large force of 5 regiments, and under the command of General Nicholson they arrived at Port Royal on the 24th of September 1716, which in its weakness capitulated without resistance. The month following, when the deed of surrender was made, forms the era of the permanent annexation of Nova Scotia to the British Crown. The Indians of the country, who were strongly attached to the French, were not satisfied with the transfer, and for many years became extremely troublesome to the English, frequently surprising them and carrying off their property. It was in the course of these disturbances that the Massachusetts troops in 1728 defeated the tribe of the Norridgewocks, among the result of which invasion was the death of the celebrated Father Rolle, their missionary. Policy of England in relation to the country. After the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, 1748, which had been preceded by disasters to the French possessions in America, particularly by the taking of Louisbourg, Great Britain began to pay more attention to Nova Scotia. Hitherto it had been quite a French country, peopled and cultivated throughout by that hostile nation. It was suggested that of the large number of soldiers and sailors discharged in consequence of the peace, a part might with great advantage be located as agriculturists, and thereby provide the colony with an English population. This project was embraced with ardour by the Earl of Halifax. 50 acres were allowed to every private, with 10 additional for each member of his family. A higher allowance was granted to officers, in proportion to their rank. By this arrangement 3,760 adventurers, with their families, were induced to embark in May 1749. They were landed not at Annapolis, but Chebucto, named henceforth Halifax, after the patron of the expedition. Situation of the English settlers. As munificent provision was made for them from time to time, a town with spacious and regular streets was soon reared, where they were as comfortably situated as they could be, with a hostile population in their vicinity, and the difficulties arising from the French claims. The boundaries of the country were in dispute between the two nations. The encroachments of the English, as the French settlers deemed them, alarmed the fears of the latter, and the Indians, excited by French emissaries, committed upon the English numerous outrages. At length the French arose in rebellion against the British rule, but it was not until after many attempts to subdue them on the part of the English that the object was effected. The success of the last expedition under Colonel Monckton in 1755 from New England secured the tranquillity of all French Arcadia, then claimed by the English under the name of Nova Scotia. English treatment of the French Arcadians. The English, in consequence of the war which now raged between France and Britain, did not feel at ease. They had reason to believe that in the event of an invasion of Nova Scotia by the French, they would find not only the Indians but the Arcadians friendly to the invaders. A cruel expedient, hardly justified by the circumstances, was adopted to prevent the danger and evil. It was determined to break up the homes of the latter, and disperse them throughout the British colonies, so that they might be unable to unite in offensive measures. They were comfortably situated and attached to their homes, were a quiet people, only a few of them ever having been openly engaged in arms against the British, and consequently they could not but keenly feel the greatness of their wrongs. They submitted to them, but with moans and pathetic appeals, though occasional forcible resistance was offered. Notwithstanding the barbarous diligence with which this mandate was executed, it is not supposed that the number actually deported exceeded 7,000. The rest fled into the depth of the forest or to the nearest French settlements, enduring incredible hardships. To prevent the return of the hapless fugitives, the government reduced to ashes their habitations and property, laying waste their own lands with a fury exceeding that of their most savage enemy. In one district 263 houses were at once in a blaze. The Arcadians, from the heart of the woods, beheld all they possessed consigned to destruction. Yet they made no movement till the devastators wantonly set their chapel on fire. They then rushed forward in desperation, killed about 30 of the incendiaries, and then hastened back to their hiding place. Such is the account given by an eloquent historian of this barbarous proceeding. Condition of the Arcadians. By the peace which was concluded at Paris in 1763, France was compelled to transfer to her victorious rival all her possessions on the North American continent. After the peace, the case of the Arcadians was necessarily taken into consideration. The severe treatment to which they had been subjected brought no advantage to the country, as it had not become the theatre of war, and there no longer remained any pretext for continuing the persecution. Though transportation was advised by the governor, yet the administration at home, with a more equitable spirit, allowed them to return to their original places of abode, receiving lands on taking the customary oaths. Yet the justice rendered was imperfect, inasmuch as no compensation was allowed them for their plundered property. It, however, pleased a number to return, though in 1772 the whole body was found to be only 2,100, an eighth part, perhaps, of what had constituted once a flourishing colony. They have since, by their industry, brought themselves into a thriving state. State of the province during the War of the United States. The condition of Nova Scotia, as indeed of the adjoining British provinces on the north, was highly critical during the War of the American Revolution. But the fears indulged from this source proved unfounded. The province remained loyal to the Crown during the whole of that long and arduous contest. At its close there was a large influx of refugees into the province. The number that arrived prior to September 1783 was reckoned at 18,000, and 2,000 more landed in the following month. Many of these new citizens possessed considerable property, as well as regular and industrious habits, so that they formed a most important acquisition. Several additional townships were erected. Shelburne, before nearly deserted, rapidly acquired upwards of 10,000 inhabitants. Emigrants from Nantucket established a whale fishery at Dartmouth, while saw and grist mills were established in various parts of the province. A considerable proportion of these emigrants directed their course to the region beyond the peninsula, which, thereby acquiring a great increase of importance, was in 1784 erected into a distinct government under the title of New Brunswick. Cape Breton, from the above date, after having been separated from Nova Scotia until 1820, was re-annexed to the latter. Results of the War of 1812. The war between the United States and Great Britain, which broke out in 1812, materially advanced the prosperity of Nova Scotia, and showed the importance of Halifax as a naval station. Into this port numerous prizes were carried, by the sale of which large fortunes were realized. The evils of war were almost unknown, for a neutrality was observed by the government of Maine and the British authorities on the New Brunswick frontier, so that although the militia were kept in readiness for service, they were not called into it. A long succession of able governors since has been the means of giving to the province a desirable increase of wealth and prosperity. The importance of Halifax has within a few years been greatly increased by becoming a touching place for the Royal English steamers Cunard Line in their transit across the Atlantic. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 3. New Brunswick. Extent. New Brunswick is a territory which forms a kind of irregular square, lying on the east of the state of Maine, though extending farther north than that state, and therefore bounded west by a portion of Canada. It comprises an area of more than 27,000 square miles, and hence its surface considerably exceeds that of Nova Scotia and Cape Breton united. Physical aspect and soil. The surface of the country is broken and undulating, though scarcely anywhere rising into mountains. The fertility of the soil is greater than that of Nova Scotia, and is especially indicated by the magnificent forests with trees of enormous size, the export of which for timber and shipping constitutes the chief occupation of the colonists. The borders of the streams consist of the richest meadowlands. The climate, like that of Canada, is excessively cold from November to April. At the latter period comes a sudden change, bringing intense heat and rapid vegetation. Settlement and progress. Previously to 1783, the French comprehended the territory now called New Brunswick under the general appellation of New France, viewing it more particularly as an appendage to Acadia. At that period it received its present name and its existence as a colony. The English claimed it as a part of Nova Scotia, though they paid no attention to its improvement. After that peninsula had been finally ceded to the English, the French laid claim to New Brunswick as a part of Canada, and made preparations to enforce it by arms. But the subject was put to rest finally by the cession of all Canada to the British at the Peace of 1763. It only remained to be populated and improved by enterprising people from abroad, as it was inhabited mainly by the few Acadians who had sought refuge from persecution among its forests. A people of this description soon came, or more properly had emigrated to New Brunswick, the year before the era of the peace above referred to. They consisted of families from New England who settled at Mangerville, about 50 miles up the St. John, and in 1783 they amounted to about 800. At the close of the Revolutionary War, several thousand of disbanded British troops removed from New England were located at Fredericton. The new colonists, however, were subjected to great hardships and cruel privations when first placed in the midst of this wilderness, which they more keenly felt from the fact that they had been accustomed to the comforts of civilized life. Great exertions were made for the improvement of the country under General Sir Guy Carleton, who was appointed governor in 1785. A degree of success attended his efforts as a gradual advancement took place. During a period of 14 years from the time he left the country, the government was administered by a succession of presidents. By an arrangement of duties on foreign timber, and by leaving that from New Brunswick free, a foundation was laid for the signal prosperity of the colony. This state of things commenced in 1809, and the exports of this article from that period continually increased until it reached its acme in 1825. Then a severe reaction was experienced, in consequence of speculative overtrading. The trade, however, assumed a healthy condition in the space of a few years. The progress of the colony of late years has been cheering, and its natural advantages appreciated as they have been the more unfolded. It was during the administration of Sir John Harvey that the disputed boundary between Maine and New Brunswick had nearly occasioned a rupture between the United States and Great Britain. This source of danger to the peace of both countries was removed, as elsewhere related, by a treaty in 1842, which settled the question to the satisfaction of those concerned. Signal calamity. We may not conclude this brief notice of New Brunswick without giving some account of an awful calamity which in 1828 befell that part of this province which borders on the Miramichi. In October of that year, during the prevalence of a long drought, the pine forests caught fire, being filled with resinous substance, and the fire being driven by a high wind. The conflagration was impelled with the most awful rapidity. Its sound was like uninterrupted thunder. Its column rose 200 feet above the loftiest pine. Next was seen, as it were, an ocean of flame, rolling towards Newcastle and Douglas. All resistance was vain. These towns were reduced to ashes. The miserable inhabitants, abandoning their all, rushed to the bank and threw themselves into boats, canoes, on rafts or logs, to convey them down to Chatham. But several of both sexes were either killed or severely injured. The flames spread a vast distance into the country, destroying magnificent forests and numerous cattle. Even wild beasts and birds were drawn into them by a sort of fascination. The benevolence of the neighboring British provinces and of the United States was most liberally exerted on the distressing occurrence. The towns which were destroyed have since that time been rebuilt. End of section 64. Section 65 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 4, Prince Edward's Island. Location, surface, and climate. Prince Edward, formerly St. John, is an interesting island lying in the southern part of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. It has a very winding outline and a crescent-like form, and is deeply indented by bays and inlets. The area is estimated at 1,380,700 acres. Its surface bears a different aspect from that of the adjoining parts of America. It is gently undulating, with hollows filled by numberless little creeks and lakes. The coasts of these, as well as of the open sea, present a peculiarly soft and agreeable scenery, as they are skirted by trees of the most varied foliage. The climate is less severe than in the adjoining parts of America. The winter is shorter and milder than in Lower Canada, and more steady than in Nova Scotia. Its healthfulness is remarkable, and contributes to an extraordinary increase of population. early settlement. This island was necessarily included in the boundaries of the empire, which the French court claimed in North America, in consequence of the discoveries of Cartier and Verrazzani. It appears to have been granted in 1663 to a French captain, the Sieur Doublet, but held in subordination to a fishing company established at the small island of Maxoa. It seems, in fact, to have been valued only for fishery, and for this purpose to have had some few stations established upon it. Change of possession. After the second reduction of Louisbourg in 1758, that of Prince Edward again followed, and it became permanently attached to the British crown. Its French inhabitants experienced a cruel proscription for a time. Thousands of peaceable and industrious settlers were expelled the island, on suspicion of their being concerned in the murder of some Englishmen, whose scalps were discovered in the French governor's house. These were doubtless the fruits of Indian massacres. Plans of colonization. Some years after the island was confirmed to Britain, Lord Egremont formed a singular scheme, by which it was to be divided into 12 districts, ruled by as many barons, each of whom was expected to erect a castle on his own property, while that nobleman was to preside as Lord Paramount. This unwise plan was changed for another, not much preferable. In August 1767, a division was made into 67 townships of about 20,000 acres each, which, with some reservations, were made over to individuals supposed to possess claims upon the government. They became bound to settle the country in 10 years, to the extent of at least one person for 200 acres. The scheme was indifferently carried into effect. After the proprietors succeeded in procuring for it a governor independent of Nova Scotia, Mr. Patterson, appointed to that office in 1770, brought back a number of exiled Acadians, with a view to relieve the effects of the former cruelty of the government. Tracadie was settled by Captain Macdonald with 300 Highlanders, and Chief Baron Montgomery made special efforts to fulfill his proprietary obligations. From these beginnings the colony received gradual accessions, and in 1773, a constitution being accorded, the first House of Assembly was called. In 1803, the Earl of Selkirk, to whom emigration is so much indebted, carried over an important colony, consisting of about 800 Highlanders. Such a judgment was shown in his arrangements that the settlers soon became very prosperous, and, with the friends who have since joined them, amounted, before the year 1840, to upwards of 4,000. Character of the late governors. The governors of late years have generally well sustained the interests of the colony, with the exception of one, Mr. Smythe. He succeeded in 1813, and his violent and tyrannical conduct caused a general agitation in the colony. He had prevented the meeting of the House of Assembly for several years previous to 1823, and when a committee of the inhabitants was appointed to draw up a petition for his removal, he caused them to be arrested. The High Sheriff, Mr. Stewart, however, fortunately made his escape to Nova Scotia, and thence to England. When the true state of things was made known there, the governor was recalled, and Lieutenant Colonel Ready was appointed his successor. In 1836, Sir John Harvey was appointed governor. He was highly and justly esteemed for his many good qualities, but being in 1837 removed to the government of New Brunswick, his place was supplied by Sir Charles A. Fitzroy. Inhabitants. The inhabitants consist of a few Indians, about 5,000 Acadians, but chiefly of emigrants from different parts of the empire, particularly from Scotland. the natives of which constitute more than 1/2 of the entire population. End of section 65. Section 66 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 5. Newfoundland. Location and importance. Newfoundland is an island on the eastern coast of North America, extending farther out into the Atlantic than any other point of the Western Hemisphere. It is an important and large island, being about 1,000 miles in circuit. Its consequence arises not from its internal resources, but from its position and its connection with the cod fisheries in its vicinity. In this, its commercial aspect, it is the most valuable of all the English northern possessions. The celebrated bank, which constitutes the fishing ground, is estimated to extend 600 miles in length and 200 in breadth, composed almost throughout of masses of solid rock. The abundance of fish is literally inexhaustible, no diminution of fruitfulness being observed, although Europe and America have drawn upon this treasure to any extent for several centuries. The vast masses of ice which float down from the northern seas into the neighborhood of this island bring also with them a valuable article of commerce, viz., herds of seal, which the seamen contrive to take, and which furnish a rich store of oil for export. Discovery and settlement. Newfoundland was discovered in 1497 by Cabot, and has always been claimed by Britain. Attention was drawn to its fisheries before 1517, since as early as that time it was stated by the crew of an English ship that they had left 40 vessels of different European nations engaged in the fishery. Several partial attempts were made at settling the country from 1536 to 1612, but it was only at the latter date that we find the first attempt made on a large scale to colonize the territory. It was chiefly promoted by Mr. Guy, an intelligent merchant of Bristol, who induced a number of influential men at court to engage in the undertaking. In 1610, he, having been appointed governor of the intended colony, conveyed thither 39 persons, who constructed a dwelling and storehouse, and formed there the first permanent settlement. For several years, however, the spirit of settlement languished. It was not until 1621 that it began to revive under the auspices of Sir George Calvert, afterwards Lord Baltimore, who obtained a grant of a considerable tract on a part of the island. He had in view the establishment of a Catholic colony, who might enjoy there the free exercise of their religion. About 20 years after his first plantation, there were estimated to be about 350 families on different parts of the coast. The fishery at the same time grew rapidly into importance. In 1660 the French, who had previously become active rivals of the British in the fishery, formed a settlement in the Bay of Placentia, which they occupied for a long period. Through some jealousy excited by those who favored the deep sea or whale fishery, in opposition to the boat fishery at Newfoundland, serious attempts were made at one time by the government at home to break up all the settlements on the island and reduce the land to a desert. This cruel and suicidal policy could, however, be effected but in part, and some years afterwards more just views began to be entertained on the subject, and some emigrations even were made again. French hostilities. During the war with France, which broke out in consequence of the Revolution of 1688, the settlements in Newfoundland endured great vicissitudes. The latter had, by favor or oversight, been allowed full freedom of fishing, and even formed several settlements. They evidently showed an intention of gaining possession of the whole island. With a view to effect their object, the works at Placentia were attacked in 1692 and partly destroyed. But in 1696 the French, reinforced by a squadron from Europe, attacked St. John, yet without success. The place, however, suffered severely, and another armament before the end of the year, gaining possession of it, set it on fire. Upon this, Iberville, with a body of troops, destroyed all the English stations, except Bonavista and Carbonnier. An English fleet sent out to retrieve these disasters failed through the misconduct of the commander. The difficulties were terminated in 1698 by the Peace of Ryswick, which placed everything on the same footing as before the contest. Renewal of war. The War of the Succession exposed the colony again to the attacks of the French, who were favored by local situation in their proceedings at Newfoundland. The English at first took some of the smaller settlements, but in 1705 the troops in Placentia, reinforced by 500 men from Canada, successfully attacked the British colonists. 3 years afterwards St. John was completely destroyed, and the French became masters of every English station except Carbonnier. A subsequent attempt of the British to recover their possessions was not without effect, but their splendid successes in Europe enabled them at the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713 to do more than redeem all their losses in America. Louis XIV was compelled to yield up all his possessions on the coast of Newfoundland, but he retained for his subjects the right to erect huts and stages for fishing on particular portions of the coast. Changes of administration. The nominal dependence of Newfoundland on Nova Scotia was withdrawn in 1779. From this period until 1827, the government of the island was administered by naval commanders, appointed to cruise on the fishing station, but who returned to England during the winter. Since the last named period, the government has been administered by resident governors, and in 1832 it was determined to grant the boon of a representative assembly. This was placed on an extremely liberal footing, the assembly being elected by a suffrage nearly universal. Present condition. The chief British settlements are on the large peninsula named Avalon, constituting the southeastern part of the island. St. John. The capital is very convenient for ships coming either from Europe or America, and particularly for the deep sea and seal fisheries. After all its improvements, it still bears the aspect of a fishing station, consisting of one long and narrow street, extending entirely along the sea. End of section 66.
Section 67 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. British America. 6. Hudson's Bay Territory. Extent. The Hudson's Bay Territory is a region of British America, far surpassing in extent the settled and occupied parts. It is about 2,600 miles in length from east to west, and nearly 1,500 miles in width from north to south. It extends northerly till it reaches the Arctic Ocean. Discovery. Hudson's Bay, from which the territory takes its name, was repeatedly visited at an early period by English navigators, though for a long time solely with the view to the great object of discovering a northwest passage to Asia. It appears that Sebastian Cabot, in 1517, first penetrated to this gulf, but did not view it as an enclosed sea. This voyage, however, was lost sight of, so that when Hudson in 1610 sailed through the straits now bearing his name, and found a wide and open expanse, it was considered a new discovery, and named from him the Hudson Sea. Nor was it recognized as a bay, but was viewed with hope as a part of the Pacific. The great navigator, however, having been compelled to winter within the straits, where the crew was exposed to severe suffering, a violent mutiny arose among them, when he and several of his adherents were exposed in a small boat on this inhospitable shore, and doubtless perished. Several voyages were made during the next half century, with many perils and disasters, and all of them abortive as to the primary object, but they were the means of laying open the great extent of Hudson's Bay, and of conveying some idea of the valuable furs which might be obtained on its shores. Settlements. A Frenchman named Groseilliers, having penetrated thither from Canada, made a survey of the country, and laid before the French court the plan of a settlement. Finding his proposition unheeded, he sought the English patronage under Prince Rupert, and in June, 1668, a company of adventurers sailed in a vessel commanded by Zachary Gillam, and reached a river, then called Nemisco, to which they gave the name of Rupert. Here they wintered with comparative comfort. Upon the report made by this party, a capital of 10,500 pounds was subscribed by the prince and others, and a charter was obtained, securing to them the exclusive trade and administration of all the countries around Hudson's Bay. They immediately sent out adventurers, who formed a settlement on Rupert's River. Others were established on Moose River in 1674, and 4 years later on the Albany. By 1685 they had added 2 more on the Nelson and Severn, and in 1690 their affairs were in such a flourishing condition that they determined to triple their original stock. Contests with France. France, learning these results, regretted her indifference to the proposal of Groseilliers, and commenced efforts to secure advantages which she had, in effect, thrown away. A claim was advanced on the ground of prior occupation, and Groseilliers, already detached from the English service, was sent out in 1682 with another officer. He not only laid the foundation of a factory on Hayes River, but in the following spring surprised the British one on the Nelson, taking Gillam a prisoner and carrying him to Canada. And yet, soon after, by means not very distinctly stated, the English became masters of these stations. In 1686, however, amid a profound peace, the Chevalier de Troyes marched thither and suddenly took the Rupert, Hayes, and Albany factories. These movements do not seem to have attracted much attention in Europe, but when the war in 1688 broke out, hostile operations were carried on with great ardor. During 1693 to 94-95, the different posts were successively taken and retaken. In 1696, the English had recovered almost the whole, but in the following year a squadron from France defeated the Hudson's Bay ships and took all the forts except Albany. The Treaty of Ryswick leaving things in status quo, this state of possession continued till the Peace of Utrecht in 1713, by which the various posts were restored to Britain. Discoveries have been made in the intervening years, from the above date to the present time, which have resulted in a more extensive knowledge of this immense country. Settlements have occasionally been made on the coasts of the bays or rivers which so abound there, but the object principally in view of the many expeditions on these northern waters, viz., the ascertaining of a passage into the Pacific at the head of the American continent, has never been secured. End of section 67.
Section 68 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Russian America. General description. The Russians may be regarded as the first discoverers of the northwestern shores of this continent. Bering and Chirikov in 1728 first saw the straits which separate America and Asia. The Russian voyagers subsequently extended their discoveries southwardly along the American coast towards Nootka Sound and, at a late period, made a few establishments for hunting and trade with the Indians on the coast. A single settlement at Sitka and two others at Kodiak and Iluluk, on an adjacent island, engaged in the fur trade with the Indians, comprise all the actual Russian possessions in America. The limits of the Russian territory in this region are bounded on the south by the parallel of 54 degrees and 40 minutes north latitude, but though the Muscovite power lays claim to the territory and about 50,000 Indians acknowledge his authority, this sovereignty is little more than a name. On the 5th of April 1824, a convention between the United States and His Majesty the Emperor of all the Russias was concluded and signed at St. Petersburg. By the third article of this convention it was agreed that hereafter there should not be formed under the authority of said states any establishment upon the northern coast of America, nor in any of the islands adjacent to the north of 54 degrees and 40 minutes of north latitude, and that in the same manner there shall be none formed by Russian subjects or under the authority of Russia south of the same parallel. This coast possesses an alpine character. In some parts it rises into mountains covered with snow, with immense glaciers winding through its cavities. The most remarkable summit seems to be that called St. Elias by the Russian navigators, and which, it is affirmed, has been visible at sea at a distance of 60 leagues. The inhabitants of the more northern regions of this coast appear to be Eskimo, as they abound also on the eastern coast and around Hudson's Bay. The savages of Nootka are said to be very cruel to the captives taken in war, and have frequently proved treacherous and vindictive in the intercourse held with trading vessels. End of section 68. Section 69 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Mexico. Synoptical sketch. The northern coast of Yucatan was first visited and explored in 1517 by Francisco Fernandez de Córdoba, who sailed from Cuba in 3 small vessels with a company of adventurers. He here found a race of men much bolder and more warlike than the inhabitants of the islands, who resisted the intruders with a most determined spirit. Many of the latter perished in the contests they were engaged in, and Córdoba himself received a wound, of which he died soon after his return to Cuba. The prospect of booty which the region presented stimulated the Spaniards to secure their prize at any hazard. Another expedition was planned the following year under Grijalva, consisting of 4 ships and 240 men. They commenced by verifying the reports of the preceding adventurers. They then continued their voyage as far as the river Panuco, and were met everywhere with the marks of a good degree of civilization. Landing frequently, they were sometimes suspected and warmly attacked. At other times, they were received with the reverence due to superior natures. Condition anterior to the Spanish conquest. The most ancient Mexican nation, according to tradition, was the Toltecas. It would appear that, at a period corresponding with that of 472 of the Christian era, they were expelled from their own country called Tolan, somewhere north of Mexico, whence becoming migratory for many years, they at length built a city called Tolton, 50 miles east from Mexico. In 667, the Toltecas were chiefly cut off by famine and pestilence. About 100 years after this, their country was occupied by the Chechimecas, who likewise emigrated from some northern section of the continent. They mingled and intermarried with the remnant of the Toltecas. In 1160, the Aztecs, who dwelt north of the Gulf of California, abandoned their country and, for a series of years, led a wandering life. They originally consisted of 6 tribes, but eventually the Mexican tribes separated from the rest and continued their journey alone. In 1325, they reached a spot on which they commenced a city and which they called Mexico, after Mexitli, their god of war. Here, for 200 years, down to the time of their conquest by the Spaniards, they flourished. They increased in power and wealth. They were joined by the other Aztec tribes from whom they had separated. They were a superior people, well instructed in the art of war. They excelled in sculpture and, at the time of the invasion, had made considerable progress in architecture, agriculture, etc. Their capital contained not less than 100,000 inhabitants. Their government was an elective monarchy. Montezuma was on the Mexican throne and had surrounded himself with the highest regal splendor and exercised the most despotic power. Such, in brief, was the condition of the Mexicans when their conquest was attempted by the Spaniards. Invasion by Cortés. The reports which had been brought home by several, especially Grijalva, of the fertility and wealth of Mexico determined Velázquez, the governor of Cuba, to attempt its conquest. The expedition was entrusted to Fernando Cortés, a man peculiarly well calculated by his courage, his perseverance, and other qualities for an enterprise like this, full of danger and difficulty. The expedition consisted of 11 vessels and 617 men. The object was to make war upon a monarch whose dominions were more extensive than all the kingdoms subject to the Spanish crown. Arriving at the island of Cozumel, Cortés had there the good fortune to redeem Aguilar, a Spaniard who had been 8 years a prisoner among the Indians and who proved extremely useful as an interpreter. In March 1519, Cortés landed in Tabasco, a southern province of Mexico, where, though the Indians met him with extraordinary courage, they were routed with great slaughter in several successive engagements. Continuing his course to the westward, he landed at San Juan de Ulloa. Here he was most respectfully addressed by a deputation on board of his ship, but in a language altogether unknown to him and even to Aguilar. Fortunately, one of his female slaves, received at Tabasco, well understood the Mexican language and explained what had been said in the Yucatan tongue, with which Aguilar was unacquainted. This woman, who was known afterwards by the name of Donna Marina, informed him that the persons who addressed him were the officers of a great monarch whom they called Montezuma, and that they were sent to inquire what his intentions were in visiting their coast and to offer any assistance he might need in order to continue his voyage. Cortés, having thus learned the purport of the message, assured the officers that he approached their country with the most friendly sentiments and came to propose matters of great moment to their prince, which should soon be more fully unfolded. Next morning he landed his men, horses, and artillery by the assistance of the natives, who unconsciously were admitting among them the instruments of their own destruction. On the 26th of March, Cortés commenced his march towards the Mexican capital, having first destroyed his vessels, that his soldiers, deprived of the means of retreat, may rely solely on their valor. On his way thither, by consummate address, he alienated from Montezuma several of the petty states with the caciques. Others he compelled by force of arms to join him. By degrees, he marched into the country, and, with the addition of the natives, he found himself at the head of an army consisting of several thousand persons. Arrival of Cortés in the Mexican capital. As Cortés approached the Mexican capital, a great retinue of persons came to meet him, adorned with plumes and clad in mantles of fine cotton. Each of these saluted Cortés in the most respectful manner. They announced the approach of Montezuma himself, and soon after, the harbingers, 200 in number, in a uniform dress, appeared in sight. These were followed by a company of higher rank in splendid apparel, in the midst of whom was Montezuma, carried in a litter richly ornamented with gold and feathers of various colors. The king and Cortés met, and the most respectful salutations passed between them. Montezuma conducted Cortés to the quarters that had been prepared for his reception, and took leave of him, saying, "You are now with your brothers in your own house. Refresh yourselves after your fatigue, and be happy until I return." The first care of Cortés, however, was to take precautions for his security, by planting the artillery so as to command the different avenues which led to the place allotted for his reception. In the evening, Montezuma returned to visit his guests, and again made them magnificent presents. Various conferences passed between them, and the next day Cortés and some of his principal attendants were admitted to an audience of the emperor. While these events were happening, Cortés formed a plan no less extraordinary than daring. This was to seize Montezuma in his palace, and to carry him prisoner to the Spanish quarters. He communicated his plans to his principal officers, and almost instantly put into execution. The abdication of Montezuma. Although Montezuma was permitted to exercise the functions of royalty, yet he was guarded with the utmost vigilance by the Spaniards. The king's brave son, with several of the principal officers on the slightest pretext, was burned alive by the command of Cortés. The monarch himself was, at length, bound with fetters. Having both the monarch and his subjects under his temporary authority, Cortés availed himself of it to the utmost. He appointed commissioners to survey the empire and to prepare the minds of the people for submitting to the Spaniards, and in the end he persuaded Montezuma to acknowledge himself a vassal to the Spanish crown and to pay an annual tribute. The fallen prince, at the instance of Cortés, accompanied his profession of fealty and homage with a magnificent present to the King of Spain, and after his example his subjects brought in liberal contributions. War and the death of Montezuma. About this time Velázquez, piqued by the success of his subaltern, had sent a force into Mexico to take him and his principal officers prisoners. But the good fortune of Cortés triumphed again. For overcoming his enemies in battle, he induced the greater part of them to join his standard, and when he had least of all expected it, he was placed at the head of 1,000 Spaniards, ready to aid him at any hazard in his enterprises. This additional force had but just time to enroll themselves under their new leader before the Mexicans attacked them in all directions. Cortés now found himself environed with the most imminent dangers. The only resource which remained to him was to try what effect the interposition of Montezuma might have upon his enraged subjects. When, the next morning, they approached to renew the assault, that unfortunate prince was compelled to advance to the battlements and exhort his people to discontinue hostilities. But the fury of the multitude could not be repressed, and it was now directed momentarily against their prince. Flights of arrows and volleys of stones poured in so violently upon the ramparts that before the Spanish soldiers had time to lift their shields for Montezuma's defense, 2 arrows wounded the unhappy monarch, and a blow of a stone on his temple struck him to the ground. Most bitterly did these poor men lament the consequences of their displeasure as they witnessed the fate of their sovereign. As for Montezuma, in a paroxysm of rage he tore the bandage from his wounds, and so obstinately refused to take any nourishment that he soon ended his days, rejecting with disdain all the urgency of the Spaniards that he should embrace the Christian faith. Retreat and return of Cortés. The death of Montezuma filled the Mexicans with surprise and terror, but added to, rather than diminished, their hostility. They determined to reduce by famine a foe which they could not subdue by force. This coming to the knowledge of Cortés, he perceived, situated as he was, that his safety lay in instant retreat from the city. Preparations were accordingly made to march out of Mexico that very night. Each soldier took such booty as he was able, yet a large quantity of silver was left behind. At midnight, the troops abandoned their quarters and proceeded in silence along the causeway that led to Tacubaya. The Mexicans were watching the retreating foe. At length, the latter reached a breach which had been made in the causeway, when in an instant they were astounded by a tremendous roar of martial instruments. Clouds of arrows were showered upon them. Yet they struggled on to a second breach, where they were obliged to wade through the mud and water. All was darkness, confusion, dismay. Many were so heavily laden with spoils that they sunk to rise no more. The carnage was dreadful. It was a night of blood, or what is known in the Mexican history as the Noche Triste, or Doleful Night. Cortés lost some 500 or 600 Spaniards, and of his allies, the Tlascalans, about 2,000. Only a small portion of the pillaged treasures was saved. Horses, ammunition, baggage, nearly all were gone. In the morning, although his troops needed rest and his wounded care, Cortés pursued his march towards Tlaxcala, where he was received with kindness by his allies. Some interval of tranquillity was now absolutely necessary, not only that the Spaniards might give attention to the cure of their wounds, but in order to recruit their strength, exhausted by a long succession of fatigues and hardships. When these objects had been attained, and his forces were considerably augmented, on the 28th of December 1520, Cortés commenced his return towards Mexico. In his progress towards it, he took possession of Texcoco, the second town in the empire, situated on the lake about 20 miles from the capital. He had already prepared the materials for building several brigantines, so that they may be carried thither in pieces ready to be put together and launched when they were needed. Here he established his headquarters, as it was the most suitable place to launch the brigantines. With the launching of these, all was in readiness for the great enterprise. Nor were the Mexicans unprepared. Upon the death of Montezuma, his brother, Cuitlabaca, a man distinguished for his courage and capacity, was raised to the throne. But in the midst of his preparations to meet the invaders, he was fatally attacked by the smallpox, a scourge which had been introduced into the country by the Spaniards. Guatemala, nephew and son-in-law of Montezuma, was next chosen emperor, nor could the choice have fallen on a more deserving man. Great bravery was displayed by the Mexicans during this siege. Cortés found it necessary to proceed with caution in all his measures. His chief prospect of success lay in cutting off supplies from the city. At length in that he succeeded, so that the public stores were exhausted and the sufferings in the city became extreme. Fall of the city and empire. At this crisis, Guatemala, in an attempt to escape to the provinces, with a view to arouse his people more effectually for his defense, was captured and conducted to Cortés. He appeared with singular composure and self-respect, requesting of Cortés that no insult should be offered to the empress or his children. "I have done," said he to his conqueror, "what became a monarch. I have defended my people to the last extremity. Nothing now remains but to die. Take this dagger," laying hold of one which Cortés wore, "plant it in my heart, and put an end to a life which can be no longer useful to my country." Before he left the city, he had been careful to disappoint the expectations of the Spaniards by throwing all his treasures into the lake. When the fate of their sovereign was known, the Mexicans laid down their arms, and Cortés took possession of that small part of the capital which yet remained, 3/4 of it having been reduced to ashes during the conflict. In this manner terminated the memorable siege of Mexico. The fate of the capital decided that, also, of the empire. The provinces submitted, one after another, to the conquerors. Small parties of Spaniards, marching through them without interruption, penetrated in different quarters to the Pacific Ocean. Thus a great and rich empire was secured to Spain through the almost incredible efforts of a single man at the head of a small band of adventurers. Fate of Cortés. As a reward for his bold and surprising achievements, Cortés was warmly eulogized by his countrymen at home, and the Emperor Charles V appointed him Captain General and Governor of New Spain, with other tokens of favor. But a bitter cup was at last pressed to his lips. After returning to America and continuing there for a time in his command, he came back in 1540 to his native country. But in consequence of his ambition and usurpations, his reception at home was ill-suited to the character of his heroic deeds. The emperor behaved to him with cold civility, his ministers treated him sometimes with neglect, sometimes with insolence. His grievances received no redress, his claims were urged without effect, and after several years spent in fruitless application to ministers and judges, he ended his days on the 2nd of December in the 62nd year of his age. Extent of New Spain. This country, under the Spaniards, embraced a more extensive region than the Empire of Mexico or the dominions of Montezuma and his predecessors. It included, in addition to the Mexican Empire proper, New Navarre, a vast territory extending to the north and west, the provinces of California, and also the peninsula of California, and moreover, the provinces of Yucatan and Honduras, stretching from the Bay of Campeche to beyond the Cape Gracias a Dios. At an early period, most of these countries had been visited and subjugated by Spanish adventurers. The peninsula of California, which had been discovered by Cortés in 1536, began to be explored by the Jesuits towards the close of the 17th century. Here they established an important mission, but after a time were expelled from the country. Introduction of the Catholic religion. The conquerors of New Spain carried with them the Catholic faith, which became the established religion, and indeed was the only religion that was tolerated until the Revolution in the beginning of the present century. The establishment was instituted as an auxiliary branch of the government on a similar model to that in Spain. In attempts to convert the natives, they made use of the same unjustifiable means that had been resorted to by the Jesuits. But notwithstanding all that was done, their spiritual character and condition were unchanged. Of real Christianity, they remained wholly ignorant and retained all their veneration for their ancient superstitions. This mixture of Christianity with their own heathenish rites and notions was transmitted to their posterity and has never been eradicated. That device of the infernal pit, the Inquisition, was established in America by the bigoted seal of Philip II in the year 1570. This measure completed the ecclesiastical apparatus for fastening Catholicism on the New World. Native Spanish population under the colonial government. For nearly 3 centuries, down to the year 1810, Mexico was governed by viceroys appointed by the court of Spain, all of whom, with one exception, were European Spaniards. Every situation in the gift of the crown was bestowed upon a European, nor is there an instance, for many years before the Revolution, either in the church, the army, or the law, in which the door of preferment was opened to a Spaniard, Mexican-born. Through this policy, a privileged caste arose, distinct from the Mexican Spaniards in feelings, habits, and interests, the paid agents of a government whose only aim was to enrich itself without any regard to the abuses perpetrated under its authority. Classes of the inhabitants. Anterior to the Revolution in 1810, the population of Mexico was divided into distinct castes, as follows. 1. The old Spaniards born in Spain, designated Chapetones. 2. Creoles, or whites, of pure European race, born in America and regarded by the first class as natives. 3. The Indians, or indigenous copper-colored race. 4. The mestizos, or mongrel breeds, of whites and Indians, in the purer descent approaching to the Creoles. 5. Mulattoes, or descendants of whites and Negroes. 6. The Zambos, descendants of Negroes and Indians. And 7. The African Negroes, whether manumitted or slaves. The pure races were the old Spaniards, Creoles, Indians, and Negroes, and gave rise, in their various combinations or divisions, to the others. The remaining 3 races were impure or mixed and were subdivided without any assigned limits. Upon the breaking out of the Revolution, the distinctions of caste were all absorbed in the name of Americans and Europeans. Causes of the First Mexican Revolution. For more than a century, Spain had been on the decline when in 1808 the Emperor Napoleon gave a finishing stroke to her degradation by seizing upon the royal family and placing his brother Jerome upon the throne. To this revolution, the Spanish chiefs, who were assured of their places, were disposed to yield, excepting the Viceroy of Mexico. But the people, indignant at the foul treatment which their sovereign had received, were determined not to submit to it. A general revolt against the authority of Bonaparte soon disclosed itself in all Spain, intelligence of which reaching Mexico on the 29th of July, 1808. The feelings of the people were excited to the highest pitch of enthusiasm. At this time, the Cabildo, or Municipality of Mexico, presented a petition to Iturrigaray, the Viceroy, to assemble a junta, or representatives of the province, for self-government. The Viceroy, however, hesitated, fearing the Spanish population, who opposed the measure. Apprised of his inclination to gratify the people, the Spaniards seized the Viceroy and delivered him over to the prison of the Inquisition. The conspirators were principally Spanish merchants in Mexico and were secretly favored in their designs by the court of the Audiencia, the highest judicial tribunal of Mexico. The European standards, both in the capital and in the interior, now formed patriotic associations for the defense of what they termed their rights and armed themselves against the Creoles who had favored the project of assembling the junta. The latter, though by far the most numerous, were unused to arms and submitted for the moment, but their spirit was aroused, and it became an absorbing question whether themselves or the small clique of Europeans should possess the right of administering the government during the captivity of their king. A general impatience to shake off the yoke of foreign domination began to seize the minds of all. There was wanting only a leader to make the occasion and to strike the blow. Commencement of the Revolution. The person was soon found in Don Miguel Hidalgo Castilla, a clergyman distinguished for his talents, learning, and liberality of sentiment. Perceiving the general disaffection of the people and the prevailing animosities against the Spaniards, and also having private motives of discontent, Hidalgo conceived a plan of a general insurrection for the subversion of the colonial government. Allende, a friend of Hidalgo, was the first to raise the standard of revolt in the little town of Dolores on the 16th of September 1810, where he seized and imprisoned 7 Europeans, whose property he distributed among his followers. The Indians under Hidalgo now flew to arms, and being reinforced by disaffected troops belonging to the government, Hidalgo marched to Guanajuato, a wealthy town of 80,000 inhabitants, of which, after a strenuous contest, he received the submission. This was an acquisition of signal importance, as he found in the treasury an amount of 5 millions of silver. From this period, the insurrection spread rapidly, notwithstanding the efforts of Venegas, the new viceroy, to allay it. Many towns declared in favor of Hidalgo, who proceeded from Guanajuato to Valladolid, where he was joyfully received as a deliverer. His pecuniary resources were increased by the donation of $1,200,000 from the public authorities. His next step was to march towards the capital. He had made a great acquisition in having Morelos, a warlike priest and highly celebrated in the Revolution, come to his aid. Mexico was, at this time, in a highly critical condition. The prevailing dissatisfaction had reached it and was producing its fruits of weakness and division. The forces collected for its defense were wholly inadequate to the object. In this juncture of affairs, Hidalgo might doubtless have seized on the capital. Indeed, many were anxiously awaiting his approach as its deliverer. After an anxious night, great was the surprise the next morning on the part of the people when they saw the assailants retiring. The cause of Hidalgo's strange retrograde movement has never been satisfactorily ascertained. From this period, sad reverses awaited him. When he had arrived at Aculco on his retreat, he was attacked on the 7th of November by Calleja, who, with the main part of the Spanish army, had previously reached the capital. Of the royal troops, 6,000 were disciplined veterans, and their imposing appearance alone was sufficient to frighten Hidalgo's Indians. These fled at the first fire. The regular troops, being thus left unsupported, were unable long to stand the attack. Pursued by the royalists with great fury, the slaughter became immense. 10,000 of the independents, in the official report of Calleja, were said to have been killed, wounded, and taken prisoners. Hidalgo, having retreated to Guanajuato, was, on the 29th of November, attacked again by Calleja and driven from his position, with the loss of 25 pieces of cannon and several valuable officers. Hidalgo retreated to Valladolid, where he caused 80 Europeans to be beheaded, and proceeded thence to Guadalajara. He made another triumphal entrance into that city on the 24th of November. Here he committed another act of cold-blooded massacre, which has left a foul blot on his name. All the Europeans having been thrown into prison, Hidalgo determined to destroy them. Without trial or previous examination, they were taken out in small parties and conducted under the veil of night to retired parts of the neighboring mountains, where between 700 and 800 were butchered in secret. This remorseless act of barbarity, besides being wholly unjustifiable by the rules of war, was impolitic in the extreme. It prevented many respectable Creoles from joining the insurgents, and as it drove the Spaniards to despair, it furnished them at the same time with an excuse for any atrocities which they chose to commit. Hidalgo continued to retreat towards Saltillo. By this time his forces were reduced to about 4,000 men, and arriving at Saltillo, a distance of nearly 500 miles from the Mexican capital, he left the army and with several officers sought the frontiers of the United States with the intention of purchasing arms and military stores. He was destined, however, to be the victim of treachery. One of his subordinates in office had the baseness to arrest him for the purpose of securing a pardon for himself. The leader, unsuspicious of danger when attacked, was easily overcome and taken. It was on the 21st of March, 1811, that Hidalgo and his followers were made prisoners. Many of them were executed on the field of action the next day. Hidalgo and a few others were not put to death until the 27th of July following. Continuation of the war by the Patriot chiefs. The revolution had evidently taken deep hold on the minds of the people. The fate of Hidalgo did not dispirit the chiefs of the Patriot cause. The prominent of these, Rayon, a lawyer, Villagran, and Morelos, a priest, now assumed the responsibility of directing the storm. The principal of these was Morelos, and to an account of his movements we confine ourselves. From small beginnings, Morelos possessed, at length, an efficient army, and was obeyed throughout nearly the entire southern coast of Mexico. On taking the field, town after town was taken, and victory succeeded to victory. His course, moreover, was marked by the humane treatment of his prisoners in every instance. Morelos had now great reason to hope for success in his noble enterprise, while inhabitants were ready to aid him in every possible way. In this state, it was deemed necessary to oppose to him the greatest captain of the governmental forces, and Calleja was summoned to defend the capital. Calleja, soon after his arrival at Mexico, attacked the army of Morelos at Cuantla, but after a severe action he was repulsed and obliged to retreat, leaving 500 dead on the field of battle. But what he could not effect by storm, he now attempted to accomplish by siege. For 75 days he continued to besiege Morelos, who was determined, if possible, to hold out. But all hopes of obtaining provisions being at length extinguished, Morelos resolved to evacuate the place, which he effected on the night of the 2nd of May, 1811. Most of the inhabitants marched out with the army. When Calleja discovered the movement, he commenced a spirited attack upon them and 4,000 of the patriots were slain. It was during the events attending the siege of Cuantla that Victoria and Bravo, both young men, began to distinguish themselves in the cause of independence. Guerrero, likewise, in the successful defense of the neighboring town, began his long and perilous career. Following the affair at Cuantla, Morelos engaged in numerous encounters with divisions of the enemy and, for a time, was victorious, but he was at length taken and doomed to execution. Just prior to his death, he uttered the following simple but affecting prayer: Lord, if I have done well, thou knowest it. If ill, to thy infinite mercy I commend my soul. He then bound a handkerchief over his eyes, gave the signal to the soldiers to fire, and met death with as much composure as he had ever shown when facing it on the field of battle. Decline of the Revolution. After the death of Morelos, no leader was found whose influence was sufficient to combine the efforts of the insurgents and secure harmony among the chiefs. The cause of the revolution, therefore, declined apace. Terán, Guerrero, Rayon, Torres, Bravo, and Victoria, commanding in different parts of the country, were mostly, in the course of 2 or 3 years, overcome and taken prisoners. The story of Victoria is one of uncommon interest. The province of Veracruz was the field of his operations, and it was not until after a struggle of 2 years that this formidable insurgent chief was disarmed of his power to harass the viceroy Apadoca. He lost many of his followers in battle, others deserted him, and he was left, in the end, literally alone. No threats and no promises of preferment could induce him to offer his submission to the government. Unattended by a single friend, he sought the solitude and security of the mountains, and was lost for several years to his country. Invasion of Mexico by Mina. In the year 1817, when most of the insurgent forces were dispersed, an enterprise of singular boldness was attempted in Mexico by a foreigner named Don Xavier Mina. His more specific object was to establish the independence of Mexico on a constitutional basis without an entire severance of the country from Spain. Mina was a nephew of the celebrated general of that name who so long resisted the French and Spanish loyalists in his native country. In May 1816, he sailed from Liverpool with a small expedition having a few thousand stand of arms and also equipages for a body of infantry and cavalry, and arrived in the United States in June. Here he procured the service of several officers, an addition of muskets, and some pecuniary aid from Baltimore and New Orleans. Sailing for the Gulf of Mexico, he did not reach Galveston until November, where he was joined by Ory, the commander of the privateers in that quarter, and by some of the inhabitants. But as it was too late for operations, he passed the winter in Galveston. Early in the following spring, Mina entered upon the prosecution of his design, but the time chosen by him was unpropitious. The revolutionary cause had fallen to a low point. Mina failed, was taken, and shot. The power of the insurgents was broken, and most of their eminent men were either killed in battle or shot as traitors or imprisoned. But the principles of independence were daily gaining ground in a country at large, and the spirit of the revolutionists, though checked for a time, was not subdued, as was proved by subsequent events in Mexican history. Revolution under Iturbide. The unfortunate termination of the expedition under Mina was by no means a termination of the difficulties in which Mexico had long been involved. The next person who largely figured in her affairs was Agustin Iturbide, who had risen in 1816 by his valor and capacity to the command of what was called the Northern Army. In 1820, the Cortes having ordered the sale of the church property, the viceroy Apadoca refused to acknowledge the Cortes. He employed Iturbide to reduce Guerrero, one of the patriot chiefs, but instead of this, he formed a junction with that chief, and on February 24, 1821, he proclaimed the independence of his country. Soon after, he took possession of the capital, and in 1822, May 18th, he usurped the crown through the subserviency of his troops. He was proclaimed emperor under the name of Augustine I. The next morning, Congress was convened in extraordinary session. His election to the imperial dignity was proposed and discussed in his presence, and was voted for by a few more than one-half the whole body of delegates. Meanwhile, the friends of liberal institutions, overawed by the power of the usurper, fled to their water retreats until a fitting season should arrive for acting with union and efficiency. The acts of oppression of Iturbide from this time continued to increase. He ordered the dissolution of Congress, had recourse to forced loans, with other usurpations. While affairs were in this posture, Santa Anna, who at this time was commanding at Veracruz, was suddenly dismissed. Surprised at treatment thus harsh and as he deemed unjust, Santa Anna excited the garrison to revolt for the purpose of dethroning Iturbide and establishing a republican government. While these matters were in progress, Victoria, who for some years had lived in obscurity, made his appearance and was appointed commander-in-chief of the insurgents. In February 1823, Echavarri, the commander of the imperialists, joined forces with Victoria and Santa Anna. Defection now became general among the officers of the army, in consequence of which Iturbide was obliged to surrender his power. Hastily assembling at Mexico the dispersed members of Congress on the 19th of March 1823, he tendered them his abdication of the crown. Congress allowed him a yearly pension of $25,000 on condition of his leaving the Mexican territory forever. On the 11th of May, he embarked for Leghorn. Adoption of the Federal Constitution. A provisionary government was immediately established and a triplicate executive appointed, consisting of Generals Victoria, Bravo, and Negrete. Measures were at once adopted for the convocation of a new Congress, which, upon assembling, entered on the arduous plan of framing a constitution of government. This they did on the federative plan, and on the 2nd of February it was sworn to in the capital, amidst the rejoicings and acclamations of the people. The government soon went into operation, and Victoria was chosen President of the Republic and Bravo Vice President. Contrary to the decree of perpetual banishment against him, Iturbide returned to Mexico in disguise, but being discovered, he was shot. This took place on the 10th of July, 1824. Several disturbances had occurred, partly on his account, during his absence, but the Republic was now relieved from one great source of disquietude. The general provisions of the new Constitution as to the distribution of the powers of government into their parts were the same as those of the Constitution of the United States, but they differed as to the right of trial by jury, which was omitted, and the Roman Catholic religion was alone to be tolerated in Mexico. Prosperity of the years 1825 and 1826. The new government was now acceptable to the Mexican people. The administration of Victoria was popular, and measures were maturing for cementing the union of states and for consolidating the public liberty. Much was done also to stimulate the industry of the people. The prospect of public peace, order, and liberty in Mexico was such as to attract thousands of emigrants from the United States and from Europe. Wealth and comfort and honors were held out as a reward of virtue and enterprise. But the pleasant vision soon vanished, and this ill-fated country was again the theater of turmoil and contention. Election of a president in 1828. Victoria's term now expiring, a new president was to be chosen, among the prominent candidates for which office were General Guerrero and Gomez Pedraza, then Secretary of War. The canvass resulted in the choice of Pedraza, but the friends of Guerrero soon set up a claim in his favor, alleging that, in taking the votes, he was defeated solely by fraud. At the session of the new Congress in January 1829, the House of Representatives proclaimed Vicente Guerrero to be duly elected president on the constitutional ground that he had the majority of the legal votes. General Bustamante, who had been supported by the partisans of Pedraza, was declared to be duly elected vice president, and in organizing the new administration, Zavala, then governor of the state of Mexico, was appointed Secretary of State, and General Santa Anna, Secretary of War. Usurpation of Bustamante. Soon after the declaration of Congress in favor of the election of Guerrero, that body passed a resolution investing him with dictatorial powers in anticipation of an invasion by Spain to recover possession of Mexico. The Spanish army of 4,500 men sent for that purpose were defeated and compelled to retire. The continuance of his extraordinary power was now no longer necessary, yet Guerrero continued to exercise it, and in a manner and for purposes not contemplated. This brought upon him the censure of Bustamante and others who saw in his measures a desire to perpetuate his dictatorship. Yet on the 11th of December, Guerrero resigned his dictatorship into the hands of Congress and retired to his estate. Bustamante immediately assumed or usurped the presidency, pretending that he was actuated solely by a desire to restore the Constitution, which had been violated in the elevation of Guerrero to the presidency. The latter now fled to the mountains, but circumstances in the spring of 1830 seeming to favor an attempt to regain his lost authority, he embarked in the enterprise, and the whole country was again in arms. He was, however, unsuccessful, and falling into the hands of his opponents, he was condemned as a traitor and executed in February 1831. Defense of the Federal Constitution. The measures of Bustamante directly tended towards the establishment of a strong central government, as those of Guerrero had been in favor of a perpetual dictatorship. On the ground of Bustamante's procedure in his government, Santa Anna in 1832 placed himself at the head of the garrison of Veracruz and, as a pretext for revolt, demanded a reorganization of the ministry. His declarations were in favor of the Constitution and the laws, and consequently rallied the friends of the federal system to his support. War soon began to rage, and it was not until nearly a year that an accommodation was made when it was agreed that Pedraza should be restored to the government. He was accordingly restored, and by means of his favorable notice of Santa Anna, now his friend, but formerly his enemy, he exerted such an influence that the latter was elected his successor in 1833. Gomez Farias was chosen vice president. The federal system was now apparently re-established under the new administration. Proceedings of Santa Anna, a central republic established. From the first moment of Santa Anna's accession to the presidency, he was inflamed with a desire for dictatorial power. He seized an opportunity to desert the Federal Republican Party and joined the centralist faction. By military order, he dissolved the Constitutional Congress in May 1834, and in January 1835 he assembled a revolutionary and aristocratic Congress, which deposed Vice President Farias and elected General Barragan, a leading centralist, in his place. About the same time, through the influence of Santa Anna, the Constitution of 1834 was abolished by Congress, as were also all the state constitutions and state authorities, and a central republic was established in its place. So violent a measure proved unacceptable to several of the states. Zacatecas submitted and declared for centralism. The torch of liberty was now extinguished in the republic, and military despotism fully established. No, it was not quite extinguished. One Mexican territory, Texas, with her by 50,000 bold inhabitants, chiefly emigrants from the United States, was ready to resist the dictates of a usurper and a despot. Santa Anna felt at once the importance of reducing Texas and of defeating the Americans or driving them from the country. He made the attempt with an army of 8,000 men, but when he supposed that his object had been attained, he was suddenly attacked at San Jacinto by General Houston, who routed his troops and took him prisoner. This occurred on the 21st of April, 1836. After being a prisoner several months, he was permitted to return to Mexico, where, in the meantime, his authority as president had been superseded, and where he passed several years in obscurity on his own hacienda farm. Attempts against the central government. 2 successive attempts were made against the central government during the years 1837 and 1838, under Bustamante, who had been chosen president after his return from France. The first consisted of declarations in favor of federation and of Gómez Farías for the presidency, but the disturbance was easily quelled. The other attempt was made by Mexia in 1838, who had once before raised the standard of rebellion against the central government. He was opposed by Santa Anna, who had issued from his retirement, and who hoped, by rendering some service to the government, to wipe off the disgrace which attached to his name. Mexia was unfortunate, and, being taken prisoner, was almost instantly shot. Santa Anna appeared again on the stage in resisting an attack from an invading French expedition against the town of Veracruz. An insurrection commenced with the Federalist Party in the month of July 1840, headed by General Urrea and Gómez Farías, and for the time the prospect was favorable for another reform of the Constitution. Revolution of 1841. But revolutions were not at an end in Mexico. An insurrection broke out in the month of August 1841, the result of which was the bombardment of the capital, the downfall of Bustamante, and the Convention of Tacubaya. Santa Anna took a part in this revolution against the president, and being at the head of the army, he selected the junta, which, according to the plan of Tacubaya, was to choose the president of the republic. The junta repaid the distinction conferred upon them by selecting him for that high office. The Congress, however, which assembled in June 1842, proving to be disagreeable to Santa Anna, he dissolved it by an authoritative act, and, convening an assembly of notables, they fixed on a new constitution. This was proclaimed on the 13th of June 1843 and conferred almost all the power on the national executive. Santa Anna himself having been chosen that executive, the new government was organized by the Assembly of Congress in January 1844. There was little agreement between that body and the dictator, as he might now be called, and hostility to his administration began to be expressed throughout the country. Measures were accordingly taken for his overthrow, in which Paredes, who had commenced the revolution of 1841, bore a conspicuous part. At the head of a body of troops, he openly declared against the dictator, and soon carried with him several of the northern provinces. Overthrow of Santa Anna's government. The people in the capital soon arose in arms. The military declared against the dictator, and on the reassembling of Congress, General Herrera, the leader of the Constitutional Party, was appointed provisional president of the republic, and a new ministry was formed. This was an occasion of unbounded rejoicing throughout the country. Santa Anna, however, with the troops still under his command, attempted to regain his lost authority. But meeting with defeat and disappointment, he endeavored to escape, having first proposed to his opponents terms that were not accepted. This occurred in January 1845. He was taken prisoner and confined several months in the castle of Perote, after which Congress passed against him a decree of perpetual banishment from Mexico. In the meantime, the province of Texas, having maintained its independence during 9 years, and having been acknowledged therein by the United States and several European powers, was, upon its own application, received into the Confederacy of the former, and became a constituent part of the great American Union. This annexation became the occasion of the war between Mexico and the United States, of which an account is given in the history of the latter country. End of section 69. Section 70 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Guatemala. General description. Guatemala, or the Republic of Central America, is the most southern point or portion of the North American continent, exclusive of the Isthmus. It has an area of 185,000 square miles. It is composed of 5 states, which are subdivided into districts, and of the Federal District, which contains the seat of government. The soil of the country is in general good and exhibits the same variety as in Mexico, with similar productions. In portions of it, Guatemala is subject to tremendous convulsions of nature. This is the case mostly in the mountainous regions, of which there is a lofty chain traversing the country and presenting a series of 21 volcanic summits in constant activity. Old Guatemala, the capital of the state of Guatemala, has been several times destroyed by earthquakes, as it lies between the volcanoes of Agua and Fuego. Discovery and Conquest. Guatemala, like the other portions of the American continent in this quarter, was discovered by the Spaniards. It appears never to have formed a part of the Empire of Mexico. At the arrival of the Spaniards, it contained many distinct kingdoms or principalities. The natives, called Quicheas, lived in cities, and some ruins of their works are yet visible. The subjugation of Mexico by Cortés struck terror into the inhabitants of Guatemala, and some of the chiefs sent embassies to the conqueror, offering to submit to him and acknowledging themselves vassals of the Spanish king. Cortés dispatched Pedro de Alvarado, one of his officers who had been most active in the conquest of Mexico, to take possession of the country. Alvarado marched from Mexico in November 1523 with 300 Spaniards and a large auxiliary force of Mexicans. He met, however, with a strenuous opposition in his progress. The Indians were defeated in several engagements, and the Spaniards remained masters of the provinces in which these engagements took place. On entering the kingdom of Quiché, they met with a more serious resistance than they had received elsewhere. The invaders, nevertheless, on the 14th of May 1524, gained the victory in a great battle. Alvarado continued his march to the capital of the king of Cachiquel, who had sent his submission to Cortés. This prince received the stranger with courtesy, and on the 29th of July 1524, they laid the foundation of the ancient city of Guatemala. The conquest of the remaining provinces followed soon after, although many savage wilds have remained to the present day very little explored or known by the conquerors. Independence of the country. The people of Guatemala declared Guatemala independent on the 15th of September 1821, and subsequently it was incorporated with Mexico, but on the fall of Iturbide it disconnected itself from Mexico and formed a separate independent republic on the 4th of July 1843 under the title of the Federation of Central America. The constitution of the republic is modeled on that of the United States. The president and vice president are elected for 4 years. The Senate is composed of 2 members from each of the states, and the House of Representatives consists of deputies, 1 deputy for 30,000 inhabitants, elected by the people. They have abolished slavery in this country as well as in Mexico. No other religion than the Catholic is tolerated in Guatemala, that being the established faith. End of section 70. Section 71 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. South America, New Grenada. Extent and physical features. New Grenada constitutes the northwest portion of the South American continent, commencing with the isthmus and extending down on the western coast 980 miles. It contains an area of 380,000 square miles. The country is traversed by several chains of the Andes, the bases of which consist of elevated plains or tablelands, which are many thousand feet above the level of the sea. The soil is extremely fertile and produces in great richness and abundance the various fruits and vegetables of tropical regions. The climate is hot and unhealthy in the low country on the coast, but on the tablelands is found a perpetual spring. Revolution of 1811. Soon after the invasion of Spain by the French in 1808, a revolutionary spirit began to manifest itself in the Spanish colonies of South America, and in the course of a few years, all these colonies, one after another, declared themselves independent and formed republican constitutions, most of which took that of the United States as a model in a great measure. But the people were ill prepared for free governments. Their character, education, and habits were little in accordance with republicanism. New Grenada declared itself an independent state in 1811, and after a long and severe struggle with the mother country, expelled the Spaniards from its territory. The memorable victory of Carabobo in 1821 completed the overthrow of the Spanish authority. In this battle, an army of 6,000 royalists was nearly annihilated, only 400 men saving themselves by taking shelter in Puerto Cabello. The patriots were led on by Bolivar. Previously to this period, that is, in 1818, a union was decreed of New Grenada and Venezuela into one republic under the name of Colombia, the presidency of Quito having subsequently succeeded to the Confederacy. Formation of a Constitution. On the 17th of July, 1821, a General Congress met at Rosario de Cucuta to form a constitution which was completed and adopted on the 30th of August. The legislative power was vested in a Senate of 36 members and in a Chamber of Deputies of 94 members, and Simón Bolívar was elected president and Santander vice president. Bolívar and Santander were both re-elected for a second term, commencing on the 1st of January 1827. Liberation of Quito. In respect to the liberation of Quito, it appears that the destruction of a royal army on the plains of Carabobo enabled Bolívar to direct his whole attention to the expulsion of the Spaniards from the southern provinces. The presidency of Quito, afterwards formed into the Republic of Ecuador, had for many years been united with New Grenada. The army of the south, under Sucre, was reinforced by the troops which could be spared from other situations, amounting to several thousand men, and the president placed himself at its head. Both parties having at length concentrated their forces, the campaign and the fate of Quito were decided at the battle fought at Pinchincha, about the 1st of June, 1822. Bolívar's usual success still attended him, and the arms of the Republic were again crowned with the most signal victory. The crisis of 1828. In 1828, the country was threatened with anarchy, and Bolívar took a decisive step, and daring as it was decisive, in dissolving the Colombian Congress on the 27th of August of that year and assuming absolute authority. To this movement he had been encouraged by addresses from various municipal bodies, calling upon him to put an end to the public disorders by taking upon himself that authority. He organized a new government to suit his own views, and soon began to feel the consequences of the bold measure he had adopted in the conspiracies that were formed against him. The month of September did not pass without an attempt to assassinate him. His aide-de-camp was killed, but Bolívar's life was saved by the courage of his officers. Generals Padilla and Santander were charged with this plot, and by a special tribunal condemned to death. The former was executed, but the punishment of Santander was commuted for banishment. Several other individuals suffered death. The country was more or less agitated by violent factions. Many military leaders aspired to the supreme command, and Bolívar's efforts to prevent dissension incited insurrections. Many denounced him as a usurper and tyrant. Venezuela claimed her independence, and Bolívar, after endeavoring in vain to unite them and create a spirit of harmony under his rule, resigned all his authority to the Congress at Bogotá in 1830. He retired to Cartagena in deep depression of spirits on account of the calamities of his country. Separation of New Grenada, Venezuela, and Ecuador or Equator. On the 4th of May 1830, Señor Joaquim Mosquera was elected president and General Domingo Caicedo vice president, but on the 4th of September, Mosquera resigned and Urdaneta was appointed temporary president until the arrival of Bolívar, whose return to power was decreed by a meeting of soldiers and citizens. But Bolívar died at Cartagena December 17th, the same year. Venezuela again joined Colombia for a short time, but in November 1831 a new separation took place, and since that time the late Republic of Colombia has been divided into three republics, that is, New Grenada, Venezuela, and Equator, whose constitutions are similar to that of Colombia. State of the government since the separation. Since this period, there seems to have been irregularity in the appointment of the highest officers of the government. In 1832, General Santander was called to the presidency, whose term of office expired in 1836. The next term of 4 years was filled by José Ignacio de Marquez. Of late years, that is, for 2 successive terms, General Herran has been president of New Grenada. Don Tomás C. Mosquera was elected president of the Republic in 1848. End of section 71. Section 72 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. South America, Venezuela. Name, physical features, etc. This republic, formerly known by the name of the Captain Generalship of Caracas, as has been seen, once formed a part of the Republic of Colombia. When it was first brought to the knowledge of the Spaniards, they called the place where they landed Venezuela, from the common propensity to find a resemblance between the objects they saw in America and those that were familiar to them at home. An Indian village built upon piles was the object which suggested the name. Venezuela includes a portion of the Great Chain of the Andes and a vast plain which constitutes the greater part of the surface. It is watered by the Orinoco, one of the largest rivers of the world, which empties into the Atlantic by about 50 mouths. The area of Venezuela measures 450,000 square miles. In respect to its soil, it has all the richness of the equatorial regions of the globe. Discovery. The Spaniards under Ojeda first visited this country in 1499. They made some attempts to settle at the Indian village before Alberta II, which they observed built upon piles in order to raise the huts above the stagnant waters around. But their labors were, for the most part, abortive. The reduction of the country was brought about by soldiers of fortune abounding in Germany in the 16th century, who, through an arrangement of the Emperor Charles V, were introduced into these wilds. These adventurers, neglecting the purpose for which they were placed there, which was to cultivate and improve the country, became impatient to amass riches and wandered from district to district in search of mines. In this pursuit, they cruelly plundered the natives and imposed on them intolerable tasks. In a few years, the desolated province hardly afforded them subsistence, and when they were removed by their employers, the Spaniards again took possession of the country and soon renewed the horrors which it had already experienced. In consequence of these and other ravages at a later period, the whole region lay waste for a long season. When new settlements were at length commenced, they advanced so slowly that this part of the Spanish possessions remained comparatively unproductive, while the other American colonies were in a thriving state. State of the country under the Spanish dominion. As in the other provinces held by Spain on this continent, the Spanish dominion continued in this until the early part of the 19th century. Venezuela was, however, agitated by the question of freedom and independence, perhaps earlier than was the fact elsewhere in Spanish America. As early as in 1797, an attempt to raise the standard of independence was made in Venezuela, so keenly did the country feel the ramacity and oppression of the Spanish government. 2 natives of Caracas were leaders in this revolt, which comprised a large number of people distinguished for their talents, virtues, and wealth. The insurrection, which had for its object the securing of the heads of government as hostages, till a treaty could be made with the Court of Spain for the redress of grievances was fixed for the 14th of July, 1797, but was divulged by one of the conspirators on the evening previous. The consequence was that most of the conspirators were arrested and eventually put to death, but the leaders effected their escape. The discontents of the people continued, and General Miranda, in consequence of earnest entreaties expressed in letters from Venezuela to put himself at the head of an expedition for revolutionizing the country, acceded to the proposal. Proceeding to the United States, he collected there a body of a few hundred adventurers. With this force he sailed from New York in 1806, but after arriving on the coast he was repulsed by the Spanish gunboats, and it was only after recruiting his forces at Trinidad and aided under the convoy of a British sloop that he again proceeded to the place of destination. He, however, effected nothing, as he found the people now lukewarm in the cause of revolt, and abandoned the project, with the loss of numbers of his men who were taken and hanged. Termination of the Spanish dominion. The Spanish authority, however, over the province was drawing to an end. The Great Revolution broke out in 1810. On the 19th of April, the Captain General of Caracas was deposed, and delegates were chosen by the people to meet in a Congress for the purpose of forming a government for Venezuela. The Congress published a Declaration of Independence on the 5th of July, 1811, and this example was followed by the other provinces, which were afterwards united, as has already been mentioned, in the Republic of Colombia. In so succinct an account as the present, the details of the revolution cannot be given, nor would they be especially interesting or useful from their want of general and permanent results. It needs only to be stated that the patriots were generally successful till 1812, when they experienced the terrible calamity of the loss of their city, Caracas, by an earthquake, a circumstance which wrought upon the superstitious fears of the populace against the cause, and that Miranda, who had returned to this country, in despair capitulated, was taken prisoner, and finally sent to Spain, where he died in a dungeon. From this period, through a series of years, the contest maintained a doubtful character. Bolivar defeating the Royalists in several battles, and they in their turn defeating him. The struggle between the parties continued until after the junction of New Grenada and Venezuela in 1819. The Battle of Carabobo in 1820, as already related in the history of the former state, put the finishing stroke to the war in Venezuela. By the end of the year, the Spaniards were driven from every part of the two provinces except Puerto Cabello and Quito. Conditions since the overthrow of the Spanish power. The promise of better times soon after the union of New Grenada and Venezuela was realized, but in part. The country continued disturbed for years. In the meantime, the Republic of Colombia was formed, but as already shown, it was not destined to continue. Its remembrance, however, will always be connected with the heroic efforts of Bolivar. The government of the country was administered from 1831 to 1835 by General José Antonio Páez, the president, and 1835 to 1839 by Dr. Vargas, also the president. Since the last named period, the government has been in the hands again of General Páez. From recent accounts, however, it would seem that the country is in a disturbed state, a war being carried on between Páez and Monagas, Páez representing the Constitutional Party. Very lately, the latter obtained a decided victory over Monagas. End of section 72. Section 73 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. South America, Equator or Ecuador. Name, extent, etc. This country derives its name from its situation, it being intersected towards the north by the Equator. It is one of the three republics before spoken of, formed from a territory which, before 1831, constituted the Republic of Colombia, and it comprehends the ancient kingdom or presidency of Quito, and formerly constituted a part of the Viceroyalty of New Grenada. It has an area of 325,000 square miles and a population of 650,000 souls. The western part of Ecuador is traversed from north to south by a chain of the Andes, forming a double ridge of colossal summits, the valley between which constitutes a tableland of about 25 miles in width and from 9,000 to 9,500 feet in height. Throughout this elevated valley, a perpetual spring is enjoyed, while on the summits of the mountains, the snows of winter are always seen, and in the low country along the coast, the heat is excessive and the climate is dangerous to foreigners. The whole eastern portion of the state is traversed by the great river Amazon, which forms a part of the southern boundary of the republic. Classes of the inhabitants. A small proportion only of the inhabitants are whites, the Indians and mixed breeds composing the bulk of the population. The civilized part of the population is confined to the Central Valley and the western coast, the vast tracts of land to the east of the mountains being occupied by independent and hostile tribes of savages. The Aborigines belong to the Peruvian family, and numerous remains of their architectural industry and skill are still visible. Subversion of the Spanish authority. Dissatisfaction with the authority of the Central Junta of Spain, and generally the anxiety which was felt for the fate of the colonies in case the French should prevail in the peninsula, led to the establishment of a junta in the province of Quito in August 1809, and the Marquis Selva Alegre was chosen its president. The Viceroy of New Grenada, Don Amar, determined to destroy the junta, but desirous of exhibiting an appearance of acting in conformity to the will of the people, he convened the principal inhabitants of Santa Fe de Bogota for the purpose of consulting them on the subject, believing that they would not have independence sufficient to oppose his will. In this, however, he was disappointed. The Assembly not only approved of the proceedings at Quito, but declared that a similar body ought to be formed in Santa Fe for the security of the country in case Spain should finally be conquered by the French. The Assembly, with the consent of the Viceroy, was adjourned to meet again on the 11th of September 1809, the first meeting being on the 7th. Still thinking to intimidate the members, the Viceroy required that each one should give his vote in writing. When the Assembly again met, they were surprised to see that the guards of the palace were doubled, and that great military preparations had been made, as if an enemy was approaching the city. But even this seasonable display of military force did not have the effect of overawing the Assembly. Its debates were bold and spirited, and the voting by written ballots, showing the opinions of the different members, tended to strengthen their firmness and resolution, so that the friends of the measure were rather increased than diminished. This occasion first brought into notice several individuals who afterwards became distinguished patriots. Camilo de Torres, Gutierrez, Father Padilla, and Moreno were among the number. Being at length persuaded that he could not have the appearance of acting in conformity to public opinion, he took immediate steps to suppress the popular junta at Quito by an armed force. And the Viceroy of Peru having dispatched troops for the same object, the junta was obliged to yield to a power which it had no means of resisting. And although an assurance was given by the President of the Audiencia of Quito that no one should any way suffer on account of what had taken place, yet in violation of this plighted faith, a large number of those who had belonged to or supported the popular government were arrested and imprisoned, and on the 2nd of August, the following year, they were all massacred in prison under pretense of revolt. The troops stationed in the city, after massacring the prisoners, were suffered to plunder the inhabitants. The scene of rapine and carnage was shocking, and involved the property of thousands and the lives of more than 300 persons, murdered in cold blood. From this period, a long struggle ensued. Most of the incidents are common with those which had been narrated. The Spanish authority was not entirely overthrown until the splendid victory of Pinchincha in 1822, soon after which Quito was united with Colombia. This union was dissolved in 1830 and Quito formed an independent state. Condition since the Spanish rule. One of the early presidents of the Republic was Vicente Rocafuerte. More lately, the executive department has been filled by Juan Joseph Flores. According to the latest advices from Ecuador, there are symptoms of a revolution. Numerous accusations against the president have been brought forward. What events might grow out of it, time will decide. The instability of political affairs in that quarter of the world has long been remarked, nor perhaps will it soon cease to be a feature of the governments of South America. End of section 73. Section 74 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. South America, Peru. Locality, extent, etc. Peru lies south of Equator along the western shore of the continent, nearly central between the Isthmus and the Straits of Magellan, having an area of 500,000 square miles and a population of 1,800,000. The country is traversed by several chains of the Andes from north to south, the principal chain lying nearly parallel to the coast. There exists a great variety as to the surface, soil, and climate of Peru, portions of the country being sterile, with no rains and only dews, and others very fertile, abounding in impenetrable forests of gigantic trees and producing the rich fruits and vegetables of tropical regions. The traveler, according to his elevation, meets here with eternal snows or perpetual summer, or the most excessive and deadly heat. The gold and silver wealth of Peru has a worldwide celebrity. The silver mines of Potosi are perhaps the richest known, unless the recent golden treasures of California shall be found to exceed them. Like the latter, the former were first made known by accident. An Indian by the name of Hualpa, one day following some wild animals up the mountain, laid hold of a shrub or tree to aid his ascent, which, giving way, revealed a mass of silver ore, which lay so near the surface as to cling to the roots. For some time Hualpa kept his discovery a secret, but his rapid increase of wealth attracting the notice of a countryman, he revealed it to him. The friends, however, soon quarreled, upon which the secret was divulged. Condition at the time of its invasion by the Spaniards. Peru was one of the two monarchies of America which, at the invasion of the Spaniards, had attained to a degree of refinement far above that savage state in which most of the American Indians lived. It was also remarkable from the contrast of the character of its civilization to that of the Mexicans. Instead of the fierce and lofty spirit, the bloody wars, the uncouth deities, and ferocious rites of the latter, the Peruvians were united in tranquil subjection to a mild superstition, which represented their Inca as the child of the sun, to whom unreserved submission was due. However, fable might have been mixed with the truth in the tale of Manco Capac and his wife Mama Ocolo, who, according to the traditions of the country, founded the empire, first appearing among the people about the year 1100, claiming to be children of the sun. The story of the greatness of the Peruvian Empire has nothing fabulous. It comprehended not only the vast region now called Peru, but the territory of Quito or Ecuador, which is covered with the monuments of the Incas. Order was established in this vast region. The land was carefully cultivated. The rivers were carefully employed in irrigating the soil. Mountains were formed into terraces to receive the canals constructed for this purpose, and walls were built to prevent the water from escaping. so that large tracts, which have now relapsed into deserts, were rendered productive. Conquest by Pizarro. Francisco Pizarro, an uneducated Spaniard, is entitled to the renown or the infamy of bringing this rich country under the dominion of Spain in the former part of the 16th century. The details are too numerous to be here given, but suffice it to say that with 2 associates and about 200 soldiers, he overran this splendid empire and filled it with rapine and blood. The gentle and unsuspicious character of the natives rendered them an easy prey to the artifice, cupidity, and cruelty of these Spanish cutthroats. Pizarro's associates were Diego de Almagro, a soldier of fortune, and Fernando de Luques, a mercenary priest. Atahualpa, the Peruvian emperor, treated the strangers with great courtesy and sent them several valuable presents, fruits, corn, emeralds, and vases of gold and silver. The sight of the gold and silver served to render the Spaniards more fierce and prepare them for the cruel butcheries that followed. The following morning, Atahualpa, attended by 15,000 men, met Pizarro at a place previously appointed. He was borne on a throne of gold. As the procession approached Pizarro, a Dominican friar, by the name of Valverde, made a long address to the emperor, in which he endeavored to expound the Christian religion, following which he proposed to him a submission to the King of Spain on the ground that the Pope had made a present to him of Peru. To this, Atahualpa replied that he was willing to be the friend of the King of Spain, but not his vassal. The Pope he considered a very extraordinary personage to make a present of that which did not belong to him, and as to those whom the friar denominated Christians, if, said he, they worship a God who died upon a cross, I worship the Son who never dies. After further efforts at persuasion, Valverde became indignant and called upon the Spaniards to vindicate their holy religion and to wreak their just vengeance upon dogs who could thus trample upon the gospel. Upon this, a signal was given, and the work of butchery commenced in the emperor's own palace. Pizarro himself advanced towards Atahualpa and took him prisoner, while all around the princes of the race of the Incas, the flower of the nobility, and other great men of the court were indiscriminately put to the sword. The cruelties that were inflicted from this time forward upon this unoffending people, and the riches amassed by these rapacious adventurers, so abhorred of God and men, are scarcely capable of enumeration, were it the object of this succinct account to speak of particulars. While their prince, being a prisoner, was condemned on some frivolous pretext and strangled at the stake, they were made to expiate by their death the crime of owning a rich and beautiful country. The great city of Cusco was entered by Pizarro in 1534 and plundered of its immense wealth. Indeed, the thirst of blood and plunder was everywhere exhibited in the progress of the Spaniards through the country. Had the latter shown any degree of moderation and humanity, they would probably have made themselves masters of the empire without further bloodshed than this commencement of the fearful tragedy. A people, by constitution and training so mild and submissive, would have yielded to the yoke without much reluctance. But the infinite variety of their calamities stirred up the people to revenge, and they found agents to give it, for a time, a degree of effect. But the Spaniards persevered in their efforts to overthrow the country. Large numbers poured into it from abroad, and all resistance finally ceased. Those of the natives who were most attached to their liberty, to their government, and to their religion took refuge at a distance among inaccessible mountains. The greater part of them, however, submitted to their conquerors. The fate of these robbers was, at length, as deplorable as that of the subjects of their rapacity and cruelty. By various causes irritated and enraged against each other, the leaders fought among themselves, and the most revolting scenes of revenge and hatred were exhibited in the result. The original leaders of the enterprise were soon no more, and others followed in the same path of robbery, blood, and mutual jealousy and contention. These civil wars continued through a series of years. Fortunately for this part of the New World, the most seditious of the conquerors and of those who followed in their steps had perished in these wars. with their departure was connected a degree of tranquility, and then only the Catholic kings might with truth style themselves the sovereigners of the Spaniards settled in Peru. Condition of the country after the conquest. The native Peruvians, after their subjugation, quietly submitted to the Spanish yoke for more than 2 centuries. They felt keenly, in many instances, the wrongs inflicted on them, but they had no power of resistance against a disciplined European force. They were loaded with insupportable burdens, yet it was useless to complain. The exactions of their conquerors were most unreasonable and cruel, and they passed their days in sorrow, groaning under the severest bondage. It would seem that all memory of their ancient independence and the glories of the empire of Manco Cápac was lost from among them. Under their oppressions, their spirit and resolution appeared wholly to depart, but events proved that they were capable of being aroused, if by nothing better, at least by despair. Insurrection in the latter part of the 18th century. The sufferings of the natives became so extreme that they wanted nothing but a leader to induce them to rise upon their oppressors and attempt the overthrow of the Spanish power. Such a leader was found in Tupac Amaru, a descendant on the mother's side from an Inca of that name. He was well fitted in many respects to head an insurrection, having a commanding figure and intrepidity of spirit. He animated his countrymen to many heroic deeds, and in the course of the rebellion several successful battles were fought, and many Spaniards killed in the encounters, and many massacred in the progress of the Indian arms. But these were, on the whole, unsuccessful. Their irregularities were, perhaps, more than retaliated by the Spaniards. Amaro was captured in the course of the war and drawn into pieces by wild horses as the punishment of his attempt to free his countrymen from oppression. Several other leaders were likewise taken and shared the same cruel fate. The principal leaders of the insurrection being no more, the great body of the Indian population quietly returned to vassalage and bowed again under the galling yoke. Such was the issue of an attempt for freedom which filled Peru with bloodshed and misery for the space of 2 years, and of a war in which, it is asserted, 1/3 of the population of Peru perished by the hand of violence. It produced no permanent or important change in the condition of the Indians. They were rigidly prohibited the use of arms. The tribute pressed more heavily afterwards and was more strictly levied, and that unfortunate people were treated more contemptuously in revenge of their unsuccessful rebellion. Revolutionary movements in the early part of the present century. Previously to the French invasion of Spain and the confusion into which the mother country was thrown by that event, and the consequent facilities and inducements which were furnished to the colonies in respect to their independence, an attempt had been made in Peru, having that object in view, as early as the year 1805. It was undertaken by Ubalde, an eminent jurist of Cusco, but it proved to be a failure, and its author paid his life as the forfeiture of his rashness. In 1809, a popular movement took place, and provisional juntas were established at Quito and La Paz. This revolutionary design, however, was at once defeated by the viceroys of Peru, Buenos Aires, and New Grenada, whose armies dissolved the juntas. After this second abortive attempt, Peru remained tranquil for 10 years, while the neighboring provinces were engaged in the war of their independence. At length, the people of Chile, having defeated the Spanish army in the decisive battle of Maipú in 1818, conceived the project of securing their independence by expelling the Spaniards from Peru. A naval armament and a land army both were fitted out for this object, the one in 1819 and the other in 1820. The naval force was commanded by Lord Cochrane, an English adventurer, and the land force was commanded by General San Martin. Some obstacles were interposed to the immediate success of the undertaking, partly from negotiation and partly from the insufficiency of the invading forces, the liberated army of San Martin being only about 5,000 strong, and Cochrane being able only to blockade the Peruvian ports. the city of Lima appeared to be too powerful for an attack by the army of the general, but having at length resolved on the enterprise of advancing upon this city, the pusillanimity of the viceroy made way for a success which force might not have achieved. The viceroy fled to secure his personal safety, while a deputation of citizens invited San Martin to enter the city as a liberator. Declaration of Independence. It was on the 12th of July, 1821, that San Martin made his entry into Lima, where he was received with acclamations, and on the 28th the independence of Peru was formally declared. San Martin took the title of Protector of Peru, with supreme power, both civil and military. A provisional government was organized, and measures were adopted to establish the affairs of the country on a permanent basis. But the new state of things was fluctuating. It was not until the 20th of September, 1822, that the first Peruvian Congress convened. At this Congress, an executive junta was appointed of 3 persons to administer the government. San Martin declined the office of Commander-in-Chief of the Peruvian armies and returned to Chile. From this period, there was little promise of stability for the new republic. Discontent and dissensions followed among the people, and everything was thrown into confusion. It was not until the great liberator, Bolivar, had come among them by invitation of a portion of the people, and after 3 sanguinary battles had with the royalist forces, that the Spanish power was prostrated in Peru. On the 10th of December, 1824, the Peruvian Congress was again installed. Bolivar was then declared the political and military head of the republic, as he had been once before, and a gift of $1 million was tendered him for his services, which he saw fit to refuse. Lower Peru was thus liberated, and as early as January 1826, Upper Peru experienced the same deliverance through the arms of the patriot General Sucre. Condition of the country after the expulsion of the Spaniards. Bolivar's influence was great, and a constitutional government was adopted, which harmonized with his views. But the people were still dissatisfied, and they seized an occasion, when Bolivar was absent in Colombia, of rising in insurrection and effected a complete revolution in the beginning of the year 1827. A new form of government was adopted, combining the properties of a federal and a central system, with a president, chosen for 4 years, a national congress, and a separate provisional government. The republic, however, did not become settled by this latter change, for the Constitution of 1827, like that which preceded it, has proved to be too little congenial to the taste and capacities of the people. As late as 1835, 4 chiefs in arms were striving for the supremacy, and 1 year later, a spurious president, General Salaverry, having been defeated in battle, was condemned to death by a court-martial and shot with his adherents in the month of February 1836. In 1837, Peru was placed under the protection of Santa Cruz, President of Bolivia. Both Chile and Buenos Aires were at war with Peru a few years since. End of section 74. Section 75 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. South America, Bolivia. Name, extent, etc. This country, originally called Upper Peru, and once forming a portion of the Viceroyalty of Buenos Aires or La Plata, dates from the Battle of Ayacucho, December 9, 1828, in which the Republicans, under Sucre, completely defeated the Royalists. The name Bolivia, given to it, was in compliment to Bolivar. The Republic has a length of 1,142 miles and an area of 410,000 square miles. In its physical features, it is marked by several lofty peaks of the Andes. Some of them exceed 20,000 feet in height. The inequality of the surface gives it a great variety as to temperature and climate. In the central portion of it, the soil has great agricultural capabilities. The mineral wealth of the country is very considerable. The famous mine of Potosi, which has heretofore been particularly noticed, now belongs to Bolivia. Overthrow of the Spanish power. The provinces of Upper Peru, having been wrested from the Spaniards, as above stated, General Sucre soon cleared the country of the royalist forces. As he advanced into the territory, not only was he received with universal joy by the inhabitants, but the royal corps, in various places, spontaneously declared for the independence of the country. Sucre reached Potosi in April 1825, where Olaneta, the Spanish general, made what resistance he was able, but was himself slain, and the royal troops in Upper Peru surrendered to the conquerors. Proclamation of Independence. The Upper Territories being thus emancipated, a General Congress of Delegates was convened to decide on the political destiny of the intendancies, whether they would unite with Lower Peru or the United Provinces, or form a separate and independent nation. The latter was chosen, and on the 6th of August, 1825, a solemn declaration of the independence of Upper Peru was published. The Congress, which assembled at Chiquisaca, gave the new republic its name and determined to call the capital Sucre, the name of the general whose exploits have so often been spoken of. Having solicited Bolivar to prepare the Constitution, the Congress dissolved itself on the 6th of October. The Constitution was proposed by Bolivar and adopted by the Congress in 1826, vested the executive power in a president chosen for life, with the privilege of naming his successor, and the legislative power in 3 bodies, a Senate, Tribune, and censors. But this constitution was soon abolished. Choice of rulers under the new constitution. Sucre, at the time of the adoption of the Bolivarian constitution, resigned his discretionary power and was elected president, but he sent in his resignation to the Congress, which assembled on the 3rd of August 1828 and returned to Colombia, and in June 1830 he was assassinated near Pasto. On the retirement of Sucre, General Velasco filled the office of president till the meeting of the convention on the 16th of December. This body displaced Velasco and elected General Blanco president. A revolution soon followed, which resulted in the deposition and death of Blanco, January 1, 1829. A temporary government was established, with Velasco at the head, till a new president could be elected and Santa Cruz was chosen. Generals Velasco and Bolivian having since been elected presidents of the Republic. The latter is still in office. Present condition. The most recent accounts represent Bolivia as being in a state of civil war. The antagonists of President Bolivian have proclaimed the Constitution of 1839 and constituted a provisional government backed by a powerful military organization. The revolution is headed by General Belsa, Minister of War, who has violated his oath of office, disgraced his country, and outraged constitution and laws for the purpose of gaining the presidency. End of section 75. Section 76 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. South America, Chile. Extent, physical features, climate, etc. Chile, lying on the shore of the Pacific from the 24th to the 45th degrees of south latitude, its length being 1,260 miles and its breadth 300 miles, possesses many natural advantages and attractions. The immense chain of the Andes traverses the country from north to south. In the vicinity of these mountains, earthquakes are common, and these seem to be the only drawbacks to the paradise which nature has formed in this part of the South American continent. Chile, it is believed, is blessed with the most salubrious and delightful climate on the globe. Though there are some sterile tracts, the soil in general is remarkably fertile, and the products are rich and varied. Medicinal, dyeing, and aromatic plants abound, and there are several plants peculiar to the country. All kinds of metal abound in Chile. Gold, however, is the most copious, and in some districts there is scarcely a hill which does not contain it. Chile is supposed to be the only American state formerly subject to Spain whose commerce has been increased since the separation from the mother country. Conquest by Almagro. After the principal provinces of Peru were brought into subjection, the Spanish conquerors turned their attention to the conquest of Chile. In the early part of 1535, Almagro set out for Cusco in the prosecution of this enterprise with a considerable force. From the nature of the route, he met with great difficulties and lost many of his men, but he at length accomplished his design and was received with tokens of submission on the part of the inhabitants. The natives, however, at length recovered from their astonishment at the sight of so superior a race of men as the Spaniards, began to think of regaining their liberty. Hence a war arose which lasted 10 years, in which, though the natives were sometimes successful, they were generally and in the end defeated. For a long course of years, the possession of the country by the Spaniards continued to be disputed, and fatal hostilities occurred from time to time as they attempted to extend their empire in Chile. Their object, however, was effected by degrees, as in all the other American colonies. Revolution in the beginning of the present century. The occasion of the revolution in Chile and its subsequent independence was the same as in the other Spanish states in America, namely, the disturbances in Spain in consequence of the French invasion in 1809. The Captain General of the province was compelled to resign, and by the popular voice, the Count de la Conquista was elevated to his place. The Count immediately took measures for instituting a new government. A general congress was determined on and at length chosen after some attempts made by the Royalists at a counter-revolution. The Congress, upon their organization, passed a decree permitting all persons who were dissatisfied with the changes in the government to leave the country with their effects within 6 months. The children of slaves born in future were declared free, and many other acts were passed with a view to reform the abuses of the ancient government. Discontent, however, with the new order of things soon arose, and there was the usual amount of plots and counterplots, menace and fighting between the friends and the enemies of the changes in the government, which has constituted a principal feature of Spanish-American history in modern times. After various military movements and internal struggles, the revolutionary power was overthrown, and in 1814 the Spanish authority was completely re-established in Chile. Final establishment of independence. This state of things continued for more than 2 years, but it was destined to pass away after some severe fighting. The government of Buenos Aires dispatched an army under San Martin for the purpose of liberating Chile. After incredible exertions and fatigue, he crossed the lofty chain of the Andes and arrived in Chile with very little loss. At Chacabuco, the royal troops were defeated and put to the rout on the 12th of February 1817. At Santiago, the liberator was received with acclamations by the inhabitants and made supreme director. He, however, declined the office and bestowed it upon O'Higgins, who had commanded the division of his army. Chile was delivered by means of San Martin's successes, ending in the great victory of Maipú, April 5, 1818, in which the whole Spanish army was destroyed, with the exception of their commander, Osorio, and a few horsemen. This victory set the seal on the independence of Chile, and the patriots were soon enabled to carry the war into the enemy's country by the invasion of Peru, as narrated in the history of the latter. Conditions subsequently to the establishment of independence. The fact of securing her independence has given little repose to Chile. The outward forms of a republic had been preserved in her government, while parties have struggled for the ascendancy and filled the country with turbulence. For several years, the southern frontiers were disturbed by the depredations of an outlaw named Benavides, a Spaniard, who put himself at the head of the Araucanian Indians and desolated the country with fire and sword and the commission of bloody atrocities unsurpassed in the history of savage warfare. His success and the authority he had acquired over the Indians induced him to think himself a powerful monarch, and he attempted to establish a navy. He captured several American and English vessels which touched on the coast of Chile for refreshments and made himself master of a large amount of property, arms, and military stores. The Spaniards encouraged him in his piracies and murders and furnished him with troops and artillery. But his bloody career was cut short by the Chileans, who dispatched an expedition against him in October 1821. Arauco, his capital, was taken, his forces defeated, and Benavides compelled to flee. He was taken prisoner in February 1822, tried and executed. In January 1823, O'Higgins was compelled to resign and was succeeded by Ramon Freire, a supreme director. In July 1826, Freire resigned his office and Admiral Manuel Blanco was appointed in his place. But before the expiration of 2 months, he retired from office. In 1827, the form of the government was changed, but the public tranquility has not been secured by the change. Of the 2 vice presidents who were chosen from 1827 to 1831, one was expelled and the other assassinated. Chile, for many years, has been agitated by the dissensions of 2 parties, the one desiring to establish a central government and the other a government like that of the United States. Chile, in connection with Buenos Aires, within a few years, has been at war both with Peru and Bolivia. According to the latest accounts, some difficulty now exists between this country and Buenos Aires. The hope is expressed that it may not issue in war. The too great readiness of the infant republics of South America to engage in contentions with one another and to indulge in internal feuds must be acknowledged to be a bad omen in respect to their preparation for the blessings of liberty and independence. End of section 76.